Running back towards nipple.
1 HP, no.
Nice, that's it.
Let's
Run to the car. Let's shoot together. Fuck, he's droning again.
I'm
One on
netting.
the rock. I'm holding rock.
I'm holding
Rock headshot. I'm driving at rock.
He's banned. That's out. Probably banned. That's out.
Let's go left side, guys.
Let's go.
I'm stopping in front of me. And it's only smoking, okay?
Should be a solo guy somewhere. It's solo guy in front of me in the smoke. I'm driving on him.
I mean, they're probably 2 man.
Knock.
Nice.
I'm gonna be safe.
One or not?
I'm gonna try to rest.
Maybe raisable. I might be raisable. No, he's pushing you guys.
Push it from north.
Bro, we need to get the yellow, guys.
Inside yellow,
Nice.
inside
You
yellow.
can rest me. Care of yellow line. There's a guy in the open there. You can smoke to me.
2 up, wait.
Next to
1 up.
One up. Shot him low.
He got knocked. Dead.
I'm taking a smoker.
Fuck, try to loot first aid facts. I don't know. So many bodies I think around. I mean pixels.
Both outside, fuck. Both outside here. Outside like both of them. One more. You see him, Nix? Just shoot outside. Shoot there. Outside, he's outside, Nix.
I'm
No.
blue zoning it 4 times. Come.
He's on that wall.
I'm blue zoning everything, chill.
Yeah, give me a second.
Nice.
Nice teammates on the fucking top.
In between us, Chris.
Smoke me. Should be fine.
Leaving blue.
They're all driving.
Knocked him.
Nice, I'm driving.
Go straight
Above
down the
me?
road now. Come back down.
No.
He's dropping already.
Yeah, you're a fuck.
They knocked someone.
They're knocked. Did you rest?
No.
Oh, the 2 guys. 2 guys, no? Did you
It's
rest?
the EP, I think.
Yeah.
Let's go to yellow, but we need to be careful of sandbox.
Knock on green if you guys can see that in the deep.
What do we do?
Gonna go yellow line, but we
Okay,
need to
come
spread
on,
out
baby.
and use smokes and so on.
Dead. Suicide's close. Same place. Down right. Naded.
Don't waste it.
Knocked him.
Oh, get the flash.
One up.
This push. The Uzi is also driving.
Headshot 1 there. One's 1 HP on the wall, vaulting in. Revival. One guy in green wall, 1 HP.
Where how to shoot?
Here, just put it south of me here, so I can play here.
Getting fucking 100 here, Nate. You got flash, one guy. I'm gonna blow you here.
Can we just... Guys, can we just reset?
Well, kill the green and play like my side.
He's low.
Where is he? Knocked.
On the orange.
Now just survive.
Orange rock 1 HP.
I'm netting it.
Just smokes. Knock. Guy, no one in car. No one in car on you.
I knocked it. I plugged him.
Knock on blue.
Nice.
Get both flashes. Give us some clear smoke. One knocked ascent. One active ascent. Just go to ascent now, look and kill them.
Comps.
Nice. Ascent 1 active. 1 knocked, 1 active.
Blue. Nice try.
Hit him once, twice, 1 HP.
I'm not
1
nice.
HP, rock guy last, rock guy
Now wait
last.
the zone. Wait the zone and it's all good.
Bro, he cannot do shit even if he knocks pains. Just stop panicking.
No, I'm just saying that's the only...
Okay, I don't need to hear you right now. Can you please mute yourself? Thank you. Let us play.
We're good.
We say get this ship.
I cannot take it now.
270
Единица,
стреляю.
тройка, можешь в разные стороны.
Там 280
Сначала
плюс, я уверен.
Давай мы поедем, а ты потом будешь стрелять.
Давай, 273 буду стрелять.
Готов?
Да, стреляй.
Да.
Готовы?
Но
Да,
все равно
да,
ждать,
да.
пока она еще долетит.
Хуяк,
надо.
хуяк.
Стреляю.
Слышал, Дип, надо ждать, когда она долетит еще.
He doesn't know about me.
Yeah, that's good.
Shooting me.
Nice.
Nice.
Can you flash?
Yeah.
Good. Shoot the glider down, bro. He's fucking 1 HP already, the
А
glider.
я увижу. Я увижу.
Be more peeking. 2 man right side.
You have to park the car.
One east, one north, one east, one north.
Yes.
Yellow
yes,
and
yes,
north.
yes,
The team behind us is on third party.
Yes.
He's
I'm needing him.
knocked yellow, last north of
last
me.
guy.
Nice, 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 nice.
Watch it.
Он тебя не видел. На нас будет заезжать. Базуку готовьте. А, бля.
Нету базуки,
Нет базуки.
нету.
Слева идет фул.
Два нока.
Бля, там сзади раскручивает кемп.
Nice. Corner.
Well, you can team. Hey, we're
Go
gonna...
back. Oh no,
This
oh
might be
no.
a solo, Luca. This is a
Oh, no.
solo.
Dead.
No. Nice. That's too far. Like, on you.
One close.
Yeah, no.
Give jammer.
I'm gonna go stop at the triple or something for.
Opening doors.
Nice. Go back to flash him and go back. Different things out of Gatka.
Go.
What if you that, yeah?
On me, one hit. On...
Too active.
In the smoke.
In house. Last guy, you have Savadov.
Dead.
Drop smoke if yeah.
Yeah, okay. So,
On your left already.
One knocked. 2 knocked.
Yeah, 2 knocked. Nice.
One more knocked.
Try and nade the car.
I don't know, you need to check.
4,
Give me.
5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. If I'm correct.
Needs to learn.
But I'm missing. I fucked up with one. Someone is dead. I don't know who.
flash him. Nice.
Maybe he's gonna die.
How many bullets he tagged?
Nice.
Good job.
2 guys on smoke, yellow.
Look yellow.
Running back towards nipple.
1 HP, knocked.
Nice. Good.
What is he under the car?
Let's shoot together. Fuck, he's proning again.
I'm nading.
One rock. I'm holding rock.
I'm
Rock headshot. I'm driving at rock.
He's behind. That's yeah. Running behind. That's yeah.
Let's go right side, guys.
I'm stopping in front of me. And it's only smoking, okay?
Should be a solo guy somewhere. It's solo guy in front of me in the smoke. I'm driving on him.
I mean, they're probably 2 man.
Knock.
Nice.
I'm gonna be safe.
One or not.
I'm gonna try the rest, Luca.
Invisible, I might be invisible. No, he's pushing you guys.
Push it from north.
Bro, we need to get the yellow guys.
Inside
nice.
yellow. Inside
You
yellow.
can rest me. Care of yellow line. There's a guy in the open there. You can spot me.
2 upward. 1 up.
One up. Shot him low.
He got knocked. They're dead.
I'm taking a smoke.
Fuck, try to loot first aid packs. I don't know. So many bodies I think around. I mean, pixel.
Both outside, fuck. Both outside here. Outside lay both of them. One more.
Getting shot by the rope.
You see him, Nix? Just shoot outside. Shoot there. Outside, he's outside, Nix.
I'm
No.
blue zoning it 4 times. Come.
He's on that wall.
I'm blue zoning everything, chill.
Yeah, give me a second.
Nice.
Nice teammates on the fucking top.
One in between us, Chris.
Smoke me. Should be fine.
We're leaving blue.
They're all driving.
Knocked him.
Nice,
I'm driving.
Go straight
Above
down the
me?
road now. Come back down.
No.
He's dropping already.
Get out, you're a fuck.
They knocked someone.
They're knocked. Did you rest?
No.
The two guys. Two guys, no? Did you
It's
rest?
the EP, I think.
Yeah.
Let's go to yellow, but we need to be careful of gun.
Knock on green if you guys can see that in the diff.
What do we do?
Gonna go yellow line, but we need to
Come
spread
on,
out
baby.
and use smokes and so on.
Dead. Sunset's close. Same place. Down right. Nated.
Don't waste it.
Knock them.
Oh, get the fuss.
One up.
The Uzi is also driving.
Headshot one there. One HP on the wall, vaulting in. Revival. One guy in green wall, 1 HP.
Where found you?
Here, just put it south of me here, so I can play here.
Getting fucking 100. Here, Nate. You got flash, one guy. I'm gonna blow you, here.
Can we just... Guys, can we just... Reset.
Well, kill the green and play like my side.
He's low.
Where is he? Knocked.
On the orange.
Now just survive.
Orange drop 1 HP.
I'm needing
This
it.
one. Knock. Guy, no one in car on you.
I knocked him. I knocked him.
Knock on blue.
Nice.
Get both flashes. He was under smoke. One knocked ascent. One active ascent. Just go to ascent now, Luca, and kill them.
Comms.
Nice. Ascent, one active. One knocked, one active.
Blue.
Nice try.
Hit him once, twice, 1 HP.
I'm not-
One
I'm not
HP, rock
kidding.
guy last, rock guy
Now wait
last.
the zone. Wait the zone and it's all good.
Bro, you cannot do shit even if you knock Spains. Just stop panicking.
No, I'm just saying that's the only...
Okay, I don't need to hear you right now. Can you please mute yourself? Thank you. Let us play.
We good.
We say clear this ship.
I cannot take it now.
270
Единица,
стреляю.
тройка, можешь в разные стороны.
Там 280
Сначала
плюс, я уверен.
Давай мы поедем, а ты потом будешь стрелять.
Давай, 273 буду стрелять.
Да, стреляй.
Да.
Готовы?
Нам
Да,
нужно
да,
ждать, пока она еще долетит.
Хуяк.
надо.
Да.
Слышал, Дип, надо ждать, когда она долетит еще.
He doesn't know about me.
Yeah, that's good.
Shooting me.
Nice.
Nice.
I'm gonna... Any flash?
Yeah.
Good. Shoot the glider down, bro. He's fucking 1 HP already, the
А
glider.
я увижу. Я увижу.
Two man right side.
It's not good, Ribbon.
You have to park the car.
One east, one north.
Yes.
Yellow
yes,
and
yes,
north.
yes.
The team behind us is on third party.
Yes.
He's
I'm needing him.
knocked yellow, last north of me.
Nice.
Watch it.
Он тебя не видел. На нас будет заезжать. Базуку готовьте. А, бля.
Нету базуки,
Нет базуки.
нету.
Слева идет фул.
Два нока.
Бля, там сзади раскручивает кемп.
Nice. Corner.
Good team.
Go back. Oh no.
This might be a solo, Luca. This is a
Oh, no.
solo.
Dead.
No. Nice. That's too far. On you.
One close. Yeah, no.
You have jammer.
Nice.
I'm gonna go stop at the triple or something for.
Opening doors.
Nice. Go back to flash him and go back. Different things out of Gatka.
Go.
What if you that, yeah?
On me, one hit. On.
Too active.
In the smoke.
In-house. Last guy, you have Salvador.
Dead. Yeah.
On your left already.
One knocked. Two knocked.
Two knocked. Nice.
One knocked.
Try and nade the car.
4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. If I'm correct. But I'm missing. I fucked up with one. Someone is dead. I don't know who.
Flash him. Nice.
Maybe he's gonna die.
How many bullets he tagged?
Nice. Good job.
Two guys on smoke. Yellow. Look yellow.
Running back towards nipple.
1 HP. Knocked.
Nice. Good.
Shoot him under the car.
Let's shoot together. Fuck, he's proning again.
I'm
One on
nading.
the rock. I'm holding rock.
I'm holding
Rock headshot. I'm driving at rock.
He's banned. That's out. Going banned. That's out.
Let's push left side, guys.
I'm stopping in front of me. And it's only smoking, okay?
Should be a solo guy somewhere. It's solo guy in front of me in the smoke. I'm driving on him.
I mean, they're probably 2 man.
Knock.
I'm gonna be safe.
One more knock.
I'm gonna try the rest, Luca.
I might be invisible. No, he's pushing you guys.
Push it from north.
Probably need to get the yellow guys.
Inside yellow.
You can rest me. Care of yellow line. There's a guy in the open there. You can smoke to me.
Two up, one up.
One up. Shot him low.
You got knocked. They're dead.
I'm taking a smoke.
Fuck, try to lose first aid facts. I don't know. So many bodies I think around. I mean pixel.
Yeah, come
Let's see.
Both outside, fuck. Both outside here. Outside like both of them. One more. You see him, Nix? Just shoot outside. Shoot there. Outside, he's outside, Nix.
I'm
No.
blue zoning it 4 times. Come.
He's on that wall.
I'm blue zoning everything, chill.
Yeah, give me a second.
Nice.
Nice teammates on the fucking top.
One in between us, Chris.
Smoke me. Should be fine.
Leaving
Right,
blue.
they're all driving.
Knocked him. Nice. I'm diving.
Go straight
Above
down the
me?
road now. Come back down.
No.
He's dropping already.
Keda, you're a fuck.
They knocked someone.
They're knocked. Did you rest?
Oh, God.
The two guys. Two guys, no? Dead rest?
It's the EP, I think.
Yeah.
Let's go to yellow, but we need to be careful of that.
Knock on green if you guys can see that in the deep.
What do we do?
Gonna go yellow line, but we need to spread out and use smokes and so on.
Dead. Suicide's close. Same place. Down right. Aided.
Don't waste it.
Knock them.
Port Desire. A city that don't belong to anyone, but everyone wants a piece. No laws, no oversight. Just the jungle creeping back in. Both the vines and the people. The mayor stepped in where the government couldn't. Said the city needed order, and they'd be the ones to bring it. Keeping the peace on their terms. I walked away from it all, kept my hands in dirt instead of blood. But desire is a fickle mistress. The city won't let me go. It won't forget my name. I asked for nothing, and they still came and took everything. The mayors and anyone that stands in my way, every last one of them. They're gonna learn something real simple. You reap what you sow.
Eight teams have already booked themselves their passage through onto the finals here for PEC for the first 2 weeks, and now, today, we get to figure out which 5 more are going to be joining them for day number 2 of our playoffs. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Kalaris. I have got Avenger. I have got Blank all the way at the very end over there. He's looking dapper. He's looking dandy. He's ready to go. He's ready to talk about even more cup teams that have been able to prevail. It's going to be a good time, Mr. Blankers.
It is going to be a great time, the best time, some may say. We're in day 2. It's getting a little bit spicy now, a bit fizzy towards the top. Top 5 go through. Got to work twice as hard here to make it in. But we did lose a lot of our top teams. And Seoul making it in last minute yesterday. What a rush. What a rush.
Oh, yeah, lost them in terms of they did really well, and, and now they don't have to play anymore. As we take a look at how everything actually works on out. Yeah, day number 1. Look at those top 8 flying forwards. Well done, guys. And today, of course, we will have top 5. Now, if you do not survive today, though, here, Avenger, and go through on that top 5, tomorrow's only top 3, so it becomes extremely brutal to try and get through to that final.
Yeah, and the 5 last cup teams join in and have one shot, one BO5 to go to the grand finals that obviously happens next week. That's a little bit scary, but we could also see yesterday it was really tight. We didn't have anyone really running with it. But the thing is, with the 8 cup teams coming in today here, technically, for the teams that we had high expectations for yesterday should have an easier time today. But I'm not sure about that, man. BO5 has been an absolute blessing to watch, but it's brutal to play, and it's extremely difficult to get the ball rolling. And if you don't get that snowball effect from the get-go, you need to get one big game in the end of things to survive all of it, of course.
Yeah, one of those teams, of course, that we had the expectations for as we take a look at the points breakdown was Team Vitality, that have got themselves in 5 games just 5 points blank. And I mean, 3 of those kills that they actually got came from 1 game. Everything else was 0-0, 1 or 1. So a disaster for Team Vitality that we're expecting big things of, considering that they were getting into the finals of PGSs on the international stage and looking much better there than they did yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, yesterday for Team Vitality, what they were doing is they were kind of just looking a lot. They were doing a lot of looking around. You know, they were observing the battlefield. And they were like, oh, I quite like that rotation. Maybe that rotation could work. But to be honest, for Team Vitality, their whole strategy is getting into day 2. That's what's happened here.
What? All right, I hate everything you just said.
That's great.
But congratulations, boys, you've made it to day 2. Let's hope you don't make it to day 3.
I would say this, though. I like the idea. We always talk about this. You know, you always want to maximize the amount of playable days you get, right? And I see that. But then the thing is, Blank, here, my counter argument to what you said is that they didn't really play. They didn't really play yesterday. We were 16th place at 14th places. They had 5 kills, so they were in a total of 5. They were in total of 5 engagements, and then they lost. You know, so I think even some of them was. One of them was 2 or 3 kills from Levante, so the other guys must have had 0-0-1.
let's not sugarcoat it. It might be the worst day of PUBG they've ever played, right? 14th, 16th, 14th, 14th, 14th. That's for the caliber that team can actually provide. That's a bit of a disaster. We can move on from them, though. We're expecting much bigger changes from them. Another team, of course, that did not qualify from our regional teams was Ascend, Martin, who yesterday didn't have anywhere near as bad a day as Vitality. They got 26 points. They were really on the cusp, and even up till that last game, there was a world where they could have made it.
Yeah, and you know what? It's always awesome when you have this inside gut shot of a chance to make it, but it wasn't really what came to fruition, right? And now here looking at the looking at the kills, maybe there's a reason for it. You know, Keter doing 4 times the amount of kills that Killikai, double than It's Chris, and an infinite amount more kills than T-Bone, right? So it was very much a one-horse race for Ascend yesterday. Sadly for me, that's really far from what we saw from them, both in scrims and what we know that these guys are capable of. T-Bone is a UK champion and PNC here. This guy has championships behind him, so he's got the experience. He's been at LANs, and this is the kind of team that we really want to see come through really big here. And the game that they had the biggest potential on with School, sorry to ramble a little bit long here, the biggest potential we're talking about from them yesterday, it really fell apart quite a lot, right? Because there is so much pressure on them all of a sudden, both from VP on the northern side, Twisted Minds on the southern side. So yeah, it's if you want to go through in one game, you gotta win that game and get a lot of kills.
Of course, we have 5 games coming at you today. Same map order from yesterday, playing things on out as well today. And we're always basically on an accelerated schedule. So once that first game's finished, the players have got a few minutes, but then won't be rolling straight on into those games as time does go on. But here are the 16 teams. And this is now, blank, heavily dominated by the headlines from what we saw in those cups, right? We had a few cup teams already going through. Congratulations to them to that finals, and rightfully so. But there's a lot of names in here that have been playing those cups in, week out to try and get here.
Yeah, there's one team in particular that I want to talk about, and one team that I'll brush over probably. And the team I did want to talk about was PGG. I think that they have a lot of potential, but again, this is the main thing that we saw from cups is some teams started out really strong from the very first cup. Your construction workers, your team nemesis, and they played pretty much phenomenally throughout the entire thing. For PGG, on the other hand, it was a slow burn, but it certainly did get the fire roaring towards the end of the cups, and PGG looked very good towards that point. Presenti is a player you absolutely have to look out for. He was doing insane stuff on the stage. And the other team I wanted to brush over a little bit here, Claris, was probably Yo. They started off okay, and then it was very much ups and downs from there. It was very much ups and downs from there, but they made it into day 2 today. They had a little bit of change up of how leadership were. I mean, PWD and James kind of sharing that role. James like went more towards a scouter role midway through the cups, which was odd, and I think there was a bit of a disconnect there. Now, I do think it's a good team. It is. I think PWD is very good. I think James is very good. But some of their plans and playstyle didn't quite come to fruition the way they might have liked them to. So maybe they can do something different today. I don't know.
So, okay, there's this concept in esports of like 6 months in esports is like 5 years real time, right? I feel like James and that team have been through that 6 months very heavily in esports as of late. But let's take a look back at some of the highlights. We can talk about it in a moment. And Hive's an interesting one to highlight to start things off here, Avenger, because what Blank just said about PGG, and Presenti was previously on Hive, and of course now Mogori is actually kind of filling in for that. But I feel like Presenti is still great, like still really good on PGG, so they should have some wiggle room here.
Yeah, I first of all I want to say to kind of finish on with Yo and James and what you guys said of that. For me, it's a team that you would expect just based on that lineup to be easily in lobby 1, but here they're coming in on day 2, right? And that's the big thing for me. And you know, knowing James and knowing the expectations and the kind of hard work that he puts in, they should have been in there. And as you elaborated on as well here, Blank, it's like it didn't come to fruition in a way where it should have been. And as you said, James, yourself, they've been through so much, and also the changes that they've been through. I was surprised that, you know, I heard from James himself, he said, you know what, I think PUBG is such a great caller. I'm actually just gonna let him call and I'm just gonna scout, and I'm gonna play more of an anchor position sometimes, and just let him IGL and call, especially the macro. So I was surprised that didn't really kind of work off higher. Hive and some of the other teams here that came through. I will say from yesterday, I was extremely surprised to see half the teams out of the 8 to be cup teams that went through yesterday. I was extremely surprised with, first of all, Hive doing that well. Obviously, it was 2 really good games that they were able to kind of compromise. And also, Team Nemesis, like, sure, that first game was insane, but it continued. They got 25 kills. They were extremely consistent in placement points, and it really talks to the depth of the teams, right? And I actually think with the 8 new teams coming in today, guys, I think there's a huge chance we're going to see maybe 2, maybe even 3 teams of those go through to the finals based on that. Because if Vitality doesn't get the ball rolling, they're not a threat at all. If we don't see Ascent kind of burning all cylinders, they're not a threat at all. I'll say this, though. She killed the total kills here. 13 kills is the most kills out of one guy, but Keta got 8.
Talk to me about Keta.
Yeah, you can talk to me about Keta.
Talk to me about Keta. What makes him so good?
It's Keta is actually short for magical ketchup. That's actually
really
he really loves ketchup. So he's now ketchup. And Keta is slang for ketchup. So that's why it's called Keta. You got some.
Everyone's trying to. His whole team's trying to catch up to him on the kills.
That's
right?
for sure.
Oh my god!
That's
no, don't end it like that.
That's for sure. Yeah.
I was waiting for Avenger to stop his 4-minute talk, and you hit me with that at the very end. That's ridiculous.
That's how we finish it. I like it a lot.
That's how we roll, dude. Okay,
Yo,
you gotta deal with it.
All of you shut up, because we missed some interesting things there. Sata actually was the kill leader yesterday, which is insane for no Slack, first and foremost. There's, lots of things we could say about the teams coming in from yesterday, like Nemesis, of course, doing well. I think one thing's for sure when you look at the whole entirety of a lot of these cup teams as well is there's so many names in here, Blank, that have played in PECs, PCSs before regionally. So they don't fall by the wayside when it comes to the skill level against some of the very big dogs. They can hang, and we saw some of that yesterday, and I'm suspecting we'll see more of that today.
We will, but I've got to bring it up. It's Code Green. Code Green's on the screen.
Talk to me about Code Green.
I've talked. So we're doing a little scavenger hunt on social media. There will be another part of the code that you can find, you can locate using your perusal skills, your little Sherlock Holmes at home, you know. But the thing is, you've got to match these codes together. We said yesterday it's a ka-clink motion. Put them together, you get yourself some G-Coin. 50 lucky people will be able to get that if you've got the investigation skills to back it up.
Huge. Right. What have I signed up for here? This is crazy. This is a crazy pre-show already.
Yeah, this is wow. I'm loving it. I'm loving it.
But I think when we kind of figure out how things are going to be going today, other teams that I kind of want to be talking about coming in from that. Avenger, I want to talk to you about No Tag Team. Obviously, a lot of other names that we're kind of familiar with as well. As I say, Europe's so deep, EMEA so deep, that we're always going to have these names proliferating through, even if they're not regional partners.
Right, and for me, No Tag Team, obviously a team that has very experienced players that's been... It's one of the reasons why we say we have so much depth in Europe. This team has been around. The players have been around for a long while. Obviously know Duffy quite well. O'Connell, first interaction with him was 6, 7, 8 years ago. He's been playing for so long, and that's also one of the reasons we see them here. Sure, they only had success, I would say, in 2 of the cups, but one of them was actually the strongest and hardest one. I also think that's why they're able to have a little bit of successes. We saw in especially week 4, we saw some really, really high numbers in the top teams. That's why they're able to grab a top 5 place there. So that's good. That's also one of the reasons why they're here today and they weren't there yesterday. Yeah. So excited to see these guys compete here and how well they're able to fare today.
Definitely. And of course, we'll look back at what happened yesterday, as of course we have Virtus Pro already making their way through into that final, but we can have a little bit of a glimpse as to what they thought about yesterday as well as the tournament as a whole.
One thing I wish I could have told myself when I was starting the game, probably Crush Your Guts more. Coming in as a more insecure person in general and like doubting yourself a lot. Be hard to put your own thoughts ahead of others if you're having a disagreement or you're discussing something. It's easy to just agree with the other people, even though I actually think you might have a better point or better view. And it's something I wish that I probably worked on a bit more. It's only been like in the years I've been better at it, but I just trust myself more. And I think it could have probably benefited me a lot in the first couple of years playing.
Good old Beamy from Virtus Pro, making constant star-studded performances on PGSs, and of course yesterday being able to make it work despite being a slow start. I think it's fair to say Avenger yesterday, but then they really ramped it back up very, very quickly.
Yeah, 3 points in 2 games is obviously definitely a slow start here, but those guys were able to pump it up, and obviously glad to hear from Ibiza yesterday. They learned some stuff from PGS. They had one effectively playing day in 13 days, and then they went on and won PGS3, the most important one, which is obviously massive for them. So yeah, glad to hear him, and I think that's the biggest thing you can say to Beam is, yeah, you should trust yourself more and just know that you're one of the top 5 players in the world, I would say, even now.
And 2 teams from yesterday that were looking pretty good, pretty spicy, and almost qualifying on through, but not being able to make it just barely at the very end. Yoga Benito and Ascend as they looked to try and approach the game in very different play styles, I want to say. Blank, you pointed out very clearly that, like, Yoga Benito, they started off much quieter than usual, and then after game 1, they were like, you know what? No more of that. No more of that rubbish. Let's go. Balls to the wall.
Yeah, they're playing kind of peekaboo, right? Honestly, with the games, it was like peek, and then boo game 2, and then game 3 peek, and then they were just hiding, and then going hard, and then hiding again. It was weird. I don't think they quite figured out what they wanted to play or how they wanted to play it. And it is funny because the games where they were a little bit more successful was where they had that aggression in the early game they're quite used to, but they were getting those placement points on the games where they played it a little bit more calm. We do have our rivals on screen, Keta, Mr. Ketchup himself versus Slaven. I'm slavering all over Ketchup, me.
Okay.
But good about that from Yoga Benito. I think they're a good team. I don't think this team's found their identity yet, though. I think that's their biggest problem.
Okay. Keta on the other side. I can't believe Avenger has let that slip. He's basically Ketchup. It has taken away some of the mystique. Avenger, just a little bit, but he's still good at the game, so that's fine. That's acceptable.
I mean, everyone knows that. All Danes know that Keta is slang for ketchup.
All
right?
50 of them.
All 55 of us knows. Yeah. So, but I'll say
knowledge.
I'll say this though, as you guys ramble on a little bit. I'll say this though. I have big expectations to Ascend today. I have really big expectations to Keta. I think he might end up in a 10+ kills today. What do you think about that, guys?
Yeah, I could see it. I think that Okay, let me follow that up with you for a question then.
Sure.
For Ascend, do you feel like they've found their footing truly as this 4-man yet? And do you think that they should be able to donk on a lobby like this? Where are you at?
I don't think they've found their footing at all. I think it takes an extreme amount of time to build a team and build a synergy. And that's why we see a team like Twisted Minds that have succeeded for so long, because they just have an insane synergy. PUBG is a game of communication, and the less you need to say, the more information, crucial information you're able to share, right? And this team, you've heard their comps. There is a lot of information that's going through and on during, so I think that doesn't leave a lot of space for more crucial information.
Get out of here, Twisted Minds. Get out of here. Go away.
Yeah, put him away.
You've done your cool. Get out of there.
You're not playing today.
No. When you kind of compare that idea, of course, it's always difficult to go up against Twisted Minds. But for Ascend, they really need to be able to do it today. I would be surprised if Ascend doesn't get top 5 in a lobby like this. They should do. And also, another team that we really haven't spoken that much about, but kind of should be, is still Construction Workers, who have a star-studded lineup themselves, Blank, and did not hit home runs yesterday when they should have been doing it. Admittedly, some of those games didn't quite go their way, right? Like, even the first game where they crash into the middle of all of those other teams on the western hillside, but beyond all of that, are you still laughing at Pixlix's picture?
I think it's too good, man. It's good. They committed all the way that it's also his player picture. I think that's fantastic. He's such a great guy.
But they should be qualified today, surely, in theory.
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, I think that in the Cups as well, they were massive space takers a lot of the time, and they could get away with that a lot, where they could have a huge amount of options available to themselves, and each player is individually very good. And I think they're because of that, we're able to hold a lot of positions versus some of these cup teams. I don't think they're able to do that as much here, and so they're trying to figure out how they're going to work and expand with less space to work with, I think. But today, Avenger, I think they'll do better because there is less of these top teams in.
I think that's an astute observation, Blank, and I think you're right. I would be surprised if these guys come down. Obviously, now that Gustav is announced for Falcons, and it's kind of obvious that that's a big pickup. It's a big change, and they obviously went through yesterday, so good for them. But here for these guys, even though that it's a big change for this lineup, they should be making it through. I would even say that yesterday they should have made it through, but maybe they were still shell-shocked a little bit from the Gustav change. It was quite abrupt that happened, so that's a last-minute change for sure.
Abrupt is definitely a way to describe it, because I spoke to Gustav after learning about this internally, and it was literally a few days before that he knew that was actually going to be happening. But also, if you actually want to talk about PAS just for a brief second, it is kind of funny that Copenhagen Wolves were in first place with 62 points compared to Falcons.
Copenhagen!
I love them all, it's fine. They like results are results, but that was an interesting one with H1 actually being able to take up that position in Copenhagen Wolves. I think maybe it's like kicking the bee's nest.
And they dunked on the lobby as well. Like, it wasn't even close.
Yes.
Like, it was they got like 15 more points than first place in our lobby, so it was kind of cool.
Yeah, definitely. For some of the other teams as well, though, before we actually get into our first game, I've got my eyes pretty heavily on the Turkish teams. S2G, Bushido Wildcats, X-Howl as well here, Blank, because technically, I think that all three of these teams should be able to make waves in a lobby like this. What do you think?
As long as they don't hug rub each other.
Yeah, true. Yeah, I mean, Bushido Wildcats, we were saying yesterday, they were lacerating their opponents. They had these really cool pop-off moments yesterday, and I think that really does show exactly what the Turkish teams are like. They have these very insane team fights they're able to get out, but then it's a little bit muddled up in the midst between all of that in terms of the micro rotations or the planning towards that late game. And I think that's what they're struggling with right now. But I do think that Bushido Wildcats have the chops on them to get towards that top side. S2G looked like they were playing a lot better towards the end of yesterday too, where they were able to get towards that late game with four players, which I think is important.
That's a crazy ratio.
That's actually insane. Insane.
Okay.
I mean, we're used to watching components of this team, like obviously when they were Zavam, right, Martin?
Right.
We saw them, I think, get a third in one of our regionals at one point, like a little bit unexpectedly, to be able to take that spot and then even be able to qualify them on to LAN as well. So technically, this team should be kind of banging things out, especially since the fact that they've just come back from internationals as well. That should have given them a bit more high-level kind of chops under their belt too.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I think S2G just with, pulling out so many great teams, some of our top contenders from yesterday, and kind of easing the lobby a little bit. It's not hard mode anymore, and I think they should be able to dunk a little bit more on it. And I just hope we're going to see smart fights, them staying as a 4 alive, because that's one of their strong features, is they're actually able to get a full 4-man into late game and position themselves where they're going to have a great fight. And then apparently yesterday, Shill just killed everything compared to the other guys. Somewhat like Navi, yesterday, Ferris had 0 kills, Spirit had 1, and Boosting had 3. The rest was on Hackatory, who had 11. Like, they got more they got more placement point than they got kills yesterday, right? So you actually don't need to have a banger day today compared to yesterday. You need to have all 4 guys firing all cylinders, because it's not top 8 anymore, it's top 5. So instead of a 28 31 points cutoff, it's a 35 to 40 point cutoff we're going to see today, depending on how much first are able to stack up, obviously.
Yeah, there's just a few more players that we're waiting for before we get into this lobby. So it's not true talk craft. It's literally just we are waiting for the players and waiting for the lobby. And there's other teams that we're going to be talking about whilst we get there, because there's so many teams coming in from the Cups, right? A team like Starry Sky, technically we have known these players for a long time as well. Silas is on there, who was considered a young prodigy for a while. Norkis is on there as well. Good old Polish brethren, Polska Gorom. So exciting stuff for some of these teams here to try and make some moves in day 2, but they still have another shot tomorrow technically as well here, Blank. So what do you think for someone like Starry Sky? Because obviously you were covering them in the Cups, or some of the other teams here.
Well, I think I can probably lump That sounds terrible. Can't say that. I could probably group. I'll look. Okay, I'll look. I love Starry Sky, Baldini, Ghetto Gang, kind of in the same category. Is that they all have this, they have capability. I think all these teams have potential. I would say Starry Sky more than the rest, though. If you get them into a late game with 4 players, I actually really am excited to watch Starry Sky play because they were very efficient in their space usage towards those late games. And it didn't feel like there was one particular player, because if you look at PGG, Presenti is that guy who's leading the charge a lot of times. But for Starry Sky, it felt a lot more like the whole team was working in tandem. But in the same vein, you lose one player, Starry Sky really does feel suddenly quite weak, and if they're playing on 3 or 2. But I think they've got the chops on them. Baldini, Ghetto Gang, we'll wait and see here. I'm personally not expecting a top 5. I don't want to sound mean, but I'm not expecting a top 5 from these 2 teams.
Okay. I mean, there's a lot of different components for some of those teams as well. Like Avenger, like for example, in Ghetto Gang, you got April, who was like a kind of fairy tale for a long time. So there's still technically PEC, PCS experience from a lot of these players and a lot of these teams.
Yeah, but the problem is, like, you're looking at these teams, and out of the 5 weeks where most of the teams were playing 4 or 5 weeks, they still only made 2 weeks out of the 5, right? Only PGG and some of these other teams made the finals.
The qualifiers were insane.
The qualifiers were insane, right? And again, it talks to the depth of EMEA. I don't want to keep hogging on it, but these guys are super experienced in PEC finals. We're talking here, right? And that's the big thing for me, is that I think that the 8 new teams coming in, I think there's a big chance that 2 of the 5 of today, 2 of the 5 is the 8 new teams coming in. Like that's really my takeaway, because I think there's so much depth to it. I think there's a big shot if they got to get the ball rolling along. PGG is a good one. Yo is a big one. If James and the boys they come in and say, you know what, we need to make it, guys, and we're making it today. I think there's a big shot that they're able to ramp up here, despite their unfortunate endeavors throughout the cup. Of course. Some of them were really bad.
Yo is actually really the big one, because if you discount CIS a little bit from what EMEA is, James is the most storied player of all time in this lobby right now. Right. No, hands down, nowhere near is anybody else, right? So for James to find himself here, obviously go through that Nedex project and stuff like that, things not working out with Nedex, bringing on Cappy, who has been like a pseudo small prodigy in his own right? Because he's, I would say, the best player in Poland, right? I don't think that's too contentious a term. So to have him alongside PWD, Michael, of course, our PNC champion from a while ago, admittedly, but I'm still proud. Maybe one day again. The UK does nothing, we're rubbish. But beyond all of that, look, this is why we're all just talking on the broadcast blank and not actually playing, because the UK has a hard time. But technically, this team is amazing if they can get it rolling. So that's why I'm kind of hard on Yo. You're hardest on the people you love, right, Avenger? I think that's fair to say.
Yeah, I agree. I love James. He's a good friend of mine. I traveled with him. I were on vacations with him, right? So it's he's a fantastic guy. But when you started, before we had the first week of the PEC Cup tier, when we started that, I was like talking to him, played a little bit with him. I was like, that's actually a crazy lineup. I have huge respect for the team, and I actually think that they're extremely good. The problem is then they went on to do like 11th place in week 4. They had like 8 points, I think, in one of them. It's like, what's happening? Two of them, they only got to 3 finals. 2 of the finals they didn't get to, right? And the 2 of the finals, they were 8 points and 18 points. And we're talking that should be a 40-point easy lineup for them, right? They should be in week 1 easily, especially with construction workers in that week 4. They got 86 points. There was so much. It was so easy and so close to get up to kind of top 5. So, yeah, I was a little bit surprised, to be honest. I had a huge expectation. So, sure, we can say that it's a sudden change from Nedex and they need new synergy building, but I don't think you can say all of that. Like, that team as we're just going to mix in scrims tonight and have fun, that team should also still be in the top mingling in the top 8.
Yeah, I think that when I was looking at Yo in particular, I know we're kind of banging on about this team for a little bit, but
we've got time.
It does bear repeating that when we were watching the qualifiers, not only, in fact, let me go further back, is that the qualifiers were really tough because there were a few teams at the top, Jogo Bonito, who took this very aggressive approach, which I quite liked because it qualified them. And I think that other teams could have taken that approach as well. But you have Team Nemesis Construction Workers sucking up all the points. So it was very hard to qualify because those gaps became super tight between getting into day 1, day 2, day 3, because it was such tiny point differences. For you, on the other hand, I think they could have taken a leaf out of Jogo Bonito's book. And there was moments where I was like, you're such a good team, guys. You can win that crash. You could win that Hail Mary. There were so many moments. And again, we have the bird's eye view, right? We see all the map. But there's times where I'm like, I think they could have just crashed it and they could have taken more risks. And I think that's one thing that Yo did not do. And I'm hoping today, with top 5 on the line, they do take some risks and they do, like you say, rule the lobby a little bit.
Yeah. You'd like to think so, given the names that do exist there. Again, just getting a single confirmation that we are just basically waiting for one more player to be able to get into this lobby.
Call him out.
No, I won't be doing that. They've got to stay anonymous for now. I don't even know who it is, to be perfectly frank. But of course, as we just kind of wait on things and kind of wrap things up almost, I think that there is a world where that 5th place cutoff is going to be extremely tight as well, similar to what Blank was saying from some of these cups, because in theory, teams like Vitality should be able to soak up a lot of points. And Ascent should be able to do quite a bit. I think some of the Turkish teams should be able to do something like that in this lobby here as well, Martin, but we will see.
Can we talk about put on like 1 or 2 teams that you guys think is in the top 5 here? For me, I think a team like Yo, they have a shot at it, but it's not like, okay, that's one team I actually have in there. I would say even despite of what we saw from Vitality yesterday, that's one of the teams that I actually think is in the top 5, should be in the top 5.
Should be.
I don't know what about you guys here. If you can put 1 or 2 teams in and we can talk about that a little bit, because I think that's super interesting when you kind of look at it.
I mean, I'll go first. I think S2G finds their bearings a bit compared to yesterday, and everything doesn't rest on just Schiller's shoulders, right? If we look at the ratio of kills, that Schiller had 11 and the rest of them had 1 or 2, but we know that they're capable of getting more than that and being like a 4-man strong later on into the game. So I would go with S2G. How about you, Blank?
I'm all the way with Jogo Bonito, man. I'm all the way. I'm all in. Yeah,
top
all my
5.
chips are on the table. Top 5 for Jogo Bonito. I believe it can be done. They're a fun team. They're a really, really fun team. I think they need to take a little bit of time of figuring out whether they want to play slow or whether they want to play fast, because you can't just be flip-flopping between games, turning the card over each time. But I think that if they find a mixture of the two and able to incorporate into their games, they could be a very strong team. As you can see, everyone was kind of pulling their weight yesterday. And I think even though Noddy is like low on damage, when you watched him play yesterday, he was in a lot of crucial positions for them to succeed in team fights. Like, that was actually insanely useful to them. But yeah, I think this team has a lot of potential. I really do. They did seem like a bit of a meme team in cups, but they just kept succeeding, and you can't fault that.
Well, one of the most interesting things about their evolution as a team is that I think when we first saw Jogo Bonito kind of crash onto the scene at the end of last year, Avenger, it was kind of what we thought of, like, oh yeah, but they've got Nail Up. Right, with having Nail Up, we thought to ourselves, okay, yeah, this is why this team's got some success. And then we watched individual components from that team kind of pop off, like Simon, etc., have their moments and stuff like that. So I think that a far more rounded team than we gave them credit for at the end of 2025, especially if they can make this kind of Smash Mouth style work, right?
Yeah, that's really what I hope, because obviously their performance in some of the first weeks were insane in the cups, and also if you talk to a guy like Lucarux, he's like, yeah, he's pointing out Kristalny to be that guy, to be the most underrated player in the lobby. And here, sure, Slaven yesterday did pop off. He had 7 kills, but yeah, I have big expectations too. I'm really excited to see them play here. Sure, it's mostly carried off their week 1 performance. The rest of it was kind of meh, but still, they were in there, and they were, good enough to get into our day 1 of playoffs as they were yesterday.
Well, gentlemen,
sorry, go on.
I see that the countdown has finished in-game, which means I think it's very likely we are getting in right now. So, without further ado, thank you very much for tuning in, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for listening to the Good Old Podcast to start things off, and thank you for your patience as we get game number 1 of the day underway. It's Avenger and Blank to take it.
straight into it then, Avenger. Game 1 starting off, and it is a big one over on Erangel. If you get yourself some strong points at the start of the day here, that's that buffer that you need, especially when it's a top 5. Even more so tomorrow when it's top 3. So any team can get ahead nice and early here. It's going to make things a lot easier for them as the day does go on. Again, I want to come back to that point very quickly. You mentioned about Jogger Benito, where they had that week 1 big pop-off, and then it was slowed down from there. And I think the reason for that, or at least my opinion, is that after that, they were like, we got to figure out how we want to play this game, because obviously we can't just keep sending it on like the Feeders team compound and working out that way. So I think they were looking way ahead to the PEC championships, which I really like.
And that's exactly what they did, right? And you can't do that in that lobby, this lobby here. Sure, you can do it in the cup. Sure, they felt like, all the teams, all the big boys, they're out traveling there at PGS here. And look at this, though. Jogger Benito, as we talk about it, they're going to kind of try to disperse a little bit. There's a gun here. He's going to drive away. Look at that. Beautiful, beautiful scenes here. I'll say this, though. It's so much more fun to watch this day just because you have these 8, some, you could call them top teams, but it's 8 qualified teams. Some of them are the top teams, some of the best teams in the world, but some of them are also cup teams. And that actually changes so much in the lobby, because you have to kind of reload all your thoughts and ideas and everything, because you have 8 new teams coming in with new timings, new loot locations. We're talking about across 4 maps and everything, right? So, and in a best of 5 here, you do not have multiple shots at it. You got the best of 5, 1 day, 1 chance to get in here. And now to start things off with here with a somewhat far away circle compared to our plane path here. We only have half the circle in the top with 4 teams inside, so there's going to be so much pressure coming in from the northern side and the eastern side of this lobby here. So it's going to be fun to watch here, Blank.
Yeah, I mean, people are going to have to get a move on at some point. I think you made a great point in terms of, going into day 2, because if you're a day 1 team, you're in the invited teams, one of the cup teams on those double 8s, it's an insane advantage just to be able to be like, we need to lock in on day 1, figure out everyone's rotations, where everyone's going to play, and kind of get that mentality going of, this is the rotation we want to take. And if you qualify on day 1, you do not have to do any prep for day 2 and 3. And I imagine that the prep was a little bit lower for day 2 and 3, because the whole goal is to qualify on that day 1. So potentially you have some of these teams coming in on day 2 with a little bit of an advantage here compared to our day 1 teams that didn't qualify, because again, this is their day 1. They'll have done a lot of research for today.
I mean, it's basically been all of this day today here that they're like, okay, this is the teams that's left in the lobby. Then you're talking about, okay, from the 8 teams qualified from yesterday evening to today, that's also where all the drops are being posted, all the, kind of priors are being changed around, because, okay, this team is in here. We didn't expect Vitality to still be here, so you kind of have to change around a little bit. Then you got to share some other spots, and it's one big calculation. That's what I really love about PUBG, because in reality, everyone starts in the same plane and just based on their decisions makes the late game, right? But also there's so much strategy going on in the background that a lot of people don't see here. So it's cool though. This first game here in Erangel though, it's setting up for an absolute blind of a game. You have Howl going extremely early. I actually think we talk a bit about some of the Turkish teams here, Blank. I actually think that X-Howl and the guys here from S2G have a big shot today here, but it's just mainly due to the fact that they're so good at staying in 2-2 splits hardcore, and then when they have to, they get back as a full 4-man and then just stay alive, stay strong. Their survivability in these teams are just insane.
One thing I love about S2G, and especially X-Howl, who I've watched a lot more of over the last few weeks, is just they're so fearless, right? And I love that about them as an identity of the team, is that if they know that they've got a brief window of 10 seconds where it could be the game-winning play, they just go for it. No one is against the idea. Someone calls it, they're on board. And that's what you need in teammates a lot of times. They do get knocked, though, here, so they will get a quick refresh on this one, so it's not too terrible, honestly. It's just a shot from along the way. Maybe a little bit damage towards the kits a little bit, but should be some items inside that building they can pick up. The point you made earlier about Vitality still being in the lobby, though, is quite an important one, because for Ascend, it's quite frustrating for them, especially on our angle, that they still have to play around Vitality, play around Georgopol. Not having that to themselves is kind of messes their game plan. Now they're having to shift over towards the west side because Vitality has prio on the rotate down towards the south.
I would say South Georgian Hospital, having that alone is actually some of my favorite spots to be in, because you have so much space ahead of you. You know that there's a Gatka team, you know there are usually their prior spots in some of the prior compounds. You have a direct line in, you know what to go to and what to fight for. So with having a neighbor in South George or someone close is actually super annoying. It really messes up your early gameplay here. And also for Ascend, as we just saw the map, they're on the west coast. They're, I would say, not even top 10 prior to get into a great spot here, and it delays their game for so much. So a little bit sad for them. Vitality still on the other side. They are getting in deep here, and they're like, okay, let's try to see if we can get a lot of space from this. Maybe drive scout a little bit. They see that the God compound, even the Harry Potter here east of them, is actually open and free. They might be ending up taking that a little bit, or might try to get a southern side hand on it too here. But I think a guard compound split with something south could be cool too. Nobody in Quarry either, so there's quite a lot of space here. Just close to Cat Hill too. Nobody in top of Cat Hill as well. SUG could end up going there, so that's cool too. But yeah, look at that though. PGG and the boys, they managed to backfill Primorsky, maybe get a car or something, and then they actually have a decent way in. They avoided all this kind of hard space that's on the northeast and middle side of the map here, with both construction workers and Bushido Wildcats coming in from the east still. And of course, we have TMO coming in slow. We have Sancho and the boys, Balderini also coming in on the northern side. Potentially a fight here with Ghetto Gang. It's a little bit rough for these guys if they end up finding one of the guys driving. Oh, he's getting real close. I'm 5 actually find Sunflower. And that's super unfortunate for Baldini. Oh, and yeah, buddies as well.
Another, yeah, that's tough. I mean, for Baldini, that's the run kind of over here on our angle already. You wonder if they can double back, pick up those chips, and get themselves a little bit more on board, but they would have to have found a knock almost immediately after that. Here, they're going to just have to send away. Yeah, I love the E-pickup play there from PGG, getting right towards the backside of Primos. Vitality probably don't know about this. Storm Request might be a little bit surprised by their rotation coming in later on. So overall, an interesting rotate. One that required them, like we said, because it's the day one, they've done a lot of research. They know they can pull off this play. So it's lovely to see from PGG, and that might just give them a little bit of a shot towards the top side of the tables.
PDD doing a kickflip with the US there. I love that. Yo coming in extremely late here from Milta's side. That's also kind of interesting, but I see in the map here, look at construction workers. They're setting up a 3-way kind of hold to the east here. Maybe they think that they're able to catch maybe Yo or some of the other guys coming in here. So let's see what these guys are going to be able to get things rolling. Oh, this is a little bit rough. I don't really see why construction workers think, okay, we don't really have that much space, especially with VAT actually getting tons of information from Pachinki Hill here.
You just wonder, again, like, about space-wise, you sort of want to create some for yourself on construction works. I think they did this yesterday too, trying to get as much vision as possible over towards that eastern side, figure out who's playing inwards. For them, Bushido Wildcats are a little bit more of a threat, but Starry Sky is about to get clipped on this one, but there is shots back towards them from Silas, which is kind of insane, and Fex has to duck out a dodge here.
And this is why this doesn't work. Like, if people see a single guy or 2 guys playing, they're just gonna do a 4-man pull-up. Like, it's so much easier to do. Vaso gonna do a 4-man pull-up and just run down. Nitro gets him. Starry's guy here, actually super easy for them to pick up 1 point here. And the hold from construction workers just absolutely shambles, falling apart for them just a little bit. Yesterday's downturn for them has fallen off quite a bit here. Oh, that's actually a nice lineup here, but he actually didn't caught it here, unfortunately for Pixelic. That's just going to be a disengage if it's me. I don't even think that they're going to be able to pick him up here. 40 seconds till a new pop as will blank. It'll be a little bit of a rougher game for construction workers here. We had high expectations from them yesterday, but today, even more expectations on these guys should easily be top 5 after what we saw from them in the Cups.
Yeah, I mean, that's rough. It kind of stinks a little bit, honestly. I mean, you get that hold going, but for Starry Skies, they were instantaneous on that approach. They were sort of expecting it from construction workers watching the games yesterday, and great shots from inside the vehicles. I think that's the thing that we have to highlight the most, because as soon as you start taking tags from distance when you're the one holding out from players in vehicles, that's a bit of a confusion moment, and it was diabolical for them. Bit of a roll-up from the BRDM. Yo, though, does have this one. James tries to take the shots, but Nailup's having none of it.
Well, that's a free BRDM if I've ever seen one. Yeet.
Thank you.
Thank you, and bye-bye. Well, from bad to worse here for Yo, I'll say that this is Probably not what they expected. Then we look at the map as well. It's a complete western shift here, Plank. What a rough start for both construction workers and now Yo as well. And Aleb saying thank you so much for this period. And maybe he thinks, okay, maybe I can actually go grab the body of Fex, and if there's a chip available, that's what I would do at least. But yeah, we obviously don't have the information from the team, so let's see what happens on later on. Bart here trying to lock this down, see if they can capitalize on this being a 3v3 now that they know the information from the kill feed. Salik does find Devante here. It's a little bit rough start for Vitality as well after what we saw from yesterday. Really don't hope that this is the story of today.
Oh, taking out the tires instantaneously is diabolical work coming through from construction workers. Bushido Wildcats, Crossberg, though, looking over towards Stone Request, trying to push on through this location nice and quickly. I do have a question for you after this starts to die down a little bit, which is, I'm confused why Yo didn't go for the Milta Island cross, right? It is interesting. I feel like that could have been an easy way. Yeah, an easy way in.
Yeah, I guess so. I don't think
they were kind of contemplating it as well from that side.
Yeah, and we see here Mac going down as well. Just actually getting quite a bit here. That another one goes down as well. Odin Mavesi, Exhal here in a bit of a rough spot with Shiplifts being the last player. Look at this though, Midabase, they're just up inside each other here with Boris and Storm and Chris and Bushido Wildcats. We can talk about Yo just a little bit later. Midabase gets found here. TDB easy peek over from this here from Hicks. Well done. And now Bushido Wildcats is like, okay, we're going to disengage from this. There's so much fights on the southern side here of Cat Hill. Super, super difficult for these teams. And other teams, they see it. It's kill feed. It's close. These guys are getting so much information. And yeah, to go back to construction workers and Yo here, sure, they could have done it, but it doesn't feel like it's obvious that there's going to be, you know, a construction workers gatekeeping with a Bushido Wildcats driving by, with a Steris guy driving by and kind of making it a little bit of a shamble play for them. But it does look like Fakes is about to be back in here, so just a bit more bandages, some more stims, maybe a Jammer pack to go with it, and they're going to be fine.
Yeah, you're back on the road again. Get it moving. But we are heading over towards the western side of the map now. This is a bit of a weird area for a lot of teams to have to play. It's kind of cut off alongside of these sight lines. You do have this big clump of squads over towards the warehouses on the eastern side on Quarry. Between Boars, Storm Request, so you got Bushido Wildcats here as well. X-Howl, after a bit of a tumultuous approach into the circle, getting put down quite handily by Storm Request. Poor Storm Request was getting pushed from both sides, so it's Bushido Wildcats, both the Turkish teams putting pressher on, but they
requested the Storm, so like they did. It's coming in, right? Yeah, they asked for it.
You asked for it.
The weatherman coming in here and just straight up, it's a Storm immediately here, guys. But yeah, Ascend looking good here. A new circle pop about to happen here at Blank, and that's the big one. This is going to decide so much. And we actually stay on Cat Hill and Quarry. This is going to be an absolute explosive late game. I love this area here, but there's so many teams that are struggling to get in already, but the majority of Quarry is open. I only see one X-Howl player inside the Harry Potter tower on the eastern side. Otherwise, it's actually quite an easy backfill to get into Quarry, but it's such a messy fight with that low ground, that high ground around the crater edge.
Jogger Benito just dominoing over towards one another at the moment. Get a gang trying to follow behind, but struggling to do the same. Noddy looks over, tries to take some shots. It's fairly on target, but not a single one grazing him. PGG, in the meantime, pick up a lovely compound on the eastern side of the field around Swamp. Do really like that pickup from them, from Primos. I think they sneaked into this circle so well.
Yeah.
TMO similarly taking a lot of damage here from Schiller as they try and dismount Jogger Benito. Noddy's down, as is Cristiani, who did try and come for some backup. It's a good push from TMO. Very good push.
Yeah, it's a great pull-up, but it's a fight where if they lose anyone here, it's not worth it. But they stay 4 alive, get a few points here, but they still have to cross later on here. Quetpa does have 3 here on Star with a P90. That's going to be fun to follow him throughout the game here. That's a lot of impact. And now that we saw how much impact Schiller had yesterday, it's about Quetpa's time to get some here. He's able to steal one of them over there. That's great. That's a good point to come Mr. G's way. And they actually have the best compound to kind of engage on the top of the tail of the cat hill to run up there. They need to hold out TMO. They're probably going to have a fight with construction workers or with Vitality later on coming in from God Compound. Simon does get the confirmation onto I'm Sancho here. It's a little bit rough for them to lose players. But again, that's the story of the game here. I'll say this, though. So what from what we're looking at here, even though Jago Bonito has lost 2 players, they have 2 very, very central, and they could actually still get some points from this game in a somewhat salvage mode.
Yeah, a nice amount of placements can be had here. And there's so many areas to kind of hide towards a late game if you head down towards Quarry, Cat Hill way. That honestly, you have this situation where you can pick up a lot of points because there should be quite a few teams still in those later circles. So if you survive through, if you Jago Bonito, you might be able to pick up a couple of kills here and there, maybe. For Boars, I think they have to conclude on this compound on the southeast side. They had priority over on it. And if the circle does come down towards the southeast, it is a very, very easy position to play from. You can't really give it up. At the moment, the Starry Skies, they are peeking over from the south side.
Yeah, let's see what happens here with this one. This next circle here is going to, again, have such a huge determination. Who's going to have a big fight and make a move, or who's going to have to sit down and just try to farm some points at Baldini, though, on the other side. Yeah, it's going to be a little bit rough for them. There's actually shots from them from Starry's guy coming in. Next circle pop about to happen here. And yeah, it's a central one. Cat Hill, some Quarry is still in play, but this is going to be a big one. There's so much cover to be had. Kapi comes in and could lay down in the Cat Hill top side, but still, I'm not sure if he's going to be able to just more than hide in a circle here. It depends if Michael and the boys are going to be able to come in and donate him a gun.
Yeah, I mean, for Yo, it's not terrible getting yourself an anchor locked down. If they can bring in some stuff in the boot as well to him, might be a little bit more useful, but looks like he's going long, scouting as much as possible. Getting past no tag team is going to be the hard part, and eventually they're going to spot out this US, which has just creeped in on the field. He's back and forth right now. Bushido Wildcats have spotted him out. Starry Skies, look towards Baldini. You are not getting into the circle, my friend, unfortunately.
Challenge accepted, I'm in.
As fast as he can. I mean, at some point, someone's going to pick him up. Yeah, there you go.
That's it, yeah. Simon picks up another one.
Such a wrap on the western side adventure.
That's the thing, right? It's the same story of, like, pickups as well. Like, sometimes it's just too late to try to do a Hail Mary towards the center of the zone, right? And now Jago Bonito being able to pick up a few points here. Still 16 teams alive, though. Still a few chances here. Can he deter this fight that's happening? Starry Sky here. Oh, he's gonna jump in. Gonna try to make a smoke play potentially. Blue zones are coming in, coming out. He could also jump in a car and just disengage. Oh, look at that. Ghetto Gang engaging as well. Quetpa finds Nail Up. We talked about it. Quetpa actually able to get tons out of this setup that he's able to have here. 3 kills, two kills for him so far, and yeah, the 3 kills yesterday was a blessing, but now it's gonna start from the get-go. Pixel finds him, and TMO falling apart a little bit here.
Yeah, TMO, kind of an awkward spot. I mean, you can play this roadside. It's a little bit covered off, but it is an awkward position to be in. And when the circle does move, eventually you are going to be thrown into some wavy waters, let's say. Simon will go down to a nade coming through from Nitro into the building. Fex rocks up with that BRDM, which did get donated earlier. Luckily, Pixelic is immediately down. Now, construction workers do have fired on the back lines over towards the tower. Only Justice down for the time being, just laying bullets into this BRDM as much as possible. Nade goes out, trying to prevent him from sitting on the sidelines of it.
A lot of damage done here. Mike is down. Quetpa finds Ares. Very unfortunate here for this northern fight. There's just sharks in the water on the northern side, and S2G is gonna be easy for this. Oh my god, Fex runs in. Oh my god, Micah turns around, finds them. I'm not sure if the kill is going to be able to confirm CC Inex. S2G's just stealing all these kills and knocks them over on the side here, Blank. It's really working out for them nicely. That's a nade too. Oh my god, CC Inex finds Ares confirmation too. Mike is left alone here with not much help. Vard is trying to heal outside in the blue, and S2G is really benefiting from having this compound and holding it aggressively.
I mean, 2 broken down BRDMs here, a little bit of hard cover to work with, but for Micah, I think it is all but done for. PWD finally goes down to the blue zone, which is going to happen at some point. I mean, that guy was swimming around in it for a fair long time. Vitality sends Gedrox over towards Jocko Benito. Slaven going to try and hold his own, but it's not meant to be. His Code Marco will be able to pick up that kill. And Gedrox is just going to have to send away here. It is over towards the rolling hills. The circle centers up once again. This has been a kind circle in terms of to everyone, but we are heading over towards no real prio locations. Another nade does go through. Bounces quite well over towards Quetpa. Another one sent in afterwards. Just little bits of ticks of damage going through, but CCNX will find Vard.
SG just really farming, and again, this next circle here is perfect for them. If nobody backfills them, and Bachilla anchoring inside the compound, sure, Michael copies there, he could go down, but if he's able to escape and they're able to take a hold on the top side of this cat hill here, it's going to be absolutely insane. So let's see what happens with this one here. Shella taking shots at Michael, he spotted him, so now let's see if he goes down to copy. Now that they have the information here, it could be a little bit rough. Oh, that nade could be good. I'm not sure if he's going to confirm him or knock him, but
that's
he
bad.
caught a shot. That's really bad. Now he needs to get in here. 1 HP. Oh! Goes down to the blue, and that means that Copy's going to get a pistol and maybe get out and try to confirm him here. They're running for it, that's for sure.
Yeah, tried to do a little bit of a 360, get his bum in, but not meant to be, sadly. You still got your hands and feet to worry about there. Michael's going to send a little bit further forward. No Tag Team will be sending some shots his way. Cappy, though, you know, real lone soldier type deal here for Yo, and they are going to get some placement points at least off of this, potentially if they can live a little bit longer into this one. Sadly,
there's no
S2G
chance.
Starting to sweep.
There's no chance they survive the top 8 here, Blank. I don't think SG is going to forget that Michael was here, that's for sure. 22 HP, Kabi with a pistol and Dream. He's not even inside here. There's no chance they survive the top 8 here. I don't see that happening here, though. Baron did get knocked at Slur Jacket. Kabi is going to pull out the pistol and try to flush him. There's no way.
Him, dude.
Oh my god, he got the confirmation on Baron. I can't believe it, dude.
Yeah, so that's what I was saying. No, I'm joking. It is a very rough place to play in from, and with Cappy having basically nothing but a pistol, which seems to be quite effective, it is going to be a little bit hard for Yo. CCNX does find Cappy on the exit. He has been on an absolute tear this game as well.
7 kills, man. That's huge for them, but still, only 2 guys alive now. A little bit sad to see them not capitalizing a little bit more from having this much control here. Maybe only leaving Shilla was not going to be enough for them, but yeah, that's how it goes. Now with the nade here from Mr. Shimada, that's going to be rough on Ascent. They had so much control the western side. Look at that. He's actually going to go down, though, I think. Yeah, he goes down. Stone's going to be dropped. CCINX now. Oh my god, goes down to Selig. Quick Presenti, though. Salik's gonna find CCI next for the confirmation here. A little bit sad for SG, man. That's that'll be huge. Quetpa's still alive. Michael is still alive here, but PGG is taking so much control on the northern side. Yo is out in 11th place, nowhere close to placement.
Hey, look, we went down to 8 teams. Okay, it was a matter of dominoes. Okay, that's all it was. But for PGG, they just got blasted out of existence. In the midst of all that, I felt like it was a nice wrap from them, and then they sort of just all fell over. So now we're down to pretty much all the teams on the south. There's not a single team playing on the north side at the moment. This is actually quite comical the way things have panned out here. But you're right, he's unfortunate. S2G, with all the space they'd gained, aren't able to get more out of this match. Baldini, I think they spent the whole game in the blue, if I'm not mistaken. I actually don't think we saw them once playing inside the circle, which is a miracle. They make it to phase 6. Starry Skies going to start to move up, and they have currently now 3 players. We'll see what they can get done here, but for Storm Request, Pozian getting him in, unlikely.
There's so much fights happening on this southern side here. Killer finds Nitro. Marshall steals the knock away from it too, though. And now with Boris, man, I was hoping for a little bit of a direct engagement from No Tag, but they're just very, very smart with controlling the space and the angles that they have into this area here. So hello, Senpai is going to see if he can find a nade knock here. It's nowhere close to O'Connell. Easy peasy for them, and now the other guys go on a 3-way push here. They're seeing if they're going to clear this, and there's just nothing but free cover, guys. And maybe a little bit of boxes they're able to pick up here from some of the Doritos that's been falling down here. But their next engagement for them for sure is with Boss on this eastern side.
Yeah, I mean, this is a problem that kind of No Tag Team had over in the Cups as well, is that they were very afraid to take more space, and they lost a Miramar game versus Ghetto Gang because of that reason, because they refused to take space. You can see here that they have a lot more room to play in, but they're worried about their western side. Obviously, rightly so, worried about their south, but I think they could be doing a little bit more with this. I think they can wait it out, and that's fine. It wouldn't be a terrible play.
That's a safe rest call if I've ever seen one here, Mommy. That's for sure. My Swedish friend Vatso probably not going to try to make it in here, but Ascend, man, looking good. 4-man strong, holding the majority of the control here, but there's so many snakes left alive here. So many solos. We have Gedrogs, we have I'm 5 as well, and then eventually we're going to have Vatso solo as well. But it really comes down to what is Boss and No Tag Team doing on this eastern side here. Bushido Wildcats, sure, they're going to be out there, but Kilyakai is going to try to go for some information. I'm 5, obviously, here, being alive, being in the top 8, 7th place now. It's going to be 1 placement point. Can he take it further? Can he get to top 6 or make it even deeper here? 1 kill on a solo is 2 points effectively. 1 for placement and 1 for the kill here. Kilyakai, look at that. They're locking this down. They know these guys are down here. That's a great nade. Just going to be straight on Crossberg. And Ascend gets 2 kills. Also finds Gedrox too. That is 3 kills total and 2 placement immediately here for Ascend. It's really popping off for them. Now I really want to see them disengage or hold on to a 2-2 split on this western side. And then third part of the fight between Boss and No Tag Team. Sure, they might see or know that it's going to be a Styrish guy, so 2 guys left alive in the middle, but that's for later. They really need to take the control of this western side here. That's looking really good for them when it comes to a potential win to start things off with here for Ascend.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, that's Kill Your Cobra Kai coming at you with a little karate chop straight to the face. I mean, he was pre-driving on that circle shift. He knew what he wanted to do and got rid of those players extremely quickly, which opens up a lot of avenues now for Ascend. Rafa looks to get the finish over towards Higgs, and absolutely does get it. Sorry, Sky, though. Mom in position, like you said, safe res, but not for long. Now he's dead. Ghetto Gang with a big nade over the top there.
Oh my god, look at that. They're working together effectively here to take down No Tag Team. And it's from the advantage point of Ascend. Bors is not inside, but they're taking shots at the team that they supposedly should be having a direct fight with here. But they went on the southern side. I kind of like it. It's a good engagement here. They could have some low ground advantage later on here, but now with McIntosh going down here, Ascend is the guys with the biggest advantage so far in this lobby here. Let's see if No Tag Team is going to take more kills off from Boris here. Oh my god, Kiddo trying to survive this one here. He had to go out and he had to remove IM5. But now he's got to get into the circle, get into more hard cover here. No Tag Team, though, eventually, Blank, is going to have to get off this hill, and that's going to be absolutely fatal for them.
I mean, No Tag Team playing like they're in a haunted house at the moment. They've got their backs up against the wall. They're creeping along the side of the circle. Really quite afraid to do much with this one. I mean, they've been taking away a couple of kills off on side, but I love the way Ascend's played this game. They have really exploded onto the scene in this late game, which makes absolute sense. They've tried to grab as much as possible. Kilyakai took a risk, but the risk paid off massively for them. Now, No Tag Team, they've got no wall to work with. They've got to go face the clown with the scary face.
Yeah, the Boss guys are surely just going to play on the southern side here and hold out No Tag Team. They're the guys that didn't get enough of the circle to make it work here. And then Ascend and Boss is going to work together and say, okay, let's get No Tag Team out, and then we're going to fight. Because the way that this whole layout is, it's basically a canyon in the middle where Boss is playing from the southern side, and eventually Ascend is probably going to play from the northern side. I don't really see them pushing over the hill and then exposing themselves. But let's see, No Tag Team here. Can they have an impact on Boss or Ascend to maybe make it even for the Boss guys, to make it a 3-3? No, T-Bone finds Rafa here. That's huge for them. Good spot for him. Can he get the confirmation too? There's a lot of bolts in action, and that's scary when you only have a level 2 helmet there. That's an insta knock. You don't want to be second or third knock at this time anyway.
Yeah, I think at this point for Ascend as well, where No Tag Team is currently playing, they know eventually Boz is going to take shots towards them. They're going to have to exit from this high ground, come down the hill. There's a lot of smokes that are going to have to be used here to make that one happen. You question how much utility No Tag Team has on board. Good shots, though, from O'Connell across the way to keep people at bay. Also starting to make their rotate. They know both of these teams are going to have to move here. Having the Kazo is nice.
3 stuns and a nade on No tag. They have no smokes. They have no utility to cover them.
Over.
On the side of Ascent, though, I see smokes, I see nades, 3 nades on Killiakai alone here. Maybe we can check the overview as well. He's got so much. Oh my god, look at that. 3, 2, 3.
Yeah, they're good.
They have so much utility. Stun grenades galore as well. They're looking fantastic. The question is really, does Boars have a lot to kind of turn on as well? Maybe we'll check in with that as well. Our fantastic observer team is giving us blessings here. Nades are coming in now. They saw that Hello Senpai is moving forward. Lots of damage done here. 59 on that one. A triple nade done. Oh my god, Killiakai absolutely destroying him with the barrel.
Yeah, nice laser beam action there coming through from Killiakai. Molotovs over the top to finish off the job. And that little position, impromptu position from Boars does get dismantled. O'Connell trying to get as much damage in as possible. Attempt to get a second place and gets it done. Rafa O'Connell still alive here. Ascend trying to hold them out. The Doritos being in place, giving a little bit of cover, but the blue is pushing them in.
Oh my god, that's not supposed to happen for no tag team. He just popped his helmet straight off. Killiakai's running for it. He doesn't want to see the deny. He wants to shut it down, and it's Ascend to take game 1 here with 10 kills. And that's their run. Their campaign for today is absolutely insane here. What a way to start things off with here, Blank. Wow.
That's awesome. It's Kill Your Cobra Kai coming at you from the sidelines. What a dragon kick he hit one with at the end as well. But yeah, you're right. He did not want to give up those denial points. And that's fair enough. And we talked about this right at the beginning of the game. You need to be getting a big buffer at the start of the day. It's top 5. The cutoff is really tight now. And you don't want to go into day 3. Day 3 is more about RNG than it is about good plays at the end of the day. You could be a very, very strong team. If you don't get the circles, there's still that potential that you go out.
Yeah, exactly. And then with the highlights rolling here, we're going to bring in Kalaris. James, what do you think about that game? That was insane to start things off with here in the Wrangle.
Yeah, an interesting one, right? Because I feel like Ascend had basically the entire west side to be able to play with, and it really, you kind of hit the nail on the head from the north side of it. Really went from riches to rags very quickly for S2G. I thought they were going to be able to come in from that north side and almost rule that game, but it was anything but in the end there, Avenger. They just got dismantled so quickly in the north.
Yeah, I was a little bit sad. I was actually like, if they were 4 guys strong and they had held on to the northern side of the hill, they're going to be able to take on Copy. They're able to take on Michael, take them down. But Schiller going down to, was it Boars or No Tag team that shot him, and then all of a sudden it's just falling apart. Then they got another knock from PGG, and then you see Copy coming in with a confirmation from the pistol. That was insane. Yeah. I think it was a P1911, but yeah, it was
cheeky boy.
Crazy.
Yeah, very, very cheeky indeed. But hey, Cappy's going to have to be able to scrap for all those points he can get there when your team's not having the easiest of times. But it is Ascend that takes this win here. 20 points go their way in just one game. And for a team that was just on the cusp yesterday, Blank with, what, 26 points or something like that, them getting 20 in one game, they are going to be flying high with this one.
Yeah, I think for Ascend yesterday, there were some moments where they didn't quite take advantage or they were a little bit slow to really pull the trigger. Today, that was not the case. For Killiakai, I think he wanted a lot of those moments yesterday where he could just be sent in like a rabid dog. And today, they just let him loose, right? They let him off the leash and he was going crazy. And they were able to follow up on that. I think overall, the teamwork from Ascend there was very nice. But it does bear to mention that for No Tag Team, very scared gameplay, which we saw in the cups as well.
Right.
I'm not sure where else they really could have gone though from that south side. Maybe wrap around on Ascend, but even then you're exposing yourself to no tag team as you're going up. So I don't think they had many options.
Look at that. I'll say this though. I don't think it's so much scared player. I think it's more calculated survivability, right? Because they're saying if we're 4 guys alive towards the late game, we're actually winning. We're actually getting it. And because there were 4 guys alive, they actually got a second place. If there were 2 or 3, Boss would have pushed them, and they would have known that they would have pushed them and got them in there. But yeah, it's a little bit rough to start things off with for Boss though. They should have been able to have a second place here, just holding out No Tag team. But I felt like pushed too early. I did not like Hello Senpai going into the cover that early. They had more cover in the backside. They had more smokes to work with. And then it ended up costing them potentially 1 or 2 kills on No Tag and also the third place instead of second. So 2 or 3 more points for Boss could have happened here. That's a little bit sad.
But util late game was an interesting one, right? Because I think that Ascend didn't actually have that many fights to have that were elongated and have to spend a lot of the util towards the late game, whereas the other teams, they'd really gone through the ringer there, Blank. So they didn't really go in with much util at all. And when you're going up against an Ascend that has plenty to boot to kind of finish off that game, it's going to be difficult, I think.
Yeah, I think that when we were watching that match and we brought up the overall util count, it's like, well, they've got nothing and Ascend's got a whole arsenal to work with. I think you are struggling at that point versus them. I was kind of curious about PGG, to be honest with you, with their wrap round. I thought it looked quite nice, and then they just imploded alongside with Bushido Wildcats because it felt like they were a 4-man and then they were 0. I felt like PGG could have done a lot more of that game because I really liked their early game rotation towards their mid side.
Yeah, I think we'll see more from them throughout this day, no doubt about it, even if they fell down a little bit early in this game. But let's check in with our winners from this game, of course, as we check in with the comms from Team Ascend. Now speaking full English, good to go. Let's check in.
People or glider?
Glider.
We want that.
Yeah, we want that if we can take it.
I have no guess. Yeah, sounds good to me at least.
Good compound is taken at least by 1 car.
Good. That's most likely
That's probably Storm.
Yeah.
What? On the cannons.
You're fine on your
One
right.
guy on blue.
Flash.
Nice.
No, we can't because.
No, you stay.
Inside one.
Okay.
I'm gonna move him.
I have no car.
I'm chilling.
But you can play with Chris.
1 point, right?
Yeah.
Whatever, go next.
Guys, can you pick it? Can you pick them? Can you pick them on blue?
I'm nading. Knock one.
Left smoke. Green smoke. Dead.
Insta. I knocked him on blue.
Peek above us.
I can't.
I'm pushing up for the kills.
Exactly yellow.
Yeah.
Green.
I'm flashing.
Both yellow.
Green.
Nice, let's fucking go, bro.
Nice, man.
Ah, yes, nothing says urgent comms like Kiliakai begging for them to please peek. Lovely guy though, Kiliakai. Spent many a times going to the airport with Kiliakai.
Awesome.
And obviously, I mean, it paid off, right? Look how well they were able to do for it. It's clear that they had a lot of big lines of sight on this west side, and they were putting a lot of pressure against the likes of PGG here, Blank.
Yeah, no, sorry. I just love Kiliakai's comms, man. That's he really is like the epitome of urgency. Yeah. Even at the end there, I'm pushing up for the kills right now. It's like the game's practically over, mate. We can calm it down a bit, but you know what? He got them the win. And you know what you really do like on a team? You love someone with energy. I think if you have someone with energy on side, it can really push you over the edge a lot of times, because a lot of PUBG is psychological as well at the end of the day. Because you've got some mopey fellas on your team towards the end of the day, you lose it.
Yes, that's true. And you know what? Actually, listening to those comms, I'm very impressed by Keta's English, because normally when I think of Danes, I think to myself, you know, their English is just a little bit mid. You know, I
roll. Right. Yeah, I feel you. That's what I thought about you, second language as well, but then again, you don't speak one, right?
No, I'm the laziest. I lived in Finland, Germany, Poland, although, you know, I get by, all right? I get by.
Yeah, you can say thank you and goodbye in 3 languages. That's great.
Thank you. Very appreciate that. Miramar's coming up next, though, Mr. Avenger. What are you thinking? Based on what we just saw from these teams, who are you looking at to be able to kind of make some waves in the desert?
I will go again and say SOG had an unlucky one here. I actually think we're going to see them absolutely blast today here. It's unfortunate getting a kind of offhanded knock on Shilla, losing another guy to PGG, pushing out on the northern side. I'm going to say again, if there were 4 guys on the northern side, they would have been one of the contenders for the top 4 here for sure.
I have to agree. I think that S2G got really weirdly, not unlucky per se, because obviously the teams are going to try and come and shut them down on that north side. But the fact that there was no one in the north, and you said it as well during that cast blank there, it boggles my mind that there was eventually just no one to come in from that direction.
I think so many teams opted to go for the south side and try and push it from there. And I think a lot of people tried to game the system, and I think that PGG was a good example of that, as getting that E pick up through towards Primos and then play up from there. And then the circle kept moving north, and eventually you had that big moment, S2G, Bushido, Wildcats, Yo, all die at once, and it's like, well, there's no one left. because I don't know what happened on that side, but it felt like the teams, it was the perfect example of mutually assured destruction, where no one survived one little part of the onslaught. So there was not even one player left to hold the ground on that side of the map. So yeah, it was one of those weird moments where you do just have no one left. And I think it is a struggle as other teams to really think to yourself, or get the scouting done from those positions, that area is free. Because if you expose yourself even a little bit, you know you're just going to get blasted.
And to go to the early game a little bit there as well, Avenger, we got to kind of call a spade a spade. James can't be letting BRDMs go that way he did, right? Up against that cannot be happening. He's more a veteran than that. That was just a little bit of an oversight, I think, which costs you such a valuable tool going into later stages of a game like that.
Yeah, we saw in PGS so many times where teams went from having mediocre games to getting into late game, getting top fours just because, and off the back of BRDM plays, right? It's such a valuable tool to, especially here on this map, right? We saw how many of them were actually very, very deep in the kind of center of the kind of later stages here. You could send it to Quarry in a BRDM and actually get a center spot here, easy peasy, right? Straight through the middle, get into, just like, you don't need to go through Cat Hill. You go kind of on the southern side where not as many teams play. Then you get the information, okay, where's team shooting me from? And then I go to somewhere safe with a 3 or 4 man pull up, right? I know that's just big pains here, but it's happened so many times again and again on PGSs. And for me, in this case here, where you, first of all, he lost it, but also the way that he jumped out on the second time, like, there's no way you think that a guy in this lobby here is not going to be able to 180 turn on you in 0.1 second, right?
Ends up being nailed up as well.
The 50% repeat, I was question marking. I was scratching my head over that.
That said, though, that's the most P90 damage we'll probably see throughout this tournament. 17 coming in from Cappy. Cool stuff from him. It's not often you get to see it, really, at this level, to be perfectly frank. But that is there. I think one thing as well to take away from that east side in the early game as well is Construction Workers 3's man hold. It felt like things aren't really paying off. Maybe they should be prioritizing trying to get towards the middle of these circles, blank a little bit more. Because, again, if these guys are given some room, they're going to be killers. They're going to be murderers. They're going to win a game. It's just when.
Yeah, I mean, even with that awkward start that they had, when they were pushing out, I still think they were quite effective at identifying areas around the map that looked a little bit weaker. Even if you look over towards Wizard's Tower, they were able to take that fight quite effectively, even versus TMO. And then they just kind of petered out of steam from there onwards. I do think for Construction Workers, even Avenger was mentioning it, it was sort of weird for them to be taking that hold where they could have been pushing further towards that western side. I don't think it was 100% necessary.
Mr. Avenger, what do you think?
I mean, you can see even with how close up people are basically doing, carpooling here in car caravans. You could see even with Bushido Wildcats, it looked like when they were driving together that there were 4 guys in one car, but they're just so close to each other that it's just, there's no way that they don't do a 4-man pull-up on you if you shoot. They see so easily the information that there's one car, there's 1 or 2 guys shooting us. It's a 4-man crash, it's a 4v2. There's no way they're not getting the 2 kills and confirms on you. And then the other guys are actually so far away on Construction Workers that it wasn't even close here. But yeah, a little bit sad. I'll say this though, Blank. You prompted the idea of them going on the military island with the BRDM. I don't think that there was the wildest idea that there's going to be a Construction Workers gatekeeping, a Starry Sky coming in slow, and a Bushido Wildcats coming in at the same time. There's 4 teams within a couple hundred meters of each other at one point, right? It's I don't think teams expect this, and that's really the kind of the offhanded chance that, okay, now they see this, they look back, they obviously have a little bit of delay here sometime as us talking here. They're gonna be able to see this, go back on Twire, go back on all these information pages here and say, okay, there's so many teams camping, we're gonna have to look out and be smart about our kind of directions we're sending it.
It's also an interesting one because it's not totally out of the realms of possibility that someone would sit on the West Bridge and wait if somebody was going to do that, because the edge of the first circle, well, actually not the edge of the first circle, it was a bit more south than that, but there is a reality where somebody tries to make that happen, and because the north side of the West Bridge is pretty decently inside the circle. You could sit there for a good while and see if anybody's going to be coming in, right? So
I mean, they moved so slow that I think the last guy moved from Milta just a little bit before the second circle popped. So they knew that there's going to be safe there anyway, and it would be some time where they could have left it. But yeah, I don't know if it's worth. I don't know when there's not an outside chance of it going in south. I don't think it's worth going across because there's so much information you can kind of gather. Because you hear people shooting, you hear all these. There's so much free information to be gathered just based on audio and based on you being able to drive in your car and look around all the time. Like, you have so much information when you're driving, and then they had a BDM to safely look around too, right? So that's the big one. That's the big one for me. Yeah, well, eventually. I mean, James pulled up because he has the information. They saw them fight, they saw them lose Vex, right? So that's just based on the information that was sharing, kill feed and audio.
Yeah, it's a tough one. It is a tough one there coming in the way they did. I mean, technically there was worlds where they could start wrapping around like north of places like Chinky, etc., and things like that. But you know, we could talk about these theories for ages. We really could. Moving on to Miramar, though, I think the one thing that will be interesting from this as well, Blank, is kind of the drop spots and how all this works out and pans out, because I was curious as to how they would go down yesterday, and maybe the lobby would kind of have to feel each other out a little bit. It didn't feel like that was really the case. It didn't feel like there was really as many hot drops as could have occurred. This time around, when we get to these maps where it's only one game on the map, it's not like Erangel where you actually get two. There's definitely some volatility potential coming in from here.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, you kind of want to get the best placement as possible. And it's funny as well because you have a team like Team Nemesis who's not playing today, but they play on such an outside edge anyway that you're not really gaining any space towards the middle of the map. So it's a bit of a frustrating one for these teams in terms of where they're going to be dropping, where they're going to be playing. But for Miramar, again, it's a nice map to be picking up a fair few amount of points because you can have a very dominant game towards an end game on Miramar, especially if you get a strong compound that we often find like in the middle of a field somewhere. It's one of the only places to play. You could pick up 10, 12 kills off the back of that and see yourself in a great spot for the rest of the day. So yeah, I think the volatility is certainly there. The question is which teams are going to go for it, because I do think there's quite a few squads that are maybe worried to go for these hot drops, worried to go for these aggressive maneuvers in the early game.
No, for sure, for sure. I get word once again we're just waiting for one or two players to be able to get ready for this Miramar, so we apologize for the slight delay, but that's how the things go sometimes. I think what's a miracle oftentimes in PUBG is that we've actually had the vast majority of our lobbies with 64 players going on time. But admittedly, when we're on LAN Avenger, we very clearly see a lot of teams and players having to run back because they're like, hey, the lobby's starting. If you're there, you're there. If you're not, you're not.
That's the beautiful thing about the game. So just like you loaded it already, so the game will start if you're in your PC or not here. Then you have other spectator spots where it's like, okay, it's 2 players. And like here we have 64 players. They only to be at the PCs. They only to join. And it's actually going quite well. Yeah, I should say, I'm quite surprised that it's going as smooth here. But smooth to say, Miramar. The big thing is for me, though, that now we're not going to see an Ascent contested where they're going to have a pretty free game. The question is really, how is things lining up? Are we going to see anyone do anything crazy based on what we had here in Game 1? I don't really see any changes for Exile, HG. These teams are probably going to have Picado, Chimicera, etc., or even the trash around it. So the big loot spots are kind of already figured out. But where is everything else happening? And are we going to see anything contested? I always say in a BO5 it's not worth it. That's the big thing for me.
Is Vitality going to play the game?
That's a good question.
That's the question.
Well, the thing is that normally they would have San Martin and actually strayed away from San Martin in internationals because, of course, Falcons was there as well. So they moved over towards Hacienda, Del Patron, to try and do something from there. And technically, if San Martin gets contested or Hacienda gets contested, then suddenly they might be at a bit of a jib themselves. But as you can see here, Kiliakai ruling the tables from the previous game, getting himself +5, going against Marshall here from Boars.
Very effective damage here.
Very effective. Yeah, it's like they didn't actually shoot it much, but when they did, it really mattered. So that's good. That's good stuff here from them. We're just a few seconds out, though, so it's time to get Miramar rolling. We're going to say goodbye to good old Avenger for now, and I'm going to say hello to good old Blank as we head on to the dusty dunes of Miramar for Game 2, Blank.
That's right, Clarence. It's time to play the game.
Yeah.
Love it. Do the laugh. Do the laugh. There we go. I wasn't going to let you off. I'm glad you hit it straight away.
Just so you know, that laugh isn't always in that bit of Triple H's song. But anyway. Jeez Louise.
It's a good one, though. It's a good one.
Cool.
Playing back from the northwest down towards the southeast side, a little bit more difficult to get over towards that northeast section. This kind of plays into your idea of a bit of volatility in that early game because it is a bit of a stretch. Oh, whoa! Oh,
it's me!
There he is! There he is! That's an unreal setup from the observers, by the way.
Yeah, they've done me there.
That's 4 observers all in the right spot at the right time. You love it. You love it.
They really want me to wear it on the broadcast. I'm pretty sure.
I think it'd look great.
It can't happen.
Why not?
I don't know where it is.
No way. I bet you do.
I don't know where it is. It's in a box somewhere, hidden away, with a padlock on it, underneath like a safe that's been submerged in water. I'm not sure where it is. I don't know where it is. I'm sorry.
It's like a little letter on top of your opening that says, if you never need me again, the code is in the attic.
Okay, yeah. Well, hopefully,
like some kind of strange superhero coming back for the 3rd movie. PGG, though. They're chasing down Baldini. Sunflower. I'm just going to call him Sunflower. I think that's okay, right?
Yeah, sure.
Is that all right? Do I have to call him Sunflower?
No, and to be fair, some people will call him Sunflower Wee, and you can't be doing that every single game. I'm going to be real with you. So.
Yeah.
But no, both teams racing down to Valdemar, and Mr. Schmader is actually way away here from Baldini, and PGG is kind of surrounding them on this spot. Now, were there any other contests anywhere else? It doesn't really look like it, and Vitality actually went Hacienda del Patron as well as some of the trash drops around it, not even towards San Martin, so I guess technically they could loop back into there if they wanted to, because they got some of the vehicles up on the high ground north of Picardo, alongside Power Grid as well, which actually are sometimes quite heavily contested because the Power Grid team would actually like those, but they were able to nab some of that and then run away. So not bad. It does kind of scupper some of the plans of teams close to you, Blank, in a slow lobby like this, but it's a normal kind of southish circle near towards Los Leones.
It's just a normal day for these boys in PUBG, down towards that southeast side. But yeah, I think for Vitality, really, it's really nice, honestly, being able to have the entirety of Hacienda, San Martin, all the vehicles posted up around that area, so you got your ideal loadout before you move out. This is the time for Vitality. Losing Levante really early last game, though, hurt them, especially with Levante pulling the majority of the weight on that squad at the moment. The fact that you went out almost immediately is a really bad thing to happen for yourself.
Yeah.
Boars being in second place, so I didn't really expect that. At the start of the day, but fair play to them, really weathered the storm last game. See if they can keep that up, though, because I'm expecting changes towards the top.
Well, they survived, and they had kind of a pseudo DA split on that road south of Picardo, old Digital Athletics split, and now they're already driving on in. As for someone like, sorry, Ares, G2G got themselves 1 kill. They're still playing with 3, though, so that is rough, but they did quite a lot with it in the previous game, getting themselves 7 points, now with 1 extra here to make it up to 8, with only 3 in play at the moment. I think that one of their players is who we've been waiting for, but unfortunately they've not been able to get them on board. And they're still around the Mythov. The Mythov is still cycling around up on that northwest side near them. So maybe there's more points. We were impressed towards the end of 2025 by IAM5 on this team. He was playing some of the PEC and some of the regional stuff, as well as the Masters, I believe. So hopefully we can see even more of them.
Yeah, maybe. What's the name meant to mean? It's like he sees 5 players. He's the coach and 4 players at once. Like, he can do it all. I mean, that would make sense to me.
Or is significantly under the age limit of the tournament requirements, like.
Yeah, I'm going to take I'm taking the former. Yeah.
Oh, okay, all right.
It's not abusing to me the system. Like I'm 5. Why I am 5 is called 5. But yeah, just as though kind of just hitting the handbrake, trying to get out of dodge here. Bit of spam fire with the AKM, not quite happening, sadly. Just will go for a spray. He's out. He is out. For TMO, this is rough, right? Because at the early game like this, you would like to get a beacon off, get your player back up into the game. Get a gang realizes though, and they're going to keep putting the pressure on. Panzerfaust at the top of the stairs is a scary prospect.
Yeah, on top of an unpushable. There's no way that people are going to be wanting to go into there. But one thing that does hurt for Justice is the fact that he's stuck in a bowl. Like, it's so hard to actually get out of that compound if people want to camp it. But he does have reinforcements on the way. Mika and He-Man are trying to dislodge these guys at the moment. See if Justice can actually get on out of there. Meanwhile, we'll jump on board here with Golo Levante, who's going to need to suplex the rest of this lobby and get them all the way up. Speaking of which, you've made a Triple H reference. They showed a lucha guy. I've just said suplex. It's WrestleMania weekend. It's all wrestling today. Wow.
Yeah, I'm loving it. I'm loving it. Just don't take the mask off. Keep it on. For Vitality, they've lost Gedrox. And I don't know when that happened.
Oh, no. I didn't know. I didn't see either.
That's rough. So once again, Vitality playing as 3 from the start of the game. You don't want to leave it up to those last few games of the day either. That's a really bad spot to place yourself in, where you're down to the clock. I mean, for Seoul yesterday, they did a fantastic job to really bring things back into the fold and jump up to first place. But that's not a... Yep.
Yeah.
How did it happen?
He drove into no tag team because Gedrox generally is going to be that kind of like scout as well as AGL to be able to try and get them to where they want to be. But he ran straight into no tag team north of Los Leones, way away from the rest of Vitality. So yeah, that is tough.
That's a hike. That's not a scout.
That's a long way.
Just gone. Yeah.
Yeah.
And the opportunity to even get towards him. You wonder if the chip is available to be picked up or if no tag team has destroyed that. We'll wait and see. Storm Request also making their way in. A lot of teams trying to center up here on the edge of Los Leones, which is absolutely fair considering the position. Not want to head into Los Leones too early, but there's always the chance that it does head over this way. Speaking of, I quite like STG's position on this. I think that this offers them a lot of approaches they can take on the game. I think this is a fairly strong position to play, even if you do get this western shift on the circle. Yeah, this is a nice spot for them. Hopefully it doesn't all come crumbling down like Jenga from last game.
Yeah, Los Leones edge, not bad at all. Now, you can see Vitality moving around here on this northeast side of Los Leones. I think they were taking to the high ground to see if they could see across if no tag team had left, or, you know, they might be tracking the blue chip on them if it's in their bags or something like that. But anyway, no tag team, still embroiled in a little bit of fighting at the moment as Bushido Wildcats just driving on by. Duffy finds Crossberg, though. And for Bushido Wildcats, they cannot be taking these casualties early. I understand that so many teams wanted to kind of be in and around Los Leones, but if teams are set up on the edge of it, it's very difficult to just crash into those buildings and hope for the best.
You're getting here late, right? You are getting here late.
For sure.
You'd imagine with a circle like this and a plane like this that a lot of teams are already in position, ready to go on the sidelines. Nice little pick up on the P90 there. Lovely stuff. Bard's going to be enjoying that one for construction workers. And for construction workers, we really do want to see better out of them. I think they've been trying to game the system a little bit too much, where they go for these early plays where they're trying to hold out teams, get some advantage. I think that they could easily just play into the late game and have a strong match off the back of that. Crossberg does finally go down there from a Connell. Bushido Wildcats try to get some kind of revenge off the back of it, but it's not meant to be.
Yeah, Metabay almost using it as pseudo bait, right? Because there was no way he was going to be able to make the cross to Crossberg to actually get him up. So maybe just waiting there to see if he could get a few shots off against someone if they were coming for the flush, but not going to be the case. They are a little bit split across the positions there. Bushido Wildcats, you can see Metabay away from Celtic and Code Marco. Code Marco was doing a lot of work in the previous game, and it's not too much surprise. Bushido Wildcats made a really big deal out of picking up Code Marco with a video in a warehouse where they kidnapped someone and put, you know, showing him off and all this kind of stuff. Like, kind of got him into the roster, and it's understandable because he's one of the bigger names. I don't think... Maybe I'm getting the context slightly wrong. They forced him to play against his will.
They stole him? What the hell? Is he strapped down to his seat?
I think he might have been. No. But the point is that he's for sure one of the bigger names in Turkish PUBG at the moment. So I'm not too surprised that they made a big deal about that pickup. It was a little while ago. My memory's fuzzy.
That's fine. That's fine. What we know is that Code Marco is currently duct taped to his mouse, ready to play.
Not the most PG topic, but whoa, that's a south shift.
Wow, look at that shift on the circle. That's great, that.
Yeah, let's talk about that.
Crikey, PGG set up nicely for this one. And they're taking shots over towards construction workers as they move in. But it's quite rocky terrain here in terms of everything around it. But players at this level can hit those shots. And, ooh, it's looking a little bit dicey here for Naylor. But he does find an anchoring point for the rest of the squad. Unfortunately for them, PGG knows this.
Yep, they know exactly where they are. PGG has been very condensed on this one compound. I understand it, though. It's got, oh, okay, we're going for a big crash here against Bushido Wildcats. What can Jugga Benito actually do? This is what they're known for. Marco does get traded against, though, as Celtic's going to try and come in and get a little bit of salvage. Charging up a nade from across the way here on the concrete. Seeing if he can do anything with it. Should try and post it maybe through the top window here. Slapson's down. Marco's gone as well. It's a vert nade from Noddy. I love seeing this play coming out. If it can actually connect, it's such a surprise. But no, Noddy's actually naded himself. Did he run into the concrete after vert nading? Please, no.
That is embarrassing, to say the least.
Or it bounced weird. I don't know.
It might have bounced weird. It might have been right off the top. You know, he got the coin right on the edge as he went for the flip, which is super unlucky. Either way, Bushido Wildcats and Jugga Benito now in a 1v1 with one player down and Noddy as he crawls back into the building. Stun grenade tried to delay, get a little of that sound cue off from the guy on the top here, Cristiani.
See what we can do. Blue zones forwards, smokes forwards as well, trying to do something. Also, Quizzy punched out Medibay in the North of Los Leones. I'm wondering if he like needed a vest or needed a helmet or something like that and just wanted to try and loot him afterwards. But they're totally stuck here. And Vitality, after that punch out against Medibay, is now coming along to try and see what they can do about this. A third party would almost be perfect for them. There are some advantage of angles that you can get against this concrete. It would be quite easy, but we're charging up this nade. If this hits, it might hit. Oh,
it's an awkward one, especially as a solo player, getting the lineups with the nades where you sort of want to have two nades going at the same time, right? Where you can clear out both of those walls. Construction workers, Vard going crazy over towards X-How. Gets a 3-man off the back of that one. That's lovely for them. And they're in a strong spot, getting past PGG there, now set themselves up on the north side of Resort. They've got a lot of options available to them too. Now, we'll zone back in on this because Vitality, if they can get over here, there's a bunch of util that's unused that they could be going in towards a late game, and damn that they'll need it coming in from the edge.
Yes, they will, unless this stalemates out and everybody uses the rest that they have available to them.
Hey, there's some dead bodies over here as well.
Yeah. See, he does not want to move. And unfortunately, well, thankfully for Celtic, he's got a blue zone gemma pack, but the circle's going to be quite a ways away from him. It's only early circles, though, so it's not really ticking too hard. They're okay with the idea of stalemating it out here for a sec. And I guess we'll check back in when there's some aggression coming on him, because Vitality's also still sat around there waiting for the eventual leave of whoever wins that fight.
Yeah, it's an annoying one for Vitality because you're sort of at the mouse hole, right? You're waiting for them to pick their heads out, and they're just not going to do it. They're absolutely not going to do it. So we're playing a bit of Tom and Jerry on the northern side for Vitality. Next circle does come through, heads over towards the east. So once again, very, very good for construction workers as well as PGG.
Yeah, they're making the move. They're not Cristiani. See if anything else can happen here. Hello, my bad. Going to be moving on in aggressively against this. I think they still don't know exactly though where they are, so actually just peeking around the corner. Oh, with the smoke down, with the sawn off, goes for the double shot. It will rip people apart if they're there, but nothing connected just yet. Celtic hears a few footsteps unless he's too close to that smoke that's on the backside of him, and seeing exactly what he can get done. But now both teams realize, you know, Vitality's closing in. They're closing the jaws on this position.
Yeah, I mean, they can't wait, right? I think this is good from Vitality, where they understand they need to take the initiative on this engagement. It's not worth it for them to wait around for too long. They have Gedrox looking for an anchor position for them, at least on the outside edge. Jugga Benito will find Levante from Vitality. Hello, my bad, though, will finish off Cristiani. One player still up, and it's a good spray.
Yeah, Hell on My Bad cleans it up. And actually what is very interesting from all of that is no tag team did not pick up Gedrox's chip. So that means Vitality was able to find it in the north of Los Leones and get him back up and see what they can actually get done from there. Who's actually landed on the south side of Los Leones and trying to get a little bit of loot here whilst the rest of them are moving on in. They should have enough meds to be able to make this work. This was a good cleanup for Vitality. Exactly what they needed to keep themselves in better spirits than that first game.
Yeah, and they absolutely know there's one player still in here because there's no reason the Jogo Bonito would be holding out on the upstairs for so long. So they're looking to clear him out as best they can. If not, they could just leave. It may be not worth it for them to stick around for so long. It's a great timing getting Gedrox up too as well, Kale, because he gets a huge scout across the entirety of the circle, ends up on that northeast side. Now the rest of the team can move over with now not a care in the world, knowing that that is a free position to pick up. They just need to take a little bit of loot with them potentially in the boot to hand over towards Gedrox. But yeah, this is great. This is really, really good for Vitality. A much better game.
Yeah, it's a legit thing you've identified there, because actually he'll have been able to see the entirety of that south of the road there, and there is a dip that was eventually filled in on the cross section on the road that's just a little bit south of him, but he knows that there's no teams there. So there's definitely somewhere for them to play, considering the rest of the circle's basically taken. So it's very fortuitous that all of that is clear for them to try and work out.
Yeah. Either planned or it's just a happy miracle. But either way, I think for Vitality, they get a lot of utility on board as well whilst all that happens. Looking down towards Yo, they actually have a 2-2 split going on. I think this is the first time I've actually seen Yo in a fairly strong position on the map, where they can really call the shots. A lot of times Yo's been coming in from the outer edge and been struggling to get that bulldozer going. Oh, Vitality. Whoa! That's a nice shot.
Yeah, making a send here and trying to crash into the position of no tag team. This is almost retribution maybe for Levante as he does take down O'Connell. There's going to be shots coming in as well from that side. Levante gets a second. Marcel is down here from Boars, though. Jeez Louise, this is Levante doing what he usually does. Again, like, considering what we saw from them yesterday, that's just not symptomatic of normal Vitality gameplay, as Quizzy does finish him off O'Connell. So it's a bit of recovery going on from Vitality, but they're not out of the woods yet because the circle has shifted south of them, so they need the kills and they need to get moving.
Yeah, they do. It's a great vengeance play, though, right? Over towards No Tag Team, taking on the Gedrox from earlier on. For Team Vitality, trying to squeeze out a little bit more space to work with. But eventually, like, where do they go from here? Because I think right now, for them, it's most beneficial to go for the southeast. It's close. It is close. If you'd aimed it slightly higher. Good shots, though. Gedrox. MP5. Actually getting some good work done. Levante going very low. Quizzy down. Gedrox down. It's all up to him now.
Celtic! Celtic, he comes back! Oh, from the jaws of death, Celtic, him from the blue. I was watching him driving in behind them, and I was concerned about that. And he just put in the boot against Vitality. What an absolute palaver for Vitality. They are down and done. This is not enough points for them in 2 games, that's for sure. They're going to be looking for a lot more in the next couple. Oh, dear.
Yeah. Again, it feels like that fight doesn't have to take place until the circle shift, potentially, but as well as leaving Celtic behind, like, eventually he's going to make his way in. For Bushido Wildcats, they're loving life. This has been an incredible play from Celtic.
This ain't over yet. Macintosh knows that there's somebody behind here and he wants to get rid of him as well. Tries to hit him with the Molotov. Doesn't quite connect, though. Eventually, he's going to have to come back around here. 4 first aids available. A few bandies. Going to flash, try and delay Celtic and maybe put some pressure on him. If he does delay him, it means that Celtic's going to have to try and be healing through all of this on the other side of that container.
Oh, he's just picked up all of his team's util back up from Vitality, so maybe he can last out a little bit longer. It's been a grand re-exchange of items coming through on that northern side of the map. In the meantime, this is always a really interesting part of the map to watch play out, honestly. Macintosh is just going for it, though, with the S12K, and we'll take him down. He'll leave out for the back of it.
He knew he was done. The auto shot, I can't believe. Also suppressed, by the way, and I love the way the suppressor looks on it because it's so chunky. But a big hard shift south once again. PGG is going to be laughing on that compound. We said that they were quite condensed on that position, and anything south of them is very open in that field. So And there's going to be a lot of tests for those teams in the north to try and make something happen in this game.
I always hate playing this part of the map because you get to that moment where you start calling that you need to play behind a red tractor. And as soon as you hear the call to play out behind a red tractor, you know you're in the bin. Right, that's not a fun thing to be calling out, honestly. So for PGG, great position for them. Always strange to play as part of the map. I was trying to say it earlier, but it's staging, right? It's all downhill, which is always very, very weird to play. For TMO, they do find themselves in position. They've been through the ringer this game, but somehow come out looking fairly good on this south side of the map. Ascend also looking to keep up the point scoring from their last game playing on this southwest side. For them, mostly it's about just holding out the northwest. Those teams coming across the road there.
And the northeast is also lighting up as well, because I think Pixel, the way in which he just transitioned, I think S2G is not happy with it. The fact that he's been able to move down there, they were taking shots and they couldn't dislodge him at all. That said, though, here on the north, Boars is trying to do something. What can they get done? I mean, a lot of what I think should happen here is they should just shoot at everything, try and get a kills, because it's going to be very difficult to get into these next circles. As this crate is down south, MG3 potentially for some of these. Construction Workers is waiting for the S2G cross here with the P90 doing a lot of work here. Schiller goes down. Perfect shots coming in from Vard. There's basically no recall on the P90 here for him to be able to make it on work.
Yeah, it's really well play shots at distance with the P90. Gets him down. Causes a lot of pressure here for Construction Workers. Vard basically holding out the entire side of that road. Fex is already left. Pixel's already down on the south side too. Yo is getting some good work done at the moment. Cappy finds shots over towards Balls, and Michael is able to finish off Hicks.
Smokes getting themselves set up here, trying to delay all of the aggression that may be coming their way. There is still Boars here. Marshall trying to get things done. I mean, he was able to be rezzed by all of this. S2G now pushing on around this corner here to try and shut down Yo. James, though! James redeems himself from the previous game. That is a massive hold coming out from the veteran.
That is the best James has looked for the past 6 weeks, by the way. And again, I really do think that for Yo, they need a confidence booster. And potentially, this is the injector of a game to make that one happen. They do need to come down from that north side, though. It is worrying. It is tough. They're walking straight into the welcoming arms of Construction Workers. But PWD opens up with a lovely nade.
Yeah, very important. Vard gone means no P90 looking down the sights at them at all. Marcel's gone as well here. So Yo, on this edge play, 7 kills to their name. Are they going to be able to win out the war in the north? It's not over just yet, though. Construction Workers is going to want some revenge on the fight that was going down. And STS Starry Skies on that far side. PGG is laughing with this compound at the moment. If they can hold it on strong, it's going to be up to them and the Mythov down towards the bottom, unless Ascend's got something to say about it, unless they can wrap around on that position from the Mythov.
Yeah, so far it's been a fairly easy game. Mortars already being pitched up by PGG. Going to be absolutely dastardly out in those fields when players do need to eventually make their way there. For Yo, though, what a wonderful game this has been for them so far. Really good. Presenti, though, with his mortar, lining this one up.
So the distance wasn't bad, but I think the angle's not right. I think it's going to hit just a little bit towards the camera here compared to actually hitting on them. Did he shoot? Okay, yeah. Yeah, it's way off camera. So the angle was just not exactly correct on that, unfortunately. But anyway, Construction Workers still trying to hold off against Yo here on their position. Let's see if Yo wants to get aggressive on this. Michael's charging up a nade. I think he realizes where that smoke may have come from. Nope, not quite.
Oh, it's a great molly, though, over towards Pixel. He's down. Now, Fex. That's actually coming through from Micah. Coming through from TMO here.
So
but
gone.
James will find himself. It's Cappy to find Fex. James falls to his own Molotov. It's in the smoke, okay? It's acceptable. Yeah. He's just saying to everyone that he's on fire this game, and he is.
Yeah, I got to pick him up, though. Can't really get the res off there straight away. Going to put him in the back of the car and try and drive that on in.
He's already moved.
Yes, so he's going to try and be the anchor point, and they need to get to there so that they can actually get this res off as quickly as possible. Shots coming in from PGG, trying to delay that, and it looks like they should be able to get this res. Oh, Sloy Jacket, though, with a brilliant nade around the corner there against Cappy. That almost clipped all 3 of them.
That was ridiculous, the way that one bounced, but PGG knows that they're under pressure. Sloy goes down to PWD and is flushed out, I believe, or extremely low at least. Yo can reset off the back of this.
Open down on that downhill position. Cappy getting rezzed up. James now rezzed up as well. This is exactly what Yo needed after that disastrous game number 1. Even flexing out his Michael here. My mate is looking around on this position. He does see Silas though in the distance. He doesn't realize moment's close. So he was actually going for a reload. Oh, and it's a disaster for Michael there. But Presenti helping out the situation. They're actually getting the flush from Keta in the distance with the Car 98.
It's all over the place at the moment. Starry Skies, though, will be backed off. For Yo, the Michael really did not expect him to be as close as he was. But PWD has opened up a really good opportunity there. PGG losing that one player is a real disaster for that squad. Being a 4-man, it's a lot easier to hold this position. You can see that there's so many points of entry here that Yo could go for now because they're 3.
It for sure gives them an opportunity to crash on that northeast side of the compound. It's still a bit exposed, though, and that's why they're trying to deal with Starry Skies first. Because if you try and move down there with Starry Skies still looking that potential way, you might end up getting shut down. But thankfully for them, Ascend has decided to be able to wrap around on this west side, on the north side. That is so many nades, so many flashes coming on in. If they're throwing that many flashes, they're going to be pushing quite aggressively. Nitro does take down Keta, though, as he pushes aggressively. It's up to good old Killia. But Nitro with a second, shutting him down. Here comes in Yo from the backside, though. It's a big sandwich, and Starry Sky is toast.
Really good timing coming from Yo as well. They're up to 12 kills on this game. Potentially 14 if they can find these two. Could be through from Ascend from just behind this smoke. But they're looking to clear out even more space. They have left the backstop in Michael. He's watching over towards PGG, making sure that they don't make a move during all of this chaos. So far, though, Yo has looked amazing. Dragunov though over towards Michael. Does take him down. James luckily finds Keta as a bit of revenge, but they might need to double back here.
Yeah, and what's interesting about that wraparound there from Yo is that Zubila actually moved up on the north side, kind of where Yo had abandoned. So he might be looking for a backstab up there. But this has opened up an opportunity for Storm on request. When Zubila abandoned, there's so many moves going on in this game. It's really cool that Storm on request has taken high advantage of the fact that this was abandoned by Zubila. Perfect timing by them as well.
I think it's one of the situations where Michael maybe could have just stayed in that location and waited for the rest of Yo to come back. But there is always that idea that potentially there was a call from Yo that you need to wrap back down towards. We're going to play on this western side. Storm request moving in. It's a big test now for PGG. 3 players up against the 4 who are starting to move into the building. But because they've been in this location for so long, they knew it'd come down to close quarters. So they have shotguns on board.
Nades through the smokes, perfect from It's Chris, but at the same time a wraparound coming in from Cappy here to try and do some damage against It's Chris, and he does make it work. Ascend goes down. I feel like the entirety of the lobby has been mashing their keyboard, sweating, and the TMO are in the south side just like listening to music, chilling, having a great time. Nothing's going on down there.
I mean, that's crazy from Cappy. The roll-up in the drive-by, switch C, gets out, grabs the second player, basically saves his team from getting knocked out in 4th. Really, really well done. And now Yo can continue onwards. TMO, though, looking to have a look in. And I think because they're so low right now, they're still rezzing players. This is rough stuff for them.
So much auto shotgun in this game, just waiting for people to come into this compound around it. That would be an insane nade. Oh, it's an insane nade! It's a big one! Justice with a 3-piece on the 1 nade alone. I can't believe it. And for Yo, they've done enough in this game. But here comes the auto shotgun. Trade off with the Panzerfaust as well. What is this game? It's bonkers.
Same second as that final shot comes through, he loses the Panzerfaust. It is absolutely striking how cool this game is so far. Presenti now looking out for the vehicles, watching for a little switch towards the side. But you're right, there is so many auto shotguns inside of this game. Everyone is knowing that it's going to come down to a lot of close quarters. Justice also with a sticky grenade sent over their way, basically attached to James's back. Oh, absolutely rough stuff for them. But Yo, 16 points, 16 kills. This is the game they needed. They need to know that they can be big dogs in the lobby.
I just don't know how everything has gone so absolute insane on the north side, and still Storm on request has been able to do a brilliant job of backfilling the position that they wanted to, even though they only had 1 kill, so it was kind of quiet for them as well. And the Mythov has just been dancing in this game. Like, just not much has been going on. They got 1 kill before this, 1 nade, bish bash bosh. They're in the middle of the field, having a royally good time here at the Mythov.
They've been at a payphone trying to call home. That's what they've been doing. Someone request tries to go for a bit of a cheeky run out, but Zabilla very much on the case with this one. Pozian will need to move next, but it's a nasty molly up on high, and Zabilla is completely flabbergasted by it.
It's hilarious. I feel like this game was higher level gameplay than yesterday games. It's been really a treat here on Miramar. Miramar oftentimes provides Maker and He-Man as well, just shooting at everything that comes from this compound. They know exactly what they have to do to hold these angles, hold this line of sight. Pozan here tries to post a nade towards He-Man, and actually that's an amazing nade here. I didn't think that was going to get him, but it did.
Right off the side, there's a Molotov to keep him down, but another nade will be sent through, and TMO is suffering to shrapnel, but it's sent their way on this side underneath the railings at the moment. The Doritos are in place, though. Save this one for this very moment. He-Man, though, being that off angle, losing him is pretty bad, and he's going to go down to a blue zone grenade here as well, so there's no picking him back up again. Nade goes far. He almost runs directly into it there, Kale.
Mika's super lucky on that maneuver, or just very aware of what is going on. Moves into the second smoke, moves towards the wheels. The wheels are something in these fields that gives you some of the most cover in all of the fields, so they are very powerful. A little bit of edge on the blue zone here. We'll be able to heal through this if he needs be. He's charging up his own blue zone as well, waiting for Storm on request to try and make a little maneuver up on their east side here.
I mean, Panzerfaust still in his hands at the moment. Sending a couple out, trying to create as much distraction, as much chaos as possible. Force them at that location. They have to swing to the side. Micah now going for a bold play.
It was on the wheel. Oh, Panzerfaust from Justice.
Justice, yeah.
But it's 1v1 at the moment here. Will he be able to do it? Both have got themselves to the deployable cover. What can Justice do here? Goes for a little bit of flash. Both go for the flash. They're thinking of exactly the same plays here. Blind at the moment. He's in the smoke. He's going to try and go for the wraparound. I don't think he realizes. He doesn't. The Mythos take it. What a game coming in. Wall-to-wall excitement here. And it will be the Mythos from the field blank taking the game.
Oh, Justice pulls a prestige on him at the end there as well. Oh my days, a magician. Wraps back around, teleports behind him. Nothing personal, son. What a play. What a game. This has been a very exciting Miramar here at the PEC Championships.
Yeah, I got to tone it down. I've got 4 games to cast today. That was that was some bonkers stuff coming in from day 2 of PEC. I mean, from the start to finish, be it the concretes, be it everybody trying to move in from Los Leones, be it the fields, it was just excellent. Let's get Avenger back on, have a chat with him about everything that was going down here, Avenger, because this was awesome.
Yeah, another case of me missing out on a Miramar. That's an absolute banger, guys. Holy. I don't even need to say anything, but yo, what a game from those guys, though, guys. That was insane. 16 kills to boot here, but I'll say this, though. TMO was gifted this game by Ascent going out and trying to get kills that they shouldn't have. They had that southern side locked down. They were 4 guys alive, but then they messed up on Starish Guy. They lost 2 guys, then Yo can sweep in, get the 3 knocks, and then a pull-up from Cappy that was insane.
Yeah, it was an interesting choice to wrap around on that northwest side, because I thought eventually Ascend was going to try and hit the position down on the south against the Mythos, but it just never materialized. It never came, and because of that, yeah, as you say, the Mythos had a very easy south side to be able to work with. Down to the wire at the end, though, here, Blank, considering the just kind of the little cheeky moves around the deployable cover towards the end. Oof.
I know, it's such a fun game, and like you were saying, the level of play was really high on this one. The stun grenades going back to back there, Justice also on the sidelines. What a fun match to watch overall. I couldn't have been more pleased to have watched this one.
16 kills, though, go the way of Yo, and it all came off the back of that start from James, who really opened up the floodgates for it, didn't he? Being able to wipe out an entire team, basically, as the rest of the team was jostling for position and then shutting down construction workers. So a very important game, Avenger, for Yo, and showing what they're made of.
Yeah, this is exactly what we expected of them. You know, if they had played yesterday, this is also the kind of style that we expected of them. But they're not here until today, and they've shown up. Wow, 20 points in 1 game, obviously. I felt like, though, it tasted like a little bit more. I was like, oh my god, they're gonna do 30 points. They're gonna win. They're gonna get 20 kills. But yeah, they got stopped. It was a little bit rough. Obviously, smart from TMO to come in and try to make a push for it. They got the rests off though. Like they were 3 up, but that nade when they have 3 guys had effectively 10 HP, right? With just 1 nade and they're gone. Really well played by TMO to clean it off and also clean everything up towards the end.
Yeah, jeez, that game drained me a bit. I need to recuperate just a little bit more.
Get an energy again.
I think, crazy. I mean, looking at this though, I think there is one clear thing we need to talk about, and it is James, because
and his AI picture.
And his AI picture.
Wait a minute.
But he needs this. He did need this. I think that it has been such a struggle for a player like him going through the cups and not find the success, and then a little bit of self-doubt starts to creep in, and then you have a game like this where you can confidently say that you were one of the key pieces on the board that gave you such a strong game. I think that breathes a lot of life back into the team.
Yeah, not bad at all. Cappy able to do a lot of damage for the team. Likewise, PWD being instrumental in how that was all going to go down. So every component really of Yo playing very, very well indeed. I do wonder for PGG, of course, though, having that compound the way that they did Avenger. Do you agree with what Blank was saying? Of course, like losing 1 early and not having the most stalwart grip of that compound makes it very difficult when teams like Stormwind and Request are happy to start moving in. Everybody's happy to move in.
I'll say this about that compound. It's not a compound that's fit to be held down as a 4-man even. Like, it's so easy to crash. You can, you have to commit to one side, the north, south, east, west, and then play from there, right? The longhouse obviously being a crucial part of it, but it's super difficult, especially how everything works out and how you can approach it quite easily. I was hoping for a big game from BGG here. I was like, damn, this when you were like calling the southern shift, sure, we had some donuts, but that southern shift that actually centered the compound was like, okay, this is a huge game. But then everything happened outside their kind of peripheral vision or anything kind of close to what they can have an impact on, and then Yo just destroyed half the lobby. Meanwhile, PGG was definitely meant to have a 15 to 20 plus point game from this.
Let's check in with the comms from No Tag Team as we kind of round out that game after they had a lot of fights that they had to deal with up on that north side.
We love the mistakes. We love those.
Focus. We have to jump, okay?
It's so low. Nice. Be careful. Maybe we can get crash. One cube, just go back.
Try to finish on yellow.
You can maybe see him outside. I think he crawled inside actually.
I don't see him.
Did his teammate stop? Car coming.
He's behind the bus.
Got him.
I got the kill.
One left side. He's playing TPP. Yes, exactly there on your flash. We love the mistake.
And that is No Tag Team here trying to make something happen from that north side. Interesting to listen to the comms and hear once they'd taken down Gedrox. They were still very cautious about how this was all going to go down. This was that kill as Gedrox was going for the scout, and they were still saying, we could be crashed. Even that early Avenger into that game. So making sure they were crossing their T's and dotting their I's.
I mean, that's the thing with Lost Leonis. It's so big. There's so much information to kind of go through. And sometimes, like, there's nobody there. You can just go through. But you have to go cautiously through it, especially with a zone like this here. Sure, it's not close, and we ended up close to Resort. But it's a difficult game to kind of lock down. And, of course, O'Connell being in a rough spot here, being taken down by the Vanta. But it's, as you guys were pointing out as well, it's just mutual destruction, right? And there's going to be 2 losers of this fight, and it's both of them.
Yep, tough stuff. And for Vitality, still not enough on the board, right? Despite making the recovery, despite Gedrox picking up his cheeky MP5 and make something happen. It's the fact that Celtic was still alive and then was able to backstab after everything had gone down there, Blank. It goes to show that, hey, there's going to be a lot of kind of knock-on effects that occur. And if you leave someone alive, they're going to be looking for the points too, just like Celtic.
Yeah, I was going to say that it's one of those situations where there are so many grand players inside this lobby that you can't really just leave someone behind and expect that not to be the case. When you leave someone behind like that, that has to be in the back of your mind during that entire game that they might backstab, in which case Team Vitality taking the fight to No Tag Team before the circle had even popped, it felt like to me like a little bit of an overzealous approach.
Justice stacking up to James, a veteran of the biggest veteran, effectively, of this lobby, as I mentioned at the start of the day. So Justice being able to do quite a lot here for the myth of. Well, gentlemen, that means we are almost ready to be able to jump in to game number 3. So without further ado, let's do it. Avenger, I'll see you in a few. It's me and Blank to round out as we time to Tago. Mr. Blank.
Oh, yes, it is. It is time to Tago on the north side, down towards the south. Pretty bog standard, honestly, very bog standard almost as we head in towards this game. But yo, I'd love to see them continue. I'd love to see them continue here. Same for TMO. And I mean, I didn't talk too much about TMO here, but this is the team that's also had like some kind of good moments, but never really reaching those strides. And it's almost... It's almost that moment where it's cliche that both of these teams at the same time are popping off in the same game. Like they've both suddenly found their footing and planted their feet in the sand.
They're very serious about progression as well as a team, right? Obviously, they went through some roster changes and stuff like that, did the myth of. I mean, even on Tago here, they've got Palace, for Christ's sake. That's a great drop spot for them to be able to work with. Mika, obviously, is a previous Ascend member, so is no stranger to kind of the higher heights of things like PEC, PCS, and things that were going on in the past as well. So there's some good stuff here from these guys. See exactly how they're going to be able to play things out. And they've got access to a bridge so close if it goes mainland, and it does towards the south.
Yeah, so they're going to be able to head over that way quite quickly. They do have a center face in front of them, but that should be absolutely fine. Right now, again, it's getting tight towards the top. There's been some really big games coming out from some of these teams, and they're putting points on the board fast. Some of our squads down towards the bottom of the tables really haven't put up much. You can see here, X-How is currently on a fat goose egg. They've not got a single point over the last 2 games. That is a really rough position to be in. And it's almost so terrible that you're questioning whether they can make it into the top 5 at this point.
And the thing is normally, as we take a look at them in Terminal as well, normally Terminal would be considered an excellent drop spot on Tago, and it still is, don't get me wrong, but for a circle like this, being not even encompassing somewhere like a Terminal, like you still know that you're going to eventually have to try and transition past some teams unless you want to play some edge play here from them. So their trials are not done yet. They are still going to have some things that they're going to have to weather for sure and see how they're going to do. But one team, no tag team here, doing all right for themselves in the top 4 at the moment. If the count was stopped now, stop the count, Blank, stop the count. They would be making it through.
I do think, going back and having to think about that Erangel game, potentially it's almost annoying for myself, where I think that, yeah, they were going for that survival play. And I said at the start of the day is that consistency is probably your best bet. And immediately I was like, oh, no, I want the team to do more. I want them to do more. So I'd already gone back on my word. So I'm sorry for that. But for no tag team, well done to them. I think they've done fairly well today, considering how they played in the Cups, to really dial in on what is today's goal, which is just to get into the top 5. It's not about first place. It's just about remaining at the top side of the lobby. Now, another team that, has surprised over time is Starry Skies. I think for them, being on 11 points, they're getting quite deep into a lot of these games and playing fairly well. And they're doing it and playing to their strengths, which is as a 4-man. We'll see if they can get further into these matches. I think they are crumpling some teams when they go up against the likes of like Ascend, who are currently on top right now, and rightly so. They've been playing very, very well since even game 4-5 yesterday.
Well, Star Skies is in an alright spot here in the circle so far, and they do have access to what is effectively some quite decent compounds in a circle like this, but it depends where it goes, right? If we go west, then suddenly they can fall back onto the Crossroads compound, and then they'll be kind of sitting pretty, but we will see. Emergency pickups are already coming in, all the way from Godok for no tag team. And Ascend, where are you guys currently? Are they trying to bridge camp? They're heading towards this bridge as a 4-man. They could catch GTG off here, who have just got 4 on the board, by the way. Abel is now back in. And if they suddenly get bridge camped, the thing is that normally you would scout across, and it really depends on if you take the kind of high ground or low ground bridge, because there's 2 bridges here. So IM5, I think, was scouting, but if this bridge camp happens, my dear, geez Louise.
I mean, they're going to wait out a little bit, for sure. really take the time. I think for Ascend, they're actually on those positions where it's a little bit harder to see them on the scout, but it depends whether the Ghetto Gang actually spotted them as they were rocking up. But no tag team, I think the E pickup's completely fair, reasonable to go for here to try and get it towards the zone. They're very, very far away in dock. So get towards this position. There's a lot of little cheeky areas you can jump into. Go. Ghetto Gang, though, moving across. One under, one underneath. T-Bone, though, looking to take the shots. There's an immediate spin.
There's no way you survive this. Surely not. What's going on? They're on the south side, on the bottom side as well of these bridges. They tried to send a few members over, and there's some on the other side, and they do lose. I am 5. An error here, unfortunately, for Ghetto Gang, and now they will be paying the price for it. What's interesting as well, off the back of that, was you were talking about the emergency pickup, is it's so early for no tag team that it looks like it's we're going to find cars on the other side. Emergency pickup, compared to timing out with the circle pop to then react to the circle pop. So I won't be surprised if they go southwest of Songarm or even towards Hospital to try and find vehicles and see what they can get done from there.
Yeah, I mean, it's totally fair as well to grab vehicles. You need them on a circle like this where there's a lot of high ground, a lot of areas where it's a little bit more open. You need the vehicles in terms of that impromptu cover to go for. I don't think you can really play it out without them. So I do think like a southeast play off the back of this one for no tag team makes complete sense here. For Ghetto Gang, it goes terribly wrong. For Sancho, though, I don't know how he didn't get hit. Feels a little bit like The Mask almost, where he's bending his body around the bullets. But yeah, well played. The quick spin out. You know, it almost feels like the intention there was for Sancho to go across and always spin and head back down the road, and the other players going underneath to make it through. It's Chris, though, was very, very accurate, very quick on the trigger and able to find those players trying to swing out towards that right-hand side. So well played to Ascend. Now they're going to move down, knowing that they're not going to get backfilled by a team anytime soon, because Ghetto Gang still need to regroup.
The funny thing about Ascend's play there is, as they're shooting at something, is that I think that they know they can get away with those kinds of plays now, right? You're 25 points deep after 2 games, so you can try and make some of these more precise plays occur, other than just like, okay, we're going to go to the middle of the circle and wait there. You can try and go for some of those bridge camps and feel a little less pressure compared to the rest of the lobby because you're so far ahead already. As Gedrox tries to spray every single vehicle that goes past and doesn't hit a bullet. I mean, he'll have hit the cars, just not the players.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it goes back to what Avenger was saying, right? Is today it's 40 points. It's 40 points they're really looking for. So if Ascend can find 15 points with these calculated plays over the next 3 matches, they're winning. They're loving life. So for them, they understand that even if they drop down to top 5, they can try and confirm this a little bit earlier on. For this game, they just need, 7 or 8 points. I've almost said the other thing. I did not, though. So everyone give me the pat on the back.
That was close. It was, yeah. And I know you're like 16, 17 years old or something like that. So you were almost there, and I hate that. Ridiculous. You're a ridiculous human.
Stop it.
Have you talked about Boars yet? Because I know that Hello Senpai's on that team, and you're a big weeb. You like weeb things.
You can't just unload that. You can't do that. You can't just put that in the chamber and fire it off. Okay?
I'm just exposing you in front of audiences.
For Boars, though, okay, I'll put it this way. For Boars, actually surprised me. They have surprised me.
Yeah.
I'm looking up to them like they were my senpai right now. Very well done to them.
No, shut up.
No, they're doing okay. They're doing okay. I was not expecting that. I thought Balls would have a much tougher time here, but I'm happily surprised by the gameplay that we've seen. Yeah, it's not been like outstanding, but they're currently in the top 5 with 15 points. And I think that they are playing the survival game very, very well at the moment.
Yeah, a lot of their names on their team, or at least a few of their names on their team, have kind of been a PEC, PCS. We're kind of like round of 32 guys, always being able to make it there, but never quite being able to make it a little bit further, right? So they've definitely been around for quite a long time, especially good old Hello Senpai. Yeah. But we have very.
So how do you feel about the logo though? That's the thing that does annoy me.
Well, that it's like Boars, but like a wolf.
Yeah. That feels unacceptable.
I acknowledged it earlier on, saw it, and chose to ignore it, and just decided I'm moving on from that.
Yeah, we're gonna ignore that. We're gonna get it out of the way.
Yeah.
That's what I've always said.
Always.
Always. Let's look further into the game now, because we are getting a lot of teams starting to cramp up a little bit down towards this south side. We've got Bushido Wildcats, who are looking for a slightly better game. I was expecting them to really blow out of control over the first couple of matches, because they were having some great games towards the end of yesterday, and that is a very hard shift over towards the western side. It's kind of lucky that No Tag Team already made this shift over towards the west, actually.
Interesting, because Ascend is already in that Crossroads compound if they actually want to sit there. But the thing is that we've seen so many times that this compound can co-inhabit like 2 or 3 teams. So it'll be interesting to see exactly how Ascend is going to try and hold that. Looks like they're going to hold the south side. They know Yo is moving in and above them. I don't think there's going to be resistance here from them. I think they just let them move in and try and hold these locations by, live symbiotically, because it's so hard to hold the rest of this compound and dislodge people from, especially across the road.
Yo is basically bolstering the forces right now for Ascend. That's what they're doing. And I think if you're Ascend, you're totally okay with that. James is currently up over towards Hosan. I imagine doing some scouting here, waiting for some teams, but he does need to move soon. He can't be really letting this one up for too long. The rest of Yo does need help, just in case, by the by, Ascend decides whilst we're early into this circle, they want to get a little bit of damage done, because I think you can leave Yo on the other side as a 3-man, and that's fine as long as you get 1 kill.
Especially if you're doing a 2-1 split across the small road in the north side and leaving Cappy alone. But anyway, it is going to be Starry Skies now trying to deal with Yoga Benita moving in on their territory. Silas starts things off with an 8. Not bad at all. He's going to be looking around the right-hand side here for the ace, but he does actually take some damage from Mika as well. She's got to be able to back off. That forced a cross into the lines of sights of Simon. So that has gone from bad to worse now as Silas is gone. Really unfortunate there, because I thought he had an okay angle, but he just wasn't paying attention to the backside.
Guns out, does not have it under control. Vaz was able to immediately run in. It's a confident play coming through. Simon underneath the stairs, now looking for a little bit more, but Starry Sky is currently dominating the rest of the forces from Jogger Benito. It is it puts them all down in 2 seconds. But yeah, for Vince Jogger Benito, they were looking for something aggressive here. They're used to bullying teams like Starry Skies, but it's incredible how good Starry Skies are looking at this point in time.
Yep, especially since the Mythov had a good line of sight on it and dealt with Silas so much earlier. You'd expect maybe Yoga Benito then to have a bit more of a man advantage and be able to try and do something from that, but it's not going to be the case. Simon is just going to wait and bide his time now. If I was him, I'd be saying, okay, right, I'm tucking tail and I'm getting in this building and holding down and just saying, if you really want to try and push me, I'm going to try and get a flush or 2 on you, but I'm taking you with me, because nothing's gone well for them so far. Only 4 points on the board for Yoga Benito.
Yeah, it's not quite a top 5, is it? Maybe I was incorrect.
Not yet.
To really put all the chips on the table. There is still time. There's still time, though. But time is running out quite quickly. Simon, though, probably going to try and look for a couple of shots over here. I think Jogger Benito has not really ever been the team to bow out of a fight too early. But I do think that a 3v1 against these caliber of players is a little bit pushing the boundaries. Slightly.
Going to try for it though. Goes for some shots across that wall. Reply in turn. Simon now has to back on off, reposition himself at least. And what's lucky for him is the fact that the Mythov did move away from here. But they're going to take the high ground now on this roof and see what they can spot out here and see if Simon has been able to relocate to at least a safe area or if he is vulnerable. Are you really going to the roof? You are a madman. You're insane. Mika, he still sees it. He still has the angle after that transition on the wall. He's had to move onto this left-hand side to negate that angle, but that leaves you so vulnerable here to Starry Sky. He's going to come around the corner, but Mummy gets a 4-piece on them. He shuts rest down. It's only the one technically being attributed to him, but he did so much damage against them.
Yeah, I mean, not sure what he was thinking. I respect the attempt. Okay, that's what I'll say. I respect the attempt.
There was nothing else to do, right?
There really was. I don't know where he goes from there. Can't head over towards the northern side. TMO immediately sees that. From the distance that TMO has been at, they've had a significant portion of impact on that engagement between Starry Skies as well as Jogger Benito. But the game's going to slow down a lot. There is a lot of areas inside of this circle that is very playable for multiple teams. It's all going to come down to the next few circles, right? Where does it head over towards? Where does it really benefit? Storm Request's current position is a little bit more delicate, right? That's an area where it's very hard to control as a singular team.
Sometimes it really depends on how they distribute themselves across school. I think they're basically all in the main building, apart from one member who's kind of holding down on the high ground, on the slope down from that north position on school. So into a little bit of a compound there. There is a world where they can hold it. It depends if anybody's going to be aggressive, like GTG, but I don't think they are going to be aggressive because they lost one already, much earlier in the game, right? It really takes the wind out of your sails in a lot of instances. Boars, though, they're charging over the road and seeing what they can get done.
Yeah, I mean, they're going to come into contact with 4 weapons all pointing their direction, from Yo as well as Ascend. Even X-Howl's taking shots towards them as they pass on by. It is surprising that not a single one has lost any HP on that cross. It's a very bold cross, and somehow it works out.
Yeah, there are a few little dips that it could exist in north of school's position, but they don't want to be turned into practically pork, as now they've made that rotation, and X-Howl is coming in behind them here, so it's going to be animal on animal action.
Yeah, I mean, for Boars, though, this is a tough situation for them. I don't think they expected someone to double back on them almost immediately. Hicks already takes 70% HP, and Oda Bavasi will put him back in the grave there. Flores looking for a little bit of a sideline angle as he comes in fairly late towards this engagement, but already finding one is great news for them. But it's looking good for X-Howl. I think that they were frustrated when they saw them roll past. They were like, maybe we could have just made this move, but we are going to do it now.
Furious that their logo is a wolf, and theirs is also a wolf, which has the better wolf logo. That nade's not going to be able to get anywhere near doing any damage, as they will send 2 blue zones forwards as well. And if the edge of that does actually go onto the shack, then it would be great. But I don't think one of them is going to be able to do damage there, as they come out and actually they've completely bailed into the jaws of GTG, who have now got themselves a few free points here. So Boars, they have crumbled on this.
I absolutely have done. Marshall somehow survives both those blue zone grenades, but should be going down slightly. Ooh. Yeah, we just have to double back outside that building. Circle moves over towards the eastern side, and yet again, PGG is in a central position. Can they hold on to this time, or is it going to slip through their fingers again? TMO are leading the charge right now over towards this spot, trying to grab this little ridge on the northern side. I think they could hold out the likes of Yo Ascend here. It's going to be a lot of guns pointing in their direction shortly, though, as GTG starts to move across too.
Yeah, I swear there was a team in PGS that was in this compound and got an easy win off the back of it. It might have been T1 or something like that in like PGS 3, but it is, if we keep bearing down on exactly this compound, it gets a little bit dicey. It's not exactly the easiest compound to actually hold on off here, but there's still a lot of teams available and good to go. Some deployable cover coming down here from the Mythov, realizing that there's a bit of a vulnerability on that northwest side for them here, but Flores is driving past GTG, looking for the absolute blowout against them. What was that?
Gets a double drive-by is fairly crazy. Oda Bavasi gets knocked out the back of the UAZ by an M24 and gets absolutely ripped apart by Ares. The God of War in action.
Yeah, Avenger was right. It was Vis that was yesterday in this compound and doing all right from it. So not bad, not bad potential. Very predictable circles on our Tagos for some reason from day to day. But anyway, as trying to get justice back up here is the Mythov. Again, though, 22 points on the board for them so far. They've done all right here for these first 3 games. And they're still alive, still kicking to fight another day here in this one.
Yeah, I mean, for TMO, again, I think they've really found their stride coming into Tago now. For Yo, they're still figuring out what their next move is. It's a little bit contentious of where they want to go next and how they want to play it out. Starry Skies has a beat on their position too, so it's not an easy push. Michael trying to move across, taking a couple of tags, attempting to get behind some cover, has to ditch the vehicle, drop the emergency cover flares, but he's taking shots from Ascend and Starry Sky at the same time.
Yeah, not really much to be able to kind of save him as well. The rest of Yo is coming in behind all of this and actually might be able to backstab the position here of Ascend. But what they're doing is just perching themselves up against this rock, dropping down some deployable shields, knowing that there are definitely still vulnerabilities that are on them here. They can hear the cars coming in behind them as well. They must have been able to see this. Surely is going to shoot at it here and try and shut them down. It's a bit of a interesting maneuver coming in as the flip does go down, and now they could get back in here, but the car will take a little time here to be able to gather some momentum, so it will be vulnerable if they get back in and try and make that move.
I mean, PWD's already down to the play zone. That flip is absolutely diabolically bad. Cappy knows he has to just send the grenades now. He has to try and find some kind of opening. Cappy will find a shot over towards one of them. It's Chris, last alive here for Ascend. There is one player still going, Kill You Kai on the backside, actually. Michael looking for anything, but yeah, this has been a pretty rough approach right now for Yo.
Oh, a nade from Nitro from behind here and shutting down Michael wherever he may be. So yeah, the disjointed nature here for Yo really just didn't really pay off at all, coming out of the compound on the other side of the road from where Ascend was, as Mommy is going to just pepper a few more shots in towards those smokes, trying to shut down some of the big dogs here in this lobby at the moment. Mika down and out, trying to do something with it, but it's not going to be the case. Storm on request makes an absolute barn burner of a crash onto the Mythov and shuts them down.
Yeah, blast onto the scene. James is currently on the northwest side, still working his way in. He has 43 first aid kits. What?
Well, he'll be sitting in here for quite a while, Blank.
What is this?
Have you heard of the legend of Bloomy from Virtus Pro?
I don't understand.
This sometimes is the thing.
Is this a strat right now?
Yes, yes. Oh, very much so. Very much so. So much so that one of our PGSs last year, we had Scoom, who was the Scoom, who was the coach of Virtus Pro, bring some plushy first aid kits to Beamy. And he wasn't best pleased because Beamy never actually liked the strat, but he knew that he was pretty good at it. Oh, dear me.
Dear. I don't like it. I don't like it at
all.
No. But let's look at the game again, because I'm just ignoring what James is doing on that northwest side for the time being. You got construction workers down towards the south side. Now, they won some better games. They have been slowly gaining momentum. I think their Erangel was a disaster. The Miramar looked better, and hopefully they can have a strong top 8 performance, at least in this game. But they had to deal with Bushido Wildcats first, who are currently on their eastern side. Vitality also locked behind S2G. No tag team looking down upon PGG, who currently have another strong position. The circle did come their way.
Yes, indeed. 43 first aids. That is a lot of capacity to fit in a bag. He must have dropped everything else for that. But anyway, we've got a huge potential fight kind of brewing down here in the southeast, because no tag teams wrapping on around it. Let's say here with S2G. I was really expecting more from S2G here today, but I think they're about to get absolutely crushed under the weight of a few teams here.
Yeah, CCNX does go down to Hello My Bad. Vitality's been a good job of controlling this area at the moment, honestly, from the position they're in. They also have to deal with Bushido Wildcats, and Hello My Bad is looking their way at the moment. Quizzy. I mean, this is actually really good from Vitality. The fact that they're holding out so many different teams at the same time, you would have thought they'd crumple underneath the pressure at this point like a tin can.
You'd think so. It's raising on laying on a knife's edge at the moment here for some of these teams, because there is any world where some of these could actually be crushed down on. As we still have Cadle doing a lot of damage with the mortar against SCS. Celtic hitting with the M24 there against Baron. As I was saying here for S2G, I don't think they're long for this world too much longer. Queppa's kind of hiding a little bit, and now it might be Vitality's turn to be crushed down on. Ooh, nice shots by Quizzy though.
Yeah, very nice shots. Instantaneously taking out the vehicle. Man overboard there. Get drops on the back lines. Does get taken out by Code Marco, but not before there is an immediate response there coming through.
Oh.
PGG. Lovely shots.
Yeah, they've had that compound basically as a fortress this whole time, and they are making waves with it for sure. Huge nades from Ascend, who is just looking to shore up their defenses now and continue to hold on to number 1. 6 kills go their way. I will say, they weathered the storm of what was going on that rock side pretty spectacularly, considering they had a few knocks against them from the likes of Yo, but were able to kind of outlive them, outlast them. And now, if they can carve out a spot on the north here, it's a bit of an uphill struggle for them to get to the next fight, but they've done well with it. 6 kills.
Yeah, they absolutely have. I think that when you're looking at Ascend, we were talking about how they don't need to get too many more points, honestly, as the day goes on. And I think this is absolutely fine from them from the start, where they look towards Ghetto Gang, playing this north side. Yeah, I think they had the slight advantage with getting that compound early and being on the south side of it means that their rotate out was a little bit easier than Yo's. Nades are being sent over right now by construction workers, and the damage is doing
a lot of damage indeed, and finishing it off with Nail up on the spray here. Nice. They are still 4 alive. They've been a bit quiet this game, so I'm impressed to see where they've come in from. The next challenge might end up being Ascend very easily, though, as they're going to have to drop down some smokes. There's so much cover here. It's like a paintball range. Like, you know, you go to those things, and there's so much cover for you to be able to work with in just a small area. Lovely here, positioning-wise, but will Ascend push on over and cause them some problems? Look at James in the distance.
Yeah, I was going to say, he's got top 6, which is pretty ridiculous. I mean, it's fair. Where they were, like, they weren't going to get in, and the more I think about it, it's like, if they did go for the full send, it's likely they would have been going out in 13th place. So any points they can grab, he'll go for it. But he does need to start making his way in. He sees Ascend across the way.
Yeah, yeah, he ain't getting in. I think he'll just expend his 7 now and maybe shoot at somebody at the very end. But maybe Ascend has forgotten about him. Maybe he can get a knock, and then actually that might have more repercussions for and more kind of knock-on effects for construction workers than anything. Who basically were a lot of his old teammates.
I am. He is slowly wading his way in, though. But you're right. I think he's lacking the amount of kits required to make the full entry. He's making the run now. Quick one. I think it might be over. But good shots from Kilyakai once again. He has been absolutely monstrous over today's games. Construction workers finally taking a lot of damage. James is out in 6th, but still getting some placement points. Puts them in 2nd place for the time being. Good shots, though. Coming through the front line.
Yeah, Disastrous Vard went down. He dropped his Molotov on himself, and now he blurred out because of it. So here for construction workers, they're going up against a revitalized Ascend at the moment. They've really found their stride here at the moment, and seeing exactly how they can kind of hold on off. Yes, they've taken down Kilyakai, but the rest of Ascend is looking to kind of leapfrog forwards a little bit into a better position for this circle. Nail up effects. The only ones who are really trying to do something. The only thing they want to do is make sure that they don't expose themselves to the line of sights from Baldini. And they're really not, because they're kind of more interested in no tag team at the moment.
I love this play from Zabilla, though, from PGG. He's moved all the way over to the road towards this northwest side to see what he can find, leaving a couple of the players behind over towards no tag team, knowing that it's a really tough approach for them as they move out. But for PGG, they've known they've had tons of area to control this entire time. No one's really challenged on this position, so they have the entirety of this ridge to play around with. It's up to construction workers, some very good shots, but honestly, PGG is not silhouetting themselves very much at the moment. This is a hard push out towards PGG's location, and with that they're going to control the entirety of the south side of the map.
Yeah, it's not just the Zubila. Presenti moving out as well means it's a full 2-2 here for them. And look at the lines of sight they have. Not only from this roof, they're going to have to get off it now and maybe reposition themselves, get a little bit further into this circle. But at least they know, as a complete backup, if they don't want to hold the 2-2, they could just go over to Presenti and Zubila and be totally fine. As I say, Baldini shoots him in the face. But he's on top of rocks, you know. He's taking liberties. He's taking liberties.
He absolutely is. He's looking fine. But I think PGG, this is more what I expected out of them today. That last game, they still got a good amount of points off the back of it, but they've got another chance. And this is one that they're not going to waste here on Tago. Looking to finish out strong with a chicken dinner. And if they do get that, they're practically done on the game. 9 kills already. Ascend, I think they've already made the run too at 37. The nade is a little close, but not close enough.
Was that cooked? No, not enough. Keta here. Good old ketchup with a P90. I hate that Avenger told me that. See if he can get a little bit more done. Doesn't want to get any ketchup on his shirt here. As I think that the holdout here for them will be okay, especially with the P90 in hand. Look how much damage it does! Straight away, goes for another peak. Nail will be able to take him with the AUG though, but it's an MG3 in the hands of T-Bone. Oh my days, they are kitted, suited, and booted.
There's a whole damn gun garage back here with all these crates that have been dropped. And with that, construction workers actually goes down with Presenti finishing them off. And we're down to 3 teams. Ascend likely done with their day now at 38 points. And the extra points points they'll get from their position in this match. PGG making a big run here, though, up to 30 points, 12 kills on the match.
Yeah, it's an exciting one because PGG, they've been given a hand me from this compound, but they've worked with it spectacularly. 12 kills going their way, greeting any threats that came their way, splitting up 2-2 and being able to deal with those threats before they became out of control later on down the line. So they've been able to flex out from the compound alone and been able to really run with this one. Oh, MG3.
I mean, T-Bone's having the best time ever with the MG3 on that side of things. Presenti will finally knock him. Kado will go down. Another nade over the top. That one's close, so it's a good bouncer.
Nice.
And it's an insane finish from PGG. An arc longer than any from One Piece. So what a game coming through from PGG at the top. They might just have cemented themselves in the top 5 with that one.
Yeah, brilliant stuff. A lot of kills, a lot of placement points to boot as well. As you say, it might be their qualifying game basically coming in from this one, as this Tago got a little bit tricky for some of those teams coming in on very open areas. Let's get Avenger back in. Let's talk about this Tago before we kind of wrap things up for game number 3. What did you make of it all, Avenger, with PGG having a good old compound, doing all right?
Yeah, these guys are able to find some crazy compounds towards the center, that's for sure here. Great for them here. The game that didn't really come to fruition on Miramar, their position on Miramar, now came to fruition here with that center compound. But once they saw this circle, they were like, I watched the games yesterday. This had that compound. That was kind of insane, so we might take it. And yeah, it really came out and really came out banging. This yesterday, I think, was 3 or 4 something kills they had in the game. And here, 15 to boot with the win. That's insane. Really well executed by them, honestly.
Not bad at all. I think that taking the roof, taking the 2-2 split, being able to really shut down anything that was going on the north side. Good stuff here from PGG. And again, like if you think about what they were doing, like what Presenti would have been doing when he was in Hive here, Blank, it's kind of the same MO, right? They're surviving into four into the late game. They're able to take decent room, right? Really strong control of certain areas and then just play from there. And it looked good in this one.
Yeah, again, I think echoing what Avenger is saying is that, like, it's a case of, yeah, you're given that position on the map, but to make it work with 15 kills, that's a very different story. Because you have to extend outwards. You need to start finding those kills all over the place. And that's exactly what PGG did. They didn't sit back and relax and kick the feet up. This was a very, very good game from them because they know that there is a timer on today for getting in towards that top 5. And the earlier you do it, the better. But again, I think there will be some people saying that PGG's got a couple of gimmies today. But I think that game will likely shut them up in terms of they have put in the effort to make it happen. It's not just a freebie.
I was about to say, Avenger, are we now playing for, like, is that a send through? But now I'm thinking, when I look at this leaderboard, is there only 3 spots left? Are PGG and Ascend going to be going through guaranteed?
Yeah, I would say so. There's 3 spots up for grabs, and I don't want to count out Joga Benito and X-Hall yet because we really big up them, but 3 and 4 points is just not enough here. But yeah, PGG dominating this as well. Look at that, 6 kills for Sloy Jacket, 4 for Presenti. They dominated it all the way through, but Sabilla too with the damage, man. It's good to see these guys are able to get it. Sure, the Miramar game was different, but here you cannot shut them down saying, okay, this was just free. They fought for it all the way through and they won so many engagements. You don't get 15 kills just as a given.
Yeah. I think what Avenger was saying was kind of important with that compound compared to the previous games one, right? Where the previous games one, very difficult to hold down, even as a 4-man. They lose one, and that's really not going to go their way. This time around, though, you could see how many advantages that compound had there, Blank. But for so many other teams in the north side, being as open as it is, trying to go up the hill, so many cars, so much deployable cover, trying to make something work. It was a true tussle for those teams in the north.
I find it. I want to talk about Yo really quickly because it was a bit cheesy, wasn't it? It was a bit of a cheesy gameplay.
We see it from time to time.
I know we see it from time to time. I'm just wondering if they could have maybe tried something else. But I guess that for them, survival is the name of the game. So far, though, they have done fantastically today. Really, really well done. James looking with the hellish remark on 666 points of damage.
Well, there is a listening what they were going to have on the Team Yo com. So hopefully it's just James sat there singing to himself whilst he heals himself with 43 heals. Let's find out. Let's tune in.
No, I don't really. I'm gonna try my best. Keep covering everyone. That shoots Cabby. Fucking go.
I can shot him. Nice.
Where did you kill him? On the shack?
No,
Orange,
here,
orange
like green.
Nice. One more guys.
Yes.
There's two knocks on this rock.
On you, see one guy.
Yeah, I see. I'm using my access.
Nice try.
We tried. Did you get any kills?
One
kill.
I am furious that we just skipped 43 heals. Are you watching us run into the tag pack at the end? But yeah, what that showed there, I think, Avenger, from those POVs, is the fact that Cappy did so much work against Ascendant. It's really a shame for him that STS was looking his way.
I mean, the Ascent being able to survive as a 4 here, that should not have happened. And also, I felt like there's more potential kills for Ascent that I actually calculated through. There's so many kills that didn't get stolen or flushed. There's so many kills here. See, Kabi goes down here to Nitro. They know that. Why are they not out confirming this kill here, right? Sure, the two guys are knocked in the middle, but also Kettle could have gotten potentially the knock on construction workers as well. So Ascent could have gotten even more kills. But STS, man, Star Sky, that's so unfortunate for Yo. They actually had a potential huge impact onto Ascent. Would they have survived being 2 or 3 in this spot? That would have been a top 3 as well, right? Tipo got in there and got third
Effectively,
place.
yeah.
So that would have been massive for them. So a little bit sad to not see them kind of come through with how well they were able to do in Miramar. But that we talked about it yesterday, right? That compound is just one big stalemate, right? You're just waiting for so many fights to happen. And eventually, it's going to be a disengage for some of the sides. So yeah. It's good to see Kapi on this roster, though. I really like his comms. It's clean and calm. It's much opposite to playing with him in ranked, where it's complete chaos. But here,
it's all Polish players.
Yeah, here in the actual tournaments, he's got such concise, clean comms, and I really like that.
You do make an interesting point, though, about that compound, right? Because it's a stalemate and then you having to come out of it. And I do think that even though Ascend capitalized off actually being on the other side of that compound, it still kind of delays their game as well. And it feels like if nothing actually goes down in that compound blank, it's just a net negative on the potential of winning a game if the circle shifts away from it. Because it slows you down so much. You saw it on Yo's side.
But I think that's the key phrase there is that the circle shifts away from it. And again, you play that position in the host, the circle comes to you, and then you have that top 2 situation because no one can really push you because there's 2 teams holding the same position. It's very, very tough to work that spot as an outside team. So yeah, when it shifts away, yeah, Ascend has the advantage, but it does slow their match down. They've got to wait for when Yo's going to leave out, where they go. You got X-How flying on the side. I think Ascend doesn't do terribly from there, but you can only really gain inches once you get into the circle for Ascend, and that's not enough for them.
It's a tough one. All right, boys, it's time for the mandated break for the 5 games here for PEC day number 2. When we return, we have the penultimate game coming your way. So far, Ascend and PGG look great in number 1 and 2. Who is going to join them in that top 5?
People or glider?
Glider.
We want that.
Yeah, we want that if we can take it.
I have no gas.
Yeah, sounds good to me at least.
Good compound is taken at least by 1 car.
That's most likely.
That's probably Storm.
Yeah.
You jumped. You're under.
Nice.
One guy in a dash on me, 2 guys in a dash on me. 2 guys on me. I'm coming up to you. I'm knocked. I fucked up.
I'm gonna get inside tank. What the fuck is he doing?
I knocked him out of the car.
You flush him?
Yes.
Nice, good. Mark me. I'm gonna go for
To
future.
help them somehow.
Hit.
I can double busy.
He's first bar, bro. He's
I can
first
double
bar.
busy. You want it?
What?
On the cannons.
You're fine on your
One
right.
knock eye on blue. Flash.
Nice.
No, we can't because.
No, you stay.
Insta one.
Okay.
I'm gonna move him.
I have no
Just
car.
leave me. I'm chilling.
But you can play with Chris.
1 point, right?
Yeah.
Whatever, go next.
Guys, can you pick it? Can you pick them? Can you pick them on blue?
I'm nading, I'm nading. Knock one.
Left smoke, left smoke, left smoke, green smoke. Dead.
Insta. I knocked him on blue.
Peek above us.
I can't.
I'm pushing up for the kills.
Exactly yellow.
Yeah. I'm flashing, I'm flashing.
Both yellow.
Green.
Nice, let's fucking go, bro.
Nice, man. Good fucking shit, boys.
Ah, we love the mistakes. We love those.
Focus. We have to jump, okay?
Can you do the
It's so low. Nice. Be careful. Maybe we can get crash. One cube, just go back.
Try to finish on yellow.
You can maybe see him outside. I think he crawled inside actually.
I don't see him.
Did his teammates stop?
They saw us on orange.
On orange? Yeah.
Hit your one.
Knock that guy. Knock that guy too.
One active.
Nice.
One active.
Hold up.
Nice, Alex.
Nice.
Good job.
Car coming.
He's behind the bus.
Got him.
I got the kill.
One left side. He's playing TPP. Yes, exactly there on your flash.
Hello everyone, I'm Aduzi. Today I'm gonna show you some tip which gonna help you like in the late game, I think, when you don't have any positions and you have to make a position by yourself. So with last update in the game, all terrain is destructible right now, so you can just explode a little tip for you by your car and C4. So all you need is C4 and your car. Then you have to just get out on the drive-by and send your car like anywhere where you need. Then you have to take your normal car and follow your car with C4. So your car with C4 is gonna explode and make a little dip for you to play. And then you can just go here and play here as prone. So it's gonna be a small position for you. Thank you for watching. Bye bye.
Good old Aduzi taking number one yesterday as we go into day number 2 here. We have 3 games down, 2 more to go to figure out who is going to be the 5 teams joining the likes of Aduzi in that final already for the first 2 weeks. Rondo is going to be coming up next, and then we finish things off on Erangel to round it all out. So far, so good, Blank, for Ascend and PGG, looking to stand out amongst the rest.
Absolutely. I think these teams have basically done it at this point, which is incredible at the 3rd game. You feel like for Ascend, it's more of a case of just slowly eking their way out until the end of the day to stay in the top 5. But they've got it done nice and early, which feels really good for them as a team. A team that I was all in on, though, is Jogo Bonito. And I think they're in that spot where they're panicking. I think the panic is real for the team. It is. But that's what it looks like to me, is that they're desperately looking for these big moments, these big codes, but they're not finding them. They are not finding them, sadly. I think this is what Jogo Bonito needs to do in the next couple of games to even have a chance to calm down. They have to calm down at this point. They've got to go back to the peak from the peekaboo.
So what you're saying is that their aggressive tendencies aren't working out, and instead they should just be on social media looking for the other half of this code for some G-coin?
That's a good translation of what I was saying. Yeah, I would say so.
Fair. Good. God, what an astute read again by Blank. That's 2 in a row here. But Avenger, moving on to Rondo, of course. What I think will be very interesting is that we don't have our test track or Neax Factory traditional teams here at all. So who takes the middle spots, which have always translated into a lot of wins for those teams? That'll be interesting.
That's the big thing, right? I want to see PGG go crazy. I want to see Ascent go crazy. Now that they're effectively already there.
Look.
Yeah. Yeah, I know. I've seen it. I'm surprised you guys didn't react more crazy.
Code Marco!
Oh, Code Marco's here.
He's there.
He was here.
Didn't even see him.
It's not Code Blue. It's
up.
Code Marco. We're speaking. I like it's cool.
Oh dear me. Was that there the whole time?
Yeah.
Did I not see?
I know. Was that? I mean,
you guys were talking for minutes straight, not reacting. I was like, these guys are gonna react sometimes.
These guys are buffoons.
It's because Avenger's got such big earphones on, he can hear pictures as well. So
Oh,
he
he's
was
like
way
Daredevil.
more on it than we were. It was crazy.
Yeah. Well, you guys weren't wearing your glasses, maybe.
That is true. Neither of us is. So, anyway, yes, with Rondo coming up, it's going to be exciting to see how all of these teams are going to drop down. Vitality is still a team that needs to do some work as well, Mr. Xander. So these big names still need to do some work.
Yeah, I don't know. I think Vitality is struggling there, and I personally don't think that there's going to be a redemption today. Sadly.
If they don't win it out tomorrow, that would be crazy. But here's Salad going up against It's Chris, two teams and players that have been able to do tons in these games so far. Great to see It's Chris, as always, Avenger, because he's been around for so long. The man with the big gun himself.
Yeah, it's always good to see these guys come. I'll say this: like we talked about Ascend and we talked about Vitality, but Ascend really lived up to it. The question is now, 2 games to go, can Vitality do it?
Yeah, if we get an interview with them at the end, I'd love to ask some questions because I've got a lot about the new Ascend roster. But anyway, thank you very much for joining us, Blank. It's time for me and Avenger to round out the penultimate game of the day. It will be on Rondo. So let's see how all these drops are going to go down as PGG's already out of the plane, ready to go.
Yep, for sure, James. And honestly, let's just see what's going to happen at Test Track and New X Factory because it's an open spot. It's a dicey spot. Does a team like Vitality get it for free, or are they going to go contested with it? That's the big one here. Okay, does look like they're going to go somewhat contested with some maybe cars stolen away for Joker Benito, but yeah, we'll see about that. And yeah, look at that. It's the PUBG 9th anniversary here on the good old PUBG.
Oh, there's Rondo. And there was Deston on the other side. Do you remember Deston?
Yeah, Deston. But you say it like it's a Disney character. But yeah, Jogo Bonito, look at that. They actually managed to get him. Yeah, that's what's up. They actually managed to get it here. With the amount of points that they got, people may be scared to run into them and have a crazy fight. So, but that's actually fine. Vitality goes up, of course, with the Northern Split here with that. So that's awesome. And here's Stadium with the PUBG 9th anniversary, James.
Who's here? The Mythov? Doing
Timo.
all right?
Yeah, Timo.
So we'll take a look at all the festivities. Is it Dead Center? Yes, it is. Ah, the river's included. Interesting. Very rarely do we get a circle north of this river. So as you can see up there, it's GTG as well as Starry Skies, taking big splits across those areas. More often than not, that we go south of the river. And the Mythov is going to be laughing if that does occur. But so will be Ascender, to be honest, coming in from Zhaotin.
Yeah, that would be kind of crazy. TMO, obviously, after their Miramar game, looking pretty good, but they do need to lock out a few more points here, James. They looking at something like 20 points or so to be safe. And here they are, the boys Ascend. And even without being in the games, we get the green screen from It's Chris. These guys, some of the guys are streaming, so check out some of their POEs. It's quite entertaining. And I would say now, with them being in the lead with 39 points, it's going to be very entertaining. It's going to be a lot of laughs. It's going to be a lot of giggles. These guys are going to be asking questions like, what are these guys doing here? Like they always are. So I love that. That's the kind of content I like from these guys. No tag team, though. We talked a bit about them in the start of the day here on the 20 points. Currently, the 5th team cutoff, though, James. Do you think they survive throughout the last 2 games?
No tag team. It's a good question. Where are they at the moment? Yulin and then just driving on up? I don't know. I don't think I can answer that question. I don't know if they're going to be able to survive. I think that it's obviously still a bit of a vulnerable position, especially with how close all the teams are. Right, all you need is for this game to go awry, one of the teams below you to get a big win, and then suddenly it becomes all the more deadly. Right, going into the next stuff. It's too close for me to call here, Avenger. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I think so too, and we continue with the crazy camera angles here. With some guys are glued to the side, but now it's Vitality actually opening out here on TMO. Hey man, can he do something? Oh, that's a great play here with the Panzerfaust. But yeah, He-Man is pulling out hair for sure. That's the case for him. Mike
there's
also not looking too happy about it.
There's a lot of mogging angles, if I want to steal a word from the humans, you know? Like, look at my jawline, you know, Amika, for example. It's like, okay, calm down, mate, calm down. And unfortunately, Vitality tells them to calm down, as I say, with He-Man being taken out by that Panzerfaust. And hell, my bad's looting him.
I don't know if you're a TMO here, if you stay in stadium or you try to get a hold of something on the London side. Yeah, I'm not sure about that. That's a crazy angle, hello, my bad.
Yeah!
Wow.
What is that? I've never seen that camera angle, ever.
I think that's my new stream POV as well. From the fingers, the top of the fingers.
Yeah.
That's cool. Oh, Schiller. Look at, oh my god, he might be able to get 1 or 2 here. A lot of damage done to them. Oh, he's gonna get 1. Oh my goodness. They are so hurt. Oh, 1 more shot. Ah, they're too far away. Damn. Did he not have an EMAG in the M4? Is that why? I think he didn't have. That's so unfortunate. Look how low Hello Senpai is 10 HP. Luigi is 33.
I mean, Bo's got very lucky there on the fact that there was the wall there. To be
Yeah,
quite honest, it would have been an absolute bloodbath if that wall was not there. Of course, they put it down knowing that they have to have some cover like that. They're responsible for it, but yeah, S2G just a little unlucky on that pickup.
Yeah, they needed that as well. 10 points currently, 14th place. Sure, it's only 10 points up to 5th, but there's so many teams in the bidding right now already. Howl looking good with the 2-2 split in the middle too. Oh, X-Howl, you should say, but they should have something in there. You can't call yourself Howl in-game as well when you're X-Howl. That's absolutely crazy. Let's see where balls go, though. They will have wished that they did some stims on the way now. They're going to be arriving with the low HP, so probably, you know, just a little bit of a disadvantage for them. Now, we'll see here. Storm and Request so far, though, not really up to the hopes of what they've been to, but 18 points is enough to be in the contest of that top 5. But with their current position here, they are hoping for that next circle to go west here. There's a lot of unplayable in space. There's a river in. There's a few small lakes that also have a huge impact when we're talking to it. Plus all the mountains, James. It's going to be rough for them.
Yep, definitely. Some other teams actually watching balls as they do come down, and there is a world where it's a very small chance that balls would have gone from maybe that emergency pickup drop onto a central position, so they're just going to some of the high ground here. But with them being wounded, that wards them off going for a central position completely. So they're just going to go up to one of the pillars at the moment, which actually does have some value to it. And they've actually only decoupled 2 of their members onto this pillar, whilst the others have gone for vehicles. So that's very interesting. Not often do you actually see this difference in how the emergency pickup is played in just a single team alone. Very interesting indeed. Here we go.
Oh, let's see what happens with this one. Yeah. Oh, surely it's also a play for Cassia, as you say.
Of course, yeah.
This is something they're like, okay, we're low HP. Some of the guys have to go high ground. Some of the guys have to go get cars. But how much information do they have on Storm Request here? That's really the big one. That's it really comes down to them maybe getting cars in close and then having a fight later on. That's eventually, I think, what's going to happen here. Ghetto Gang, though, on the other side, I had a little bit bigger expectations of these guys. I'd say with the experience that they've had throughout the years, they should have been up there. Sure, they could be one big game here, but 20 points with the cutoff at 5th right now and them being at 11. There's so many teams close. They need a big banger game to be within striking distance of that top 5 and to stay in there even more.
Well, the funny thing is that they had more success as a 3-man in the first game than they have when they had a 4-man. So
that's just evil and mean.
Hey, I'm pointing out what happened, right? Those are facts. But they still do have 2 games. They still have an opportunity. And also they've positioned themselves in such a way that they can transition either north or south once that river becomes a determining factor. But it's Yo we're on board with up on the north side as they're coming in all the way from... trying to, I guess, look even above Ryan and try and get in a dip towards the top of this circle. Are we refueling? Love it. Love it.
That's huge. That's huge. I like that a lot.
It's very expensive at the moment, to be honest, so I would watch your pockets there, boys.
That's true. It's actually ridiculously expensive at the moment. I don't want to talk about that. That's a discussion for another place here. Maybe you can start your political podcast soon. I don't know. Maybe that might be a time for it, right? We'll see.
I'm just going to... My car feels it right now, and you know my car feels it. Jeez Louise.
That's a thirsty one.
It's a thirsty one.
But for this one and how everything kind of turns out, I can understand why a lot of teams are either, getting in spots where you can get a lot of information from, or they're trying to hold on to an edge to be that last team to get in there, try to see how many teams is going to come in behind them, try to hurt them away a little bit, because this circle does not determine a lot in this first one. The next one determines more. Third determines so many actions for these teams. We have so much unplayable up here. Stadium, basically one big unplayable area around with all the rocks south of it. We have the river west where Storm and Request is also unplayable. We have so much area here where in Circle 4 it goes away from. So a lot of teams is definitely gonna kind of wait for a little bit. We have a lot of endings between Stadium and Jiaoten. We have a lot of endings east of Stadium, but not on top of it. It's a lot of rocks, and you just see here the observers are pointing out all these rocks with all these high grounds are considered unplayable, and it goes away from it in Circle 4.
Yeah, I do wonder what your Benito's plan is here. Are they going to try and go up to one of the top of the rocks? Or
I think so.
Are they going to go for the crazy play and try and get on top of Stadium, like from where they are?
Oh, that would not be a bad shot, but actually timing is really good. Oh my God.
Okay.
The Northern Shift, James, is so rare. Ghetto Gang is laughing.
And Yoga Benito can just use this to go north if they really want. I mean, admittedly, they'd be abandoning cars, but they're all on this spot. They could try and do something with this. As you say, Yo is actually being able to make a move here up against some of those lakes. Very rare. Like we've already pointed out multiple times, it is very rare. You've got construction workers coming in from that north side and looking to get the wrap down here. Kiliakai goes for a spray against Bushido Wildcats. What can they actually get done here? I don't think many connects are going to happen, though. They're very far away from them now. So they're making a bit of a mad dash on through. Going all the way to the west side here are Wildcats to, I guess, wrap around as wide as they can on the west.
Yeah. A lot of teams are going to be pulling up on this one, that's for sure. Lavazzo, can he maybe get something on Baldini? Oh my God, the drive-by turns around. Sunflower, wee, gets shot as well on Momi. That's crazy for him to go down to 99 HP here. This is a rough fight for both the teams here. That might be able to pull it up, though. Tabel, can he get a drive-by? Cadel fights him. That's easy for Baldini.
Yeah, Cadel done quite a bit of work here for Baldini across these couple of games. Not bad at all. And that will be a shutdown, unfortunately, for Starry Skies, which, considering that they were dropping alongside that Ryan split, what a bit of a disaster for them. They should have had the opportunity here to be able to take some of the most important points in a circle like this, but it's not really working out. There is a big problem here, Avenger, and it's because we just don't get that many circles up here, and that a lot of teams are going for that west wraparound. And Jogo Benito has already dropped to Nanshan, so they're already on in.
Yeah, absolutely insane here. And I'll say this right now, Ghetto Gang, this is your chance, guys. This circle ends so much close to this area here, especially with how everything kind of lines up with the second circle pop. So they might be able to get a big one here. The question is really, does all the other teams realize that this compound is basically a magnet in phase 4 with how all the water, you can see already with the zoom in map, there's so much water on the northern side. Usually it ends just where Ghetto Gang or south of it is in this spot here, just south of where TMO and Howl is. So such a big area. Jogo Benito, though, they did go on the Nanshan here on the northern side here, but the Storm and Request fight is about to be happening here. And the question is, can Jogo Benito pull off? Because they needed 4 points so far. It's not enough to go anywhere close to top 5.
I guess the only concern is if Circle 3 is really wonky, then silly things can occur because of that Circle 4 shift away from water. But we'll see. We'll see. It'd have to be like the hardest of hard shifts in the directions towards the water on those top lakes. But
right.
Yeah, Yoga Benito going to try and hold down here against Storm on Request, who has crashed into the south side of this. Yoga Benito here was much earlier, though, because of that drop that they did go down, but they've allowed Storm on Request to be able to make landfall on the south side of Nanshan.
Yeah, for sure. Follow 3 gear here on DPS is a very, very fun interaction if you're not on the receiving end of it. But let's see here what VZ can do. Kristalny and the boys here looking like to have a little bit of an interaction here. This is a bit of a rough fight, an urban ending in this case here, and with teams lurking on the outside too. PGG, some of them, Bushido Wildcats too, could be coming in and third partying this one here. Arrow in hand too, look at that. Oh, Kristalny's got the angles all day.
And has to give it up, unfortunately, knowing that he'd be leaving himself vulnerable and really revealing his position. But sees him on that corner. Oh, no, it's a disaster. Vivisi. Oh, he's down. He's trying to make these moves, especially with the DBS as well, unfortunately.
He's burning him on out. And that's your front point man with full 3 gear just gone down. That was a rough push there. He should not expose himself so much without information, or even a stun grenade in the corner here.
The circle shift Avenger.
Oh my goodness. That's an insane shift. I mean, I assume it's going to go north. It's going to go northeast afterwards, but look at that. Look at all the teams sending it. You have to remember as well, unplayable where send is. The river is unplayable. It should be going northeast, but in some rare cases, if the circle cannot generate a circle that does not have water in it, sometimes it just takes a random one. We could end up with a actual river ending here, James. It could be insane.
We could, or we could end up with that bloody pillar on the southwest side being in. And what is happening? All right, well, we'll see. We'll see. The next shift's going to be a spicy one, potentially, as Yoga Benito is making it spicy against Storm on request, looking to shut down the Weathermen here as they send a few nades forwards, knowing that they're at least 1-man advantage at the moment. But Viso on that high ground of the building might be the X factor that they need, but they do see him and actually push him away. That's a perfect execution here to start things off from Yoga Benito as they move on up based on the... And they get the molly as well. It's perfect execution from them.
There's no way. No! Oh my goodness. Potsjan as well. Oh, finds node. It's just falling apart from Yoga Benito, and then Boss is saying, okay, let's third party that. That's just insane. Cristalni finds it. Oh my god. Yoga Benito. Sure, you get 4 kills, but I don't think it's worth it, James. I don't think the 4 kills being 1 guy left alive here is worth it. That's so sad for Yoga Benito.
Who was locked in with who?
You're not in here with me. That's actually so sad for Yoga Benito. They actually had a potential decent game here. But then again, Boss took such a good spot that no matter if it was Storm Request or Yoga Benito that won this, they're going to get held out. Flora is also finding Sunflower here. Baldanini, it's so unfortunate. Tabble goes down as well. Don't go in crazy stadium unless you know it's safe for sure here. I think they just assumed that Noah's going to be here, but Exile just chilling.
Yeah. All right. 30 seconds before potentially all hell breaks loose. Will it go down is the question. I mean, now as Starry Skies also gets shut down here by construction workers. That's coming in here from that northeast side. But they've still got a lot of teams to go through. The thing is that Vitality is going to be overlooking them here from those high grounds as well. The Myth of is making a bit of a send through the middle position there against Starry Skies, as well as where Vitality actually is. I think a lot of the teams in the north side know that there is going to be some urgency about these moves in just a few seconds time.
James, this pop here, let's see where we're going to be going. Oh my god, we are going southwest. I cannot believe it. It's on the unplayable, it's on the river. That's just an absolutely insane circle.
All right, all bets are off, ladies and gentlemen. All bets are off. You can put them in the chat, but they might not matter. Let's see. Ghetto Gang here trying to deal with the position here that now Construction Yoke, even I would say, is pushing into this. April does take down PWD. More nades will go forward here to try and deal with this. Michael is in a spot where he can try and make a push, but that Molotov is kind of slowing down a little bit of his progression at the moment, as April's right above him. So how are they going to now? Both teams actually going to be able to get out of that situation, with the Mythov also moving on it.
This is just, again, a play for points, a play for salvage. They know that they're not going to be able to get on the southern side, so they're just trying to get as many points cleaned up as possible. Anybody's IM5 finds a multiple, both on TMO and onto Yo. Meanwhile, S2G and Workers is also going down too. James goes down to Everest for the flush, and Ghetto Gang is the winners of this fight quite easily. Yo goes down, Justice also fine for anybody's, and Fex, meanwhile, goes down to S2G.
Imagine if Boars had stayed on this pillar. Imagine,
dude.
After
that would have been insane.
Oh, it could have been a qualifying game. It really could have. But, I mean, you can't know that it's going to occur, and it oftentimes doesn't. Exactly as Avenger was elaborating on, the fact that we are coming back down here and that it is still in play is very, very unlikely with the way the algorithm works. So for all of these teams now, they're kind of scrambling. So is Ghetto Gang here, trying to ride on out of this position. They know they've got a lot of work to do. There might be teams that just duck into the water and hope for the best from this north side.
Yeah, it could be. I'm kind of curious to see where GG takes this. Ghetto Gang boys, they are, at this point, just ascent somewhere, or maybe take a fight to balls. They don't have a lot of information after being in the compound here. Vitality as well. Could they survive just a little bit to maybe push on to Exile, to maybe push on to S2G? I'm not sure. It's rough no matter what here. Pixelate trying to survive as well. The question is really, once that northern side is out, James, there's a lot of uphill on the kind of riverbed that makes it playable, right? Because balls should be kind of sorted out or be pushed out by some other teams' areas. Look at that, Levante just cleaning out TMO here, and a lot of teams are going to be falling the next 30 seconds.
I really much... Oh, are we going to boost the BRDM?
Oh my God.
Oh, we're all getting in the BRDM.
That's beautiful.
All right. Yeah,
that's beautiful. So go into the river! Into the river!
Actually, yeah, you could easily make that happen.
Yeah, you don't need to go into the blue here.
Okay, well, I guess we are, though.
It's phase 4, I guess. Fine. Oh, Levante jumps out. It's like, nope.
Okay, well, let's go on board with Joga Benito, who's doing some damage here as trying to run away as Cristiani. He's only got himself 2 kills, but Joga Benito with the 4, they need a little bit more than that. Here comes the BRDM. Let's just roll into people. I guess we're just going to shoot at everything. X-Howl, at the moment, quite vulnerable as we try and find a little bit of position. Where's Levante during all of this?
Oh my God, Shivless finds hello, my bad. Getrax goes down to Quedpa here. It's falling quite apart here for Vitality. I'm not sure if they forgot that the BRDM is an amphibious vehicle. You could have gone into the river and survived for quite a while there. That's a little bit sad here. Quizzy does try to go at some points onto Howl. Look at that. He hits Shivless, but it's a very slow push. He's just playing around it. Takes the shields down. Your cover is now mine.
Nate's coming forwards as well, trying to push him away. Unfortunately, Levante's down to the blue at the back. It does beg the question, like, maybe you'd be alive better. And X-Howl is gone because they were being shot at by everyone while the BRDM was being annoying. So Quizzy's doing his very best here to try and get this going. He is being shot at, though. The BRDM is very low on health now, and I think people are realizing that. It should be gone soon here from Quizzy. Unless he has a repair kit.
First aid, he's just gonna jump, stay in the smoke for a little bit. You don't notice me here. Yeah, it's gonna blow up shortly. He's gonna get the first aid off though, might be able to take on Baron, but no, Baron does have a angle here. Easy peasy for him to take down Team Vitality. S2G turns on. We talked about them. We expected big things for them. We looked good in the first game in Erangel, and now they're turning up just a little bit more here. 7 kills so far, 17 points within striking distance of that top 5, especially with Yo and TMO out already.
Star Sky's committed to the water on the swim over and making landfall, had to throw down smokes to keep themselves alive. I do have to agree with you. I wonder what they would have thought about if they'd have gone for maybe the amphibious play with the BRDM. It would be maybe worth asking Vitality after this, but
I can understand that maybe 10 teams or 10 players from all the teams are shooting at them and the BRDM blows up quite fast. But there's so much chaos going out. Levante jumped out because it probably didn't have enough heals to do as well, but just a quick, like one of the shorter distances, you can actually get over quite quick. It's not that slow, so a little bit sad to see that they didn't get and capitalize as much off of that with the BRDM. It would have been fun to see if they were able to maybe push into Ghetto Gang's position, because Ghetto Gang's actually surviving with a 3-man with one guy on the other side. Yeah, we'll see how deep they can take this though. Ascend still alive and in play here. O'Connell goes down to a K9 headshot from T-Bone.
And no tag team. Rafa has himself a Lynx on board as well, so there's a way he can try and make something work with that. Boar's taking a lot of damage though now to some of these teams that are looking at them. Foldable shield has to go out, knowing that PGG is looking at them here from the high ground over in the distance. One thing's for sure though is that no tag team is making some bold moves to the middle of this circle right now, just below where Bushido Wildcats is, and maybe they up kind of perched near that pillar could make a big game of this one, considering they're in 4 seats. No kills yet for the Wildcats. Oof.
Yeah, Wildcats, if this circle comes west, James, I have big expectations to them to do a 8-kill win or something like that. The circle did pop. It's somewhat decent for them, but still they're going to have to fight their way through no tag team and PGG. It's going to be a little bit difficult here. Like no tag teams push here after losing one player to kind of hunker up towards the middle, considering everyone is going to be fighting towards those edges here. I think they might be able to get quite a few placement points if we don't see anyone doing a crazy pull-up on them.
I thought that was someone.
Oh, they're driving again.
Okay, where are they going?
Repositioning here. Maybe to try to take that northern... Yeah, maybe to try to take this northern edge away from Boris, but this is not the play, guy. Reversing into that spot there. Cannot find Salik, though, with a K9. These guys are just bolt gods, or what?
Yeah, they're having a good fun with this one as well now. They've got 4 alive, 3 kills to their name so far here for Ascend. They're looking for #1 guaranteed in today, all things considered. But so is PGG, still alive, still rocking it up in that north side at the moment. Schiller connects with a nice nade against April. As for Ghetto Gang, I mean, technically, I'm surprised they survived as long as they did from that water. They've done all right for themselves, but I don't think it lasts much longer here, Avenger.
I don't think so either. I don't see that happening, honestly, but again, squeezing point, salvaging point. It's gonna get close. Look how close it is even. They're out there. Ghetto Gang, sad for them, man. They had that compound. That is the magnet compound. And then we get a crazy phase 3 shift that throws all their plans in the absolute spanner here. That's so unfortunate for them. SG, though, 11 kills. They've turned up, James. They've tied 5th place now. We talked about them at the start of the day. And now here by game 4, they're able to turn on and get some points. Schiller 7. Again, another standout performance for this guy. Blue zones, nades, everything is being thrown onto no tag here. They still, yeah, they still. Oh, Rafa goes down 2 boars. Find that too many teams and 2 central already. They should have fought for an edge rather to go central at that point.
Yeah, they had some of the arsenal to do it as well, right? With things like Lynxes, etc. But now Ascend's going to be moving in back behind them and seeing what they can get done. But also, Chris is looking towards Wildcats, so that's good for him to be able to try and shut things down. You're right about Schiller. Obviously, we saw the numbers at the beginning of the day for S2G and day #1, and Schiller was all over it. Now he's down here to Boars. They need to really shut down Hicks. Hicks is the only one left alive. And S2G is gone, but Hicks dies in a moment behind them as well, thanks to Sloy Jacket. The top 2 still alive, still 4-man. For them, this doesn't matter. But for Bushido Wildcats, this means a whole lot. But they've still got no kills, Avenger.
Yeah, they need to pounce, and they need to do it soon. The question is, James, do they wait for PGG and ASN to fight? And then third party? That's what I would do if I was in that position. Sloy Jacket opens on Kill Yakai here. It's a little bit unfortunate. I think he's going to get flushed too. Oh, look at that. The steals, they are opening up. They're starting this fight here. And 1 point goes to Bushido Wildcats.
Yeah, come on. We need more Bushido Wildcats. We need the tree of life to blossom here for the Wildcats and see exactly what they can do, because we need more kills on the board. They need more placements on the board to just catch up to the top 5. Never mind anything else, but they're giving it away currently here in terms of the aggressive factor to Ascend and PGG. Yeah, they don't see him.
No, Ketter's jumping for info in distance. Oh my god, finds Percenti quite easily. Oh, he's jump peeking from the other side. He doesn't see it at all. Look at that. The jump peek. Oh, he barely. Oh.
He doesn't see it.
Oh my god. Baldinini surviving for quite a while here. Ketter goes absolutely ham. Finds another guy. Slurk Jacket and Percenti gone down here. Ascend's opening up.
He's not looking
he spots him. Oh my god. Ketter's insane.
Oh, the eyes of a hawk. Well done here. The eyes of
look at that. The pull up from T-Bone. Oh, T-Bone comes into the barrel. Can he find more? Can he find another knock here? Subila opens up. Oh my god. Ascend is on an absolute mare here.
Okay, hello, Wildcats. Now is the time to pounce. Let's strike from the shadows. Let's get this done.
There's stealth.
We've got to do something. We need the points, and all of a sudden, I mean, PGG and Ascend are having a great time. Okay, now, there's one wheel on this car. Okay.
Ketter finds another knock onto Codebargo here. They have to go for the rest, and it's outside the zone here. Chris is lurking onto them with an M249. They're looking to just absolutely destroy Bushido Wildcats. Celtic here? Could he get something? T-Bone trying the confirmation not to present it here. Oh my god, it's Chris. Easily finds a knock onto Celtic here. Bushido Wildcats should have started this fight way earlier on to Ascend. They gave them way too much space here. Oh, look at that though. Salago opens up on Ketter. He might be going down here. He does indeed go down. That's way well played by Cento.
I mean, I totally get it that they're playing for the 10 points at the end and maybe just the cleanup overall, and that might be able to push them on in. In fact, it will push them in if they get the win as well as a few more kills from this spot. But I feel like there could have been a few steals here and there.
Yeah, they could.
Anything.
That's the thing, James. For me is I give them the win already, right? I want to see the extra points. Sure, Celtic died here. Maybe should have backed down like that. They should have taken the northern spot when PGG was already falling apart here. But for me, I already assume that Bushido Wildcats is winning. Maybe, sure, if it's Chris does something crazy, could happen. But they could have gotten 3, 4, 5, maybe more kills by either killing some of the Ascent guys or getting some of the kills onto PGG if they already put themselves into a kind of northern position. And with this circle here, James, surely they're going to be winning this.
Surely, smokes go down here for Ascend, who I will say, as much as, yes, they're in number one and they know that they've already done enough to qualify themselves to the finals, they're a very prideful bunch, and they will be wanting to look for as many wins as possible. They ain't going to be giving this to Wildcats at all if they can help it. They do have a number disadvantage, though, and the spray is going into the side of these smokes as well. Code Marco, let's see what you can do. It's been all meta bay, apparently, in this game so far.
There's also 7 PGC points to first place compared to the 3 in 5th place. So that's something to play for. It could be a cutoff. That could be a tiebreaker till later. T-Bo goes down here to Crossberg. There's an easy opening here for the... Chris goes down half as well. Surely Bushido Wildcat closes this one out, but I really hope there's going to be like a 10-point or 10-kill win for them to put them on 20 total here. But with this, there's 4 more for the win and 1 more kill for It's Chris here potentially. So it could be... it could be 6 more total to come their way.
Oh, what a great nade. If he...
Oh my god.
No.
Oh my god.
No. Chris gets 2. Is he going to be able to get a 3rd? He's going to move very aggressively on this. He knows that he's not even with him. This could be a disaster for Bushido Wildcats. If they do not get this win, Avenger, I'm going to lose my mind.
Yeah, that'd be absolutely insane if they are not able to close this one out here. It's a 1v1 with knocks on both sides. Does Crossberg go for the knock here? He gets the information. Traded knock maybe here, and they go 2 versus 2, yeah. But still, Ascend has a little bit less advantage in terms of the terrain, in terms of the circle is pushing them here. They are currently outside the zone. They can just slide in a little bit, and a nade already.
Could be good.
Oh my god, that's going to be it. That's going to be it. No, it's not. Too short, James.
Too short. Difficult to throw it through some of these tree branches as well. Sometimes they do get knocked on that, and that's a double blue zone, which is way too short as well. You can see It's Chris has moved up onto the rock position, which is a little bit further towards any kind of semblance of them playing the circle, but Crossberg has the majority position when it comes to the center. That's a good move here from Bushido Wildcats to try and lock this down, leaving Code Marco on the edge to try and see if he can sneak on around here and get that backstab on the boys.
Oh my god, the cover comes down perfectly for him as well. Oh, the spots from Code Marco. Yeah, he's down. Crossberg now to take T-Bone on here.
Surely it should be it. He sees T-Bone as well in the distance, goes for a big spray, and it is Wildcats taking the game. It got dicey towards the end there, and as much as we're critical and we feel like they should have had a little bit more, it is a win. It is them jumping up into that top 5 by the skin of their teeth, as they will be able to hold it. Let's take a look back at some of the highlights from this game, as well as get Blank in as well. We were losing our minds a little bit, Blank, but in the end, Bushido Wildcats does make a jump up, and there is still 1 more game available to them.
I mean, it's a fairly funny game, honestly. It all went completely wrong on that shift over towards the unplayable terrain, split between the river. Overall, a really tough game to handle. But I do think that storyline always comes back to, what were Bushido Wildcats doing? I mean, yes, that game does put them in a great position on the leaderboard with the win, because they had to get that win. It looked dicey, but it's so tough now at the top of the tables with Ascend and PGG getting another good game. Anyone can have a chicken dinner, 10 kills, and get themselves into the top 5 now. It is so scary for everyone.
Yeah, I mean, we can play devil's advocate on the other side as well, right? We're being a little bit critical. Like, they know as well, I guess, Avenger, it's like, okay, but if we just survive, maybe in turn the kills will come to us. And unfortunately for them, where they were playing from, no one was interested in going anywhere near them the entire game, aside from being downhill from them.
I'm critical because I know these guys are so good players, right? And I think, and I raised them to such a high level of standard. You can see Metabay with that drive-by. He destroyed him. And that's the things I want to see. And I understand the priority of survivability and being 4 alive for that late game. Because if they're not 4 alive, It's Chris destroys them, right? He easily takes 2 1 versus 1s. And I understand that that's the priority, right? And for me, I expected the win from them. But I just wanted the 7, 8, 9 kills alongside the win. And that's why I hold them to such a high standard. I know these guys are so good players, but I really wanted to see them come out a little bit earlier to lock that down, either by backstabbing and third-partying Ascend as they were fighting and spreading out. But they know that Ascend is already qualified, so I understand the kind of discipline of saying, guys, if we go in against these guys, they're going to throw everything at us, commit every single utility just to survive. And we need all the utility to late game.
Well, it is still 3 spots open, because as much as they got a win, They're only 2 points clear of the barrier here are Bushido Wildcats. Yo is in 4th place with 24, technically joint with S2G, who as a Turkish team was able to make a massive jump up as well in this game. Thanks to Schiller again, Black. Schiller in day 1 was amazing here for S2G, but they didn't do enough. In day 2, he's been amazing, but it still might not be enough with just 1 game remaining.
I mean, Schiller's basically the walking cane of S2G right now because they are leaning on him hard right now to get them through a lot of these late games and these mid-game performances. But I think S2G still can do this. I think they're very good at prioritizing getting 4 people towards that late game. Again, that game is very hard to be hard on them for, though, because of how difficult it was of a game to play for every single team inside of that lobby. It was not an easy game whatsoever. I think that overall, when I'm looking at this going forward, though, I honestly, production, if we could bring up the leaderboards again, I think that's what most of us would quite like to take a look at, because it's a ridiculous roundup of teams. Thank you very much. Look at this: 24, 23, 23, 22, 20, 20, 17, 17. 1 game, you're in the top 5. This is as close as it gets. It's very reminiscent of the Cups where you had Team Nemesis and Construction Workers so far on the top.
This is crazy. The new guy's throwing his weight around already. Production do this. Production do that. Nice. Nah, they're more than willing. I'm just joking. But you bring up a good point in that now when we look at this, there is a world where, yes, 3rd, 4th, and 5th, you might be in top 5 right now, Avenger, but there's a world where those 3 teams easily do not make top 5 at the end of this game because it is so close.
Let's throw the hammer down here, guys. There's 12 teams within 10 points. That means that there's 12 teams fighting for 3 spots. From Team Vitality, 1 big game, you're in 35, ish points. Like, it's a win with 10 kills, you're in 35 points, and you're probably 5th or 6th. Like, it is literally 12 teams fighting for 3 spots. It's absolutely insane. Never seen anything like it.
I mean, it could be 3 different teams in that top 5.
Yeah, it wouldn't be the 3 same teams.
It wouldn't be the same 3 teams. Yeah, it's crazy. That's what I'm saying. It could be 3 different teams. It's wild. Right. It is wild. It's the wild west out here over on these leaderboards.
This is the thing, right? Especially when we watched a lot of PGS and covered a lot of it as well. The best of 5 formats for all of these elimination stages is absolutely brutal for these teams to try and deal with. However, it does feel like every single day, Avenger, regardless if the players like it or not, there's every day something unbelievably close to play for. Every day, guaranteed.
As many pros have shared to me, this is the worst and hardest way to play it.
Yeah.
But I'll say this, as a spectator, as a passionate PUBG enjoyer and connoisseur, it's actually kind of insane to watch. Like, we get absolute banger games back to back to back here. As we took a look at some of the top dealers, it's great to see both it's Chris and T-Bone up here actually leading the charge for this. We also saw tons of kills coming in from Kilyakai, obviously. It's huge. Ascent have had a banger every day. We saw reminiscences of their impact to the top teams as well yesterday, but here, what a standout performance for them. And I'm actually loving this new lineup. Obviously, Sure Ketter is one of my guys. He was my roommate at PNC last year, and he's such an underrated player. We've seen it already. The amount of knocks he gets with the bolt actions, some crazy knocks he gets from long range. Insane performance. And of course, to pair him up with 3 extremely experienced players. These guys have been, to PNC, to PEC back in the day for it's Chris, T-Bone for Team UK throughout the years, and back with Heroic. And like, these guys are storied players. And then he comes in and also plays alongside these guys and does this well. It's so exciting.
The Heroic result is actually one of the most forgotten results of all time, right? The fact that they were like basically 2nd place at a World Championship or something like that, and close to winning the World Championship, which was the 2nd or 3rd. Anyway, it was very up there.
2nd in 2022 against New Happy.
Yes. So it's crazy stuff. But anyway, we can actually listen on PGG's team comms here from this game as we get ready for the final one. So let's check in.
Зарекрутал тут научил заправку?
Нет.
Пробегу.
У меня есть 4. У меня есть. А, ну ладно.
Давай.
Он направо едет на скалу, по-моему, забил.
Блять, мне колесо пробили.
У тебя возможно справа.
Васик с ебалом один был.
Уехали? В траншейке.
Рейс на метке играет.
Вот у меня траншея вот тут где-то, либо на мне прям.
Тачки нам нужны в любом случае.
Вот идеальный.
Метка бежит, долбоёб, двойка, выхуевшего, бегут в опане. За деревья, ебут, одного нок.
Добить. Найс.
Еще двойка жив, двойка живчик. Убивайте. Метка встает. Добить нахуй.
Не могу, не вижу. Не вижу.
Еще нокнул одного. Максим, твои хая нужны, брат, или забила?
Макс, ко мне заехать.
Вайпнули их.
Смог даю. Мы стоим, бой здесь с тобой стоим.
Чел едет.
Одно. Одно.
Clear urgent comms coming in from PGG, and I know which part Avenger liked most, which was divide. He loves that. He loves that a lot, right?
Let's go! It's everyone understands that. It's good to see. And PGG, obviously, being in this spot here, the amount of control and the amount of impact you have when you're already qualified is just crazy. But these guys maintain confidence. They maintain 4 guys alive, and they have such an impact in the lobby. And at this point, going into the last game, my strategy, if I'm not top 2, is to avoid the top 2 teams. Like, no matter what you do, don't try to drive by them. Don't try to crash their compounds unless you have a huge upper advantage. Then I don't want to see that happening.
I mean, we go to the beginning of the day. New guy called it. That's what I might call him from now on. New guy. Blank. You called PGG looking good from the cups coming into this, and here they are banging things out. New guy.
Yeah, no. Again, to be honest with you, this is a very different PGG though. I think Presenti was putting a lot of work, and a lot of the other team had a huge amount of skill as well, but it wasn't meshing. I think today, when you're watching this, the glue is finally together in this team, and they look like a whole unit. I really do like it a lot, and especially when you're watching these 2-2 splits they're going for. A lot of the time, it's very clear the communication on this team is top notch at this point, which is great to see. And I think PGG is only going to find more success off the back of this.
One more game, one more Erangel before we wrap things up here, and this might be a moment where I think to myself, you know what, I could ask you guys, who do you think is going to make top 5? But the fact that there are still 12 teams that could quite easily, there's no answer to it, Blank. It's a tough one. It's really a tough one.
It's easy. Who doesn't make it, James?
There's 2 teams that don't make it. I'll tell you that much.
I'll say this right now. I think there's 2 teams that doesn't make it, guys. That's my bet.
Well, we're getting word that one of our teams unfortunately crashed, so we're just kind of rejoining this lobby and getting you good to go. More time to talk with the new guy. And Martin, of course, as well. But it's definitely been a treat, Martin, considering the games that we've seen, and be it the insanity of the Miramar game and the wonkiness of this Rondo. It's always cool to see teams have to be tested by a Rondo like that, and I do feel bad for Boars that they kind of abandoned the pillar.
Man, they tested them. That was in until phase 6. Like, they would have been able to lay the hammer down onto Bushido Wildcats, onto Ascend, onto No Tag. Like, everyone at that kind of central south side, they would have been able to have such an impact. That would have potentially been a qualifying game for them, right? We're talking 10+ kills, like 4+ points from placement alone. So, yeah, that would have been cool. Sadly, didn't stay there. And also, no one would have thought that phase 3 shift, and then on top of that phase 4 shift happened back to back. That's just so unheard of. It's so rare to see those wonky circles, I'd say.
Well, yeah, because the thing is that the majority of teams are playing that game right. That's the crazy thing, Black. Yeah. They're all like, they see that shift towards the north. They're like, okay, we'll all go towards the north. We'll have a great all grand time up there. And then, even if we have to fight through teams on the edge, at least we know that maybe if we win those fights, we're going to have a spot to play up here. No, none of that. All to the window, trying to figure something out.
I just checked, right, guys? When just before that circle popped, right, on the southern side, the only teams on the southern side was Ascent and No Tag. Bushido Wildcats was on the north, outside blue, kind of by Namchang. Far rotating, right? But there was only 2 teams that was on the south side. Ascent obviously doing great, but No Tag team, they could have actually taken anything they wanted and probably had a big one from it, though.
Blank?
Yeah, it's just one of those situations where I think that you have to be very, very confident in your gameplay on the day. For a team like PGG, for instance, take the example for them, is the fact that they want to fight down there. And I mean, for those circles, we've had plenty of them today, even over on Miramar. That was fairly insane, where you've really got to fight for your life in this tournament. I mean, 5 games a day is just, it's so hard. It is so hard.
Yeah, we're going into game number 5 now, and knowing that Hicks is a BRDM in real life. That man looked like a tank. But anyway, it is time. Black, thank you very much. We'll check in with you after the game as we have our last Erangel here to wrap things up. And guess what, ladies and gentlemen? You're in for a treat, because 12 teams could quite easily make it through into the finals of just this game alone. With me as Avenger to bring you the last game.
Yeah, it is, and it's a crazy plane path to start things off with. We basically cover the entirety of the map from Stalpa to Maborsk here, and yeah, with this one, James, damn, what a... I don't think I've ever seen a best of 1 for 12 teams in 3 spots. Like, that is just crazy. 10 points between 12 teams. Any of these teams with a great game can make it. The question is, what's the cutoff going to be like, and how close are you going to be to heartbreak here?
There's going to be a lot of onus on some of these teams trying to get those central positions very early on a circle like this. And if you get a circle to start off the game, you are going to be laughing, and you need to shore up your defenses as quickly as possible. One thing that's always concerning me is the fact that James is very far away from the rest of his team on Ferry Pier, looking for vehicles along the road and then bringing that on back. I get it. I understand it. It's a big play to try and get as many vehicles on board as possible. It's a far west circle with a lot of water in it already, Martin. As if we hadn't tested these teams already, we're going to be in an accelerated game state. Uh-oh.
That's just so scary, man. I cannot believe we go west once again here. And it's so far west that we're not going to end anywhere close to where we've seen before. And damn, the tendencies in these circles, man, it's just so much west. It's absolutely crazy. No Ted team laughing here, Ghetto Gang laughing, and construction workers laughing after them being here. It's actually kind of cool to see them go in and grab this and see if they can get something out of it. Meanwhile, though, we have S2G. 5th place right now. James, do they survive and stay inside top 5?
It's a good question. It's a good question. Just back to your point, though, about construction workers. I like that. Where's Papa Vard? We need the WTSG hoodie back in for construction workers being over there. But yeah, now I feel like technically our Turkish teams, as I said at the beginning of the day, should be able to do something very good in this lobby, like S2G, of course. It's not just been Chilla really today. Also, Quepa's been able to do quite a lot for the team as well. But Bushido Wildcats, what I also noticed from their cameras is that they're on the same location together. So they've taken it very seriously. Obviously, they're kind of locked in, Bushido Wildcats, all in the same location, playing this out, knowing that there's a potential for them to be able to jump up. And I think that technically both Turkish teams should be able to survive.
Yeah, we would assume so. We would hope so for these guys. Been quite the game for them so far. And S2G, with their performance, man, it does feel like they're going to be able to. Their angle was great, and the last game was obviously fantastic for Schiller. Once again, huge performance from him. But you know, construction workers and Team Vitality in a fight for survival. Vitality needs a banger game. 4 kills to start things off with here would be huge. This is they need to win.
It's such a throwback. South George versus Crates in South George. This is we don't get to see oftentimes anymore. This kind of fight that does go down from time to time. But back in the day, we used to see this all the time.
Yeah.
So I love to see this. As let's see what the guy's going to be able to do with it. Nobody's willing to go all the way up the cranes because that's suicide nowadays against some of these players.
Oh, my God, Vard's gone down. Ketrock's actually super low as well. But it's Ironside M4. It's a little bit rough here. I cannot believe it.
Papa Vard's in shambles. No WTSG anymore. Crazy stuff. Although he's not down and out just yet. That's for sure. Oh my God. Well, anyway, as we already have emergency pickup coming in. Nothing. From Yo, as they were a little bit further away by looks of things.
I was going to start talking about Boss here. Their angle into this next circle here might be huge. They actually have quite the opening here with Yo taking this E-pick up here. That whole southwest side could be quite easy entry for them here. But let's see what happens with construction workers and Team Vitality here. It's a rough fight here. Levanter's going to have to disengage just a little bit. You cannot heal when you only have 1 first aid. You cannot use that on a blue zone tank when you have the angle here. But let's see what the angle of approach is for this team here, James.
Yeah, no, wasn't something that they were going to take on any emergency pickup. I made a mistake, but anyway, looks like Quizzy here is just moving to see if he can get any shots on this rotate and pass on Baldini. As of course they were still kind of stuck in that fight for a little bit, but they are disengaging from construction workers completely now. And not many shots been taken from Baldini, although maybe they'll shoot them from the vehicle. You can see here, hello, my bad vehicle. Just taking a few pot shots wherever they may. Moving in on this northern side.
Can they get further? Can they get deeper than this here, Baldini? Going close to hospitals, obviously a little bit scary here, but Ghetto Gang is actually locking down this quite nicely with a Bermuda Triangle almost, with how many combos they've already locked down here. Sancho, they're going to pull up, surely. This is a pull up from the, easy. Sancho's going to have a hard time with a level 1 helmet and a barrel to defend this alone. Is he going to get some help from anybody or any other guys? No, it doesn't look like it. Looks like it's going to be left just to himself. But now, meanwhile, also red zone just straight on top of them. It's going to create tons of cover outside the compound later on.
Yeah, I don't know about this here from Ghetto Gang. I think that maybe, unfortunately, they might have held their split for just a little too long, considering how, I guess, desperate some of these teams are going to be, right, about trying to actually make something work in this final game to avoid being able to play tomorrow. Or, as Blank will put it at the beginning of the day, the opportunity, the chance, the
potential for growth.
Congratulations, you've qualified for tomorrow. Not the best of situations.
No, if you can get as many games played as possible, obviously it's the greatest, but you want to make sure you get to the grand final. That's where all the points are at, James. Like, it's only there's only 7 points for first here, where there's 250 PGC points for first place in the grand finals.
And tomorrow's going to be terrifying because only 3 teams qualifying. I don't want to play that. Nothing. No. Oh dear me.
All right, James. With this and how everything kind of goes in, PGG coming in extremely slow. The question is really, though, do they come in slow and try to take something and wrestle something away from someone else? Because they're just going to commit everything. You don't want to run into a team, unless it's going to be four free points for them, but you don't want to be running into a team that's already qualified this much, 49 points. There's no contest here. S2G, though, hunkering, I'm going to say, they're discussing something happening in this. Like, oh, what's going on over there? What's going on over there?
Are they just on a school trip up there? What's happening? It is ridiculous. Well, I mean, I guess they were totally convinced that there was no threats coming from the east side. Of course, they do have Quetpro over there, so they are technically in a 3-1, but it's funny to see them as clumped up the way they were. But that was Bushido Wildcats who were just on board with. They're coming in quite late, and they're coming in behind Boars. Maybe they run into them. It's unlikely that they do. There's still a lot of room down on the south side of that circle. If they go all the way around and probably even maybe go all the way just north of Primorsk, I won't put it past Bushido Wildcats to try and get on that west coast. I wouldn't be surprised.
No, I wouldn't be surprised at all here. And also committing to a compound phase 1 with all your cars or everything, and you're losing this a little bit. Not sure it's worth it. Sancho going down, though, that's a little bit rough for them. They need as many people upstanding here. They're, sure, not close to 5th place, but with a great game, they could have done it. Duffy does find one of Balnini guys.
Quiz is still stuck.
He's waiting patiently.
He is waiting, that's for sure.
That's the big one here. Anybody's as well looting. And, hospital and all the area around it is just going to be one big red zone right now. That's going to be a little bit dangerous, but also that kind of opens the door for a lot of the teams to drive in and around, because all the information from audio is kind of gone when you have the red zone going on.
Yeah.
Circle is closing shortly here, and in about a minute we're going to see where the next one goes. Micah and him, and then finds S2G. They're losing this. Cripper finds one. Goes down to Aris as well, and Baron's out. That's S2G out there in the cutoff, James, and they're not going to be inside for the grand final through day 2. They're going to have to wait to day 3.
Somebody got hit by a red zone. I need to go back and see how they actually rocked up on Everest, because the thing is that making a joke out of the idea that SUG was looking at 3 alive having a picnic up at the top of Everest, but if they just let them roll up like that, things have not gone right there for S2G at all. Oh no.
Oh, that's so unfortunate. I honestly cannot believe that that was the case there. Oh my god, that's S2G. It's such a great spot. Never mind, there's 50% water in play still. Everest is not even in.
This is a problem, and as Blank would say, congratulations, S2G, you've qualified for day 3. So, good for them. Well, no. Anyway, let's see how all these teams are going to be moving. As you say, there's so much water in this circle, so there is going to be a bit of an emergency here for some of these teams, as construction workers is trying to wiggle their way on through, trying to thread the needle into what might be some of the dips in those fields, because so many of the compounds are already taken.
Gotta send, just laying the hammer down on Yo, and Yo needs points. They're in 5th, sure, but they're in 5th by a tie, and they need to get points here. That is not it. TMO, though, James, the 4 points to rock up. This must be such a confidence booster for them. And yeah, I mean, I wonder the cutoff gonna be something around, 35 to 40 points. We'll see, though, once we get the last game and all the points tallied in here. Bushido Wildcats with the 2-2 split on the southern side. I assume, though, that we're still going to have some water in play for the next phase. The question is how much. Oh my god, TMO falling to exile, losing 2 players here. That is just so unfortunate.
Yeah, it's getting dicey now. It's really getting dicey very quickly here because the Mythov has just jumped up into the top 5. But if they lose out here, their position could quite easily be under threat. Exhal now putting in a lot of damage against them. Still up in Everest and trying to deal with all the players down at the bottom here. Ares is gone. The Mythov is bleeding out to the point where their tournament run is going to be in jeopardy, and they're going to have to play out tomorrow as well.
Yeah, for sure. Micah, I don't think 27 is enough. Can he disengage? Can he get something from it? Howl is chasing. Look at that. He's driving straight for him, and it's.
I get it.
I think it's the same car. He's going to seat swap and try to see if we can find him in here. Oh, that'll be rough here. Boss, close to construction workers here. This is also, again, a stalemate. It's not worth it. PGG's coming in, and they're going to be, oh my god, straight hot drop on Team Vitality. Can they get the points? Can they get something out of this? They're out there. They're turning around here. As soon as they land, it's going to be a straight 3v2. That's going to be rough. Hello, my bat's actually already disengaging from this. Nate's dropped on the ground. Selic finds Levanta here. He's going to swap out, and they've already engaged on the roof here. Super unfortunate for Vitality to have a team that's already qualified to hot drop straight onto you from emergency pickup.
Yeah, it looks like, the rest of them are not even here really to be able to kind of help this on out. It's going to be very difficult to really shut this down. That being said, though, Simon from a distance here with the M24 is also putting in some damage as well from the distance. Hello, my bad is gone. PGG trying to shut this down completely. Gedrock's in this building, still alive, still kicking. But Levante's gone as well now here for Vitality. Looks like they're going to be playing things out tomorrow, because even if you do somehow recover in this position now, you ain't going to be getting enough points to push into the top 5.
No, I don't think so, for sure. Let's see what Jogo Benito can do, though. Can they get a little bit of points here? They would need... it's not even possible. They would need 15, 20 kills and a win to have a chance at it. Yeah, but I don't really see it happening here. Sloyjackets finds Gedrocks, and Vitality seems like it's out. Seems like it's done. We had such high expectations with them yesterday, and now they failed day 2. It's going to have to be a day 3 qualification for them, or a no grand finals in our first iteration of PEC Spring. That's so sad.
Quizzy's in North George. That was North George, right?
Yeah, I think he's picking up 41st dates.
Yeah, he was stuck in crates for such a long time alongside teams, and I guess, they were so disjointed, there was no reinforcing for him up to the top. I was trying to figure out this whole time where on earth he was. He doesn't even have that many first aids, mate. He only has 3. So he's going to need a lot more here to be able to outlive and outlast. But even if you got a win off the back of it, it's very unlikely to be enough anyway. Tough stuff.
Construction workers here. 0 kills. We, again, thought such high of them, but 20 points is way less than they need to get in and get through here. 15 more points or so at least. We're talking win on 5 kills or 10 kills, and a top 5 placement here would be maybe enough. We'll see, though, how they fare, but it's looking like very passive play for at least, 8, 10 of these teams here, James, because they know it's very, very circle dependent on their decision making here and how deep they're going to take this one here. Boss is playing a little bit more aggressive in terms of that southeast side, trying to hold out, but this next circle here, with this much water in play still, it's going to be quite obvious that it can still both go north and south side. The fact is, though, so much fields are still in play and not a lot of cover is inside there.
I'm just scared if this circle goes south and then Ascend gets yet another potential huge game off the back of just having the compound still. Because again, they're going to have huge impact on this lobby. I mean, you came in thinking to yourself, okay, what could actually that cutoff be? But we're going to have such a lower cutoff because of the way in which PGG and Ascend have actually soaked up those points. So it's made it so volatile here for this lobby for day 2.
Sure. Oh, Nitro finds Celtic here. A little bit sad to see him come in and lose this one here. Bushido Wildcats, we're talking such highly of them last one, but 4 kills only alongside their win. Not enough, and potentially with losing one guy here, so close to the cutoff, they need points. They need 10-ish. And losing one player is not their style of play usually.
Yep, tough one. Let's see what they can get done here. Code Marco, Metabate, been able to do quite a bit here throughout the day. If you kind of account for their kind of potential skill. Obviously, Metabay was able to do something at the beginning of the previous games. And now they're just going to bide their time down towards the bottom. They do have some vehicles still available to them. Construction workers now moving through the fields to a very synonymous spot here alongside that radio tower, knowing that it's a very vulnerable dip potentially. That Boars does currently sit in. It's a very known dip and did see him just across the way. Flash goes forward. Feck starts things off. Hello Sampai responds in kind though. Where are the reinforcements here? 4 construction workers. Looks like they're not helping Fex out. They need to be coming in fast and hard against this position and shutting this down. And they are doing. Crashing on through, but Hello Sampai and Marshall shutting them down.
That's crazy. Now it's just native left.
Oh no.
And, yeah, it's falling completely apart here for construction workers. They even got the circle. If they stayed in this spot here, they would potentially have had such a big game from him. Look at that. Boss holding now this southeastern side, and it's coming straight to them. Yo, though, on the other side with the 2-2 split from the high ground and the low ground dip could pay off, James.
Yeah, I think they know right now, in these 2 spots, just survive here for Yo. And if anybody's coming at you, then you can play the defensive play. Then you would have the leg up, the advantage maybe, on if anybody was going to push on forward. PWD's doing a bit of drive scouting on that east side. You can see it there. A very powerful tool to have in your arsenal. And then also relocate towards the 2-man. So leaving Cappy over there on his lonesome. See if he can do a little bit, but reinforcement potential kind of strong, as X-Howl is going to be making a move here on this east side.
God, that's such a long rotate as well. I don't think they survived. I think Boss completely shuts down this rotation. It's the fields. It's the sent for it. Kedda finds Crossberg meanwhile. So Marshall finds Flores. It's already falling apart for X-Howl here.
Yeah, goes for a big spray here. A lot of damage done to the front there, as well as Hicks is able to do something. The IRL BRDM absolutely smashing them down, along with Marshall as well. Boars doing a lot of work and jumping up into 3rd place and has 4 alive here, Avenger. There's a world where from those fields on the east side, they could make a miracle run today.
They could. They could indeed. And if Ghetto Gang doesn't pull up on them and destroy their hopes, then this spot is absolutely insane. The high ground, the cover, everything works in that advantage. And now, with the loot from 4 guys from X-Howl, they're going to have all the utility they need for a late game push.
Yes. And the thing is, they've made it happen all this time as a 3-man, right? Because Lurik is all the way in the compound towards that swamp area. Yeah, exactly. So technically, they have options available as well. There is a big push, though, actually on towards Yo here as Starry Sky has moved up alongside them as well. That could be quite detrimental to them. PWD is going to be greeting it to start things off here. Silas knocking on the door, seeing what he can get done. Charging up a bit of a nade. Going to be throwing that on through, seeing if he can do anything. I think somebody moved into the back rooms. Ooh, okay. I don't think it's going to be connected. Michael charging up a bit of a Panzerfaust as well. Here comes the reinforcements from Starry Skies. What can get done here? This is tense. Yo is currently on the cusp, on the border, to try and get into top 5 here and straight into that grand final. Sends an in forwards. Doesn't really do much. Silas with another one. Tries to go for the connect, and it's big there against Michael.
Yeah, Silas goes down to his Chris as well. Vatso finds Cappy. Now it's 2 knocks on Yo. They need to deter this ongoing onslaught that's coming on from Starry Sky here. James got to get out and have an impact here. He gets shot from the side too. James is getting delayed from the northern side as this south side fight is coming onto him. Do have a Panzerfaust in the hands. Yeah, stick the res. I like it. He's got a Panzerfaust in the hands of PDD here and stuck the res. That's actually huge here. Nade's coming in continuously here. He's gonna nade. Oh my god, he's gonna jump out and oh my god, his mom is gonna find him. And it's down to just 2 here. Michael did get the res off, but he's taking some blue zone damage. Really well played here from Starry Sky. They need a big game and they're doing it.
Yeah, they played that util fantastic, just forcing them out of those positions when they needed to force them out, and shot as they just go. Oh, Michael though does knock over Zazo, but he's down as well. It's all on Jeans, it's all on the big veteran to try and do something against this, but I don't think it's going to be enough. Shots coming in from Vizil as well on the other side of Storm on request. They're being shot from everywhere. Yo is down, and that is going to be them having to play out day number 3 here.
That's insane. The shift even came their way. Look at that. That might be a qualifying game and push from Starry Sky. Oh my god. I cannot believe that's exactly how it turned out for them. And also staying Fall Guys strong here is massive. And also we have to say that 20-point game was a dream come through for Yo, but they only had 4 points in the 4 other games, James. And that is not enough.
No, you can't be that inconsistent, even in just the best of 5 here, when you're watching the consistency of Ascend, of PGG come on through across these games, really now having huge impact on this lobby. And Simon is going to be able to do some more damage with the M24. Okay, Yoga Bonito, you know that they're probably not making it, but let's have some fun with those bolties. As the Mythov down. Okay, now they have 27 points here. If no tag team, if Starry Skies, if Storm on request are able to make leaps and strides, there's a world where the Mythov doesn't make it despite being in top 4 at the moment.
I don't think they make it, James. There's too many teams close.
Yeah.
Aldini goes down to more of the feeder teams going down to PGD, sadly for them. Quizzy goes down to find Kittle. Hey, Vitality is out, man. That's a heartbreak for them. Very, very high expectations of this team, saying they're not able to follow through. Nail's been found as well. That's construction workers out to another team we have insane high expectations to. After what we saw from their cup performance here, they're number 1. They've won the 4th week, guaranteeing them a straight invite to the first week of the first day of the playoffs here yesterday. And yeah, it's not really come to fruition just yet here. Shots coming in for Keta. He's got 2 kills already. I promised 10. He's gonna try to get it. Look at that. Shots coming in with them 24 and Code Marco. Look at that. It's Joker Bleeder out in 9th place. A team that had banger performances in the cups, and now they have been taken down to and only 8 points. It's complete opposite to what Blank said. He said, these guys are top 5. They are not, Blank. They're last place.
Oh, well, you know, it happens, it happens. I mean, the thing is as well, though, is what's important when you take away from that is the Bushido Wildcats getting a few kills here, despite only being 3 alive, now only 2 alive, is trying their very best to hold on to those top 5 positions at the moment. And it's not too bad. They've got an okay spot in these fields. If they can outlast some of these teams on the edge, maybe they can still hold on to it. Now flashes forwards here against the Ghetto Gang. No tag team needs to make even more happen here, but 3 of them are currently down here. They are being shut down here, and they were so close to being able to make top 5. They do take the position away from Ghetto Gang. Where is this mortar going? Where is that going?
Straight toward balls and Storm on request. And Ghetto Gang as well. No tag teams out, and they're outside the top 6. I cannot believe it. They had such consistent performances, but not enough kills and not enough placement points throughout the day. Puts them at 25 points. Look at Starry Sky, though. 3 more points, and they're into the top 5 position here.
Oh, they're losing Nitro, but surely a 3 from that compound, surely just a few more points would push them over the Mythov, as we do have still Storm on request. Technically has 4 alive, but they're in a bad spot up on that north side. Eventually, people are going to start shooting at them once they have to move into these circles. And Boars is one that has 12 kills, by the way, in this game, and has rocketed themselves up the leaderboard. What a game from Boars.
Look at this, though. Both Storm and Request and Starry Sky with 3 and 4 alive here. That could be enough. 6 kills total for Starry Sky here inside the circle. I'll say this already. They're in. They're taking TMO spot. The question is, does Storm on request get something out of this one? Good shots here from Silas. Taking down multiple. Finds it. It's Chris even. That's such a good... It's going to get stolen. No, he gets the confirmation. Such a good play here from Starry Sky. 7 kills now. 1 more to boot, and that's going to be enough potentially from them. Shots coming in from Silas. Doesn't heal. He ego peaks them with 37 HP. Unbelievable scenes here.
That's the thing about Silas, man. Like, there were so many prodigies in this. Oh no, he's dropped his nade at the wrong spot. Okay, actually, never mind about Silas, because this is important here for Storm on request, because currently they're unfortunately dropping the nades at their base. I don't know if they're going to be able to get in from the position that they're in, and that will be them shutting things down. Kiliakai is down here to PGG. It's the top two dogs fighting off against one another. They know that this is just for fun in the end. They know that they've been able to move on through. Maybe a few PGC points here and there between them if PGG is able to overlap them. And they do. They take #1 off Ascend here in the final formative moments.
Look at that. Bushido Wildcat striking at the right time here. Storm and Request has a chance, James. They can still do this. I think Starry Sky wins no matter what. The question is, can they take on Bushido Wildcats and take their spot away and get a few more kills? Potentially could take over Bushido Wildcats too. Let's see what happens. They're out. They're gone. That's it. And that is our final 5 here. Starry Sky makes it. Bushido Wildcats off the win of the last game and a potential good performance here in this one too.
What's crazy about our final 5 that's able to make it forward is the 5 of the 6 last teams here surviving were the ones that were going to be able to make it with the setting going down just before here on Storm on Request. Sloy Jacket and the boys here from PGG, what a performance they've had. But in this last game, Starry Skies and Boars have been able to just rocket up the leaderboards here. And look how Boars is flexing out as well against this compound. They're feeling it, man.
They found the gauntlet. They found everything here. And look at that. I'll say this, though. It is a heartbreak for Yo. They had this compo. They're not able to defend it from Starry Sky. And it puts them into such a great spot here for them. Marshall tries to lock down the angle, tries to lock down Starry Sky's push into this next circle. Silas already inside, got the information here. Sloy Jacket could destroy the dreams of Bushido Wildcat, but in reality, James here, the question is who takes 3rd, 4th, and 5th, because there's PGC points on the board as well for these teams, and they're close, they're tight.
Yes, they are. And we've seen those PGC points come right down to the wire at the end of the year. And we've seen even some, in inverted commas, kind of surprise rosters be able to make it from our region, right? If you think about how Team Orchid and Amiga started out at the beginning of 2025 and then became those kind of organizations towards PGC, it's because they were unsigned orgs that then made it to PGC via the PGC points. So it is definitely very important here. These teams know that there is a full 2026 campaign on the line, never mind what is going on here in PEC.
Yeah, for sure. And Boss with the 12 kills and the top 4 guaranteed here. So far, a 16-point game to finish the day is just absolutely insane. It's good to see. It's good to see the boys back at it here. Yeah. Unreal performance to lock that down the eastern side with a 3-man and completely deny any teams of getting in there and surviving as a 4 throughout the late game. It's just insane here. Marshall with 7. Look at that. It's just unreal.
Gamer. Proper gaming in this one. Every time a team was tried to crash in them on the radio tower, then they knew exactly what they needed to do from those dips. Admittedly, had a little bit of favor about being able to have that dip in for as long as they did over on the east side, but they've been able to take the fights cleanly. They've been able to transition cleanly, and even moving towards some of the smokes that they've thrown down in the middle of these fields. I'm just concerned how many smokes that they have available to them later on. Nades trying to dislodge Bushido.
Oh my god, it hit the other side of the Dorito. Look at that. More nades coming in. Sloy Jacket has 15 loot boxes to loot, so he's probably got 10 nades more to come the way of Bushido Wildcats here. So no, plenty of utility here. 6 stun grenades. He's prioritized the stun grenade. You're not going to need 6 first aids here, Sloy Jacket. That's crazy. Maybe some blue zones, but yeah, we'll see. Good covers on this, but Sloy Jacket, 5 kills so far, could have a massive impact onto Bushido Wildcats. I'm not sure that Bushido Wildcats know that they're beyond safe at this point here, but I guarantee you Starry Sky is trying to calculate, is this enough? We need more kills, guys. We need to win this to make sure we're in.
Yeah, I think the only team that might know, okay, we've done enough considering how many kills they got is Boars, right? Like, they're probably thinking to themselves, okay, what a game we've had so far. That has huge impact compared to the 4 from Bushido, who probably are a bit scared. And yeah, as you say, Starry Skies. 8, though, is definitely nothing to sniff at, but it's so close to the cutoff that, okay, we're going to have some deployable cover here coming on in for Boars as well. they're making small leapfrogs forwards, but this is kind of what happens in some of these field endings, especially when all the teams know that technically there's a lot on the line. As I say, it's not just top 5, it is also a sprinkling of PGC points here and there.
Yeah, for sure. Balls, though. They're poised to win this one. Look at their angles. Look at the cover they have already, James. There could be a big, big lockdown. Eventually, though, we're going to see Bushido Wildcats have this fight here with Slorjak with this zone pushing him out now. He's going to be trying to push into this smoke here. Surely, Starish guy is going to peek on this side here. Maybe throw a nade into one of these smokes. Molotov going through as well. That could be on the money. No, it's not. It's just short. Oh, Metabay finds him. Oh, okay. Look at that. Okay, PGG, great effort. Great campaign for them today, though. 63 points, beating the top record of the best of 5 yesterday here. Also sent huge, huge uptick for them compared to yesterday. Now, Stylers, the Stylers guys, trying to break into this double-digit kills here. They have to go through Bushido Wildcats before they're going to be able to take on Boris.
Seizing through the back window for a second here to Silas, but can't really do much about it. And knowing that they're just spreading themselves out, knowing exactly how their advances have been in terms of those smokes. Hello Senpai takes a bit of chunk out of the heads there of Starry Skies from a distance. Some of this deployable cover. One of the best additions into the game for so long, I think. Just great to actually have available to you. Really changes the dynamic of a lot of these field endings, especially. Big nade, though. Nobody goes down just yet. How has he been able to sneak up here?
He's got the dirtiest angle ever on Starry Sky, and Mommy goes down. That's so unfortunate. But that locks down Starry Sky completely. Hicks is here. You cannot pass through this man, that's for sure. Look at that. Marshall opens up on Bushido Wildcats. More shots coming in too. Oh, he's got to disengage just a little bit. 7 kills and almost 1,000 damage. Almost a 1k clock performance for him in this game.
Yeah, 960 damage done at the moment, but Hicks is actually one-man army on this side here, trying to shut down Starry Skies. They're trying to transition on through, but he gets another one here. Vazo is down. That Starry Sky is absolutely debilitated in all of this, and he's going for more against Bushido Wildcats. He tries to take Metabay, and yes, he does, but it will be Code Marco replying in kind. But this should be Boars running through these fields, cleaning everything up. Silas remaining, and he's gone.
You cannot be giving the Infinity Stone to the boss. They are going to be absolutely destroying everything with it. Look at that, 15 kills. 2 more to be had even if they found both. They're not going to flush here. Look at that. It goes their way, and that's just insane. Look at that, 17 kills and a win to shut the day off for boss and guarantee a top 5. And a grand final performance for them for next week is going to be exciting.
What a spectacular jump up from the Boars here for the last game. I didn't think it was going to be them towards the very end of this, but they have the radio tower in that field. They were able to hold it down. Joining us once again to talk about this is Blank, of course, and this dip provided so much for the Boars and then for the win.
It's such an amazing spot on the map as well. You can really bide your time here a lot. But if you've got the chops to make it happen and fight from this position, there is so much to be had from here. It's really fun area to play from. But I will say for Boars, I don't know what happened between Cups and the PEC Championships, but they have either done a lot of fixing in between the team, because this is not the same Boars we saw from those 5 weeks. This is a completely revitalized team.
Well, no doubt Marshall really the MVP for them in this game, right? 7 kills, never mind everything else that they were able to take away from this Martin. So just a spectacular showing from them in what was, for everybody else, kind of a difficult game, apart from them with that dip. Everybody else having to deal with these fields, it was just tough.
And also doing it with a 3-man, right? They had Louis having that angle inside, basically. They have to go into the swamp side or the southern side, right? So it's a 3-man, and I can tell you as much as I think the week spent off the Cops coming into PEC, it's been looking for the Infinity Stone, that's for sure. Like, they have leveled up to another level here, and the man themselves, we're talking about it, Hicks, has the off angle, has the opening, knocks onto the Starry Skies guys, and completely locked that down, yeah. Bushido Wildcats, I'll say this though, great performance in terms of their consistency and placement, but we need to see more kills for them once we get into the grand final.
And here we are, 27 points. That will be definitely the biggest game of the day for Boars as they're able to jump up into that top 5. Congratulations to them. You've qualified onto the grand final, and I think for actually, I'm trying to think if any of these players, Avenger, have ever been in the final of a PEC or PCS or anything regionally. I don't think so, right?
Hello, Senpai?
No, for balls. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, true enough. 50 points for them, able to jump all the way on in. Bushido Wildcats survives the onslaught, as well as Starry Skies Blank being able to jump on up. Huge stuff.
Yeah, I mean, the stars definitely aligned there. I think this is a scrappy squad, but they have really, I just admire them so much. They really gave it their all throughout the entirety of the Cups. I mean, even when it looked a little bit gloomy, that star was shining in the sky for them there, and they've come out swinging and managed to get into 5th place here with 30 points. Again, that is one thing that this team has amongst all the other squads. It's just this determination, which is sort of unrivaled.
Yeah, we get one of our teams from Turkey being able to survive the Onslaught Avenger, but not S2G, as I don't know what was going on Everest. That's a disaster for them.
Yeah, I can tell you this much, though. They had 22 kills. That's the 4th most in the lobby, but they had 2 placement points. And that's simply not enough to put them into the top 5, though. Marshall, so close to 1K club. Both also
so
pretty close for Silas, too, but 7 kills, man. Balls just turned on in this game, and that was just an absolute blessing for them and for us to watch as well. That was great. Great game. I love that.
Silas, that smile, that damn smile. He's a cheeky chappy, especially when we were watching his stream all those times. But good to see him being able to do so much with that. And here's the PGC points update, right? Because every single day throughout these qualifiers into each 2 weeks of final, you get the opportunity to get some PGC points on the board, and they do teeter on down from here. So congratulations, of course, to PGG for taking an extra PGC point against Descending this last game, Blank. Because who knows? Maybe 1 point is the difference maker at the end of the year.
Potentially, I mean, 1 point has been the difference maker between a 1st and a 2nd in some of the biggest tournaments of all time. So I do think for PGG, though, the way they looked throughout the entirety of the day, it wasn't sort of like how Boars come in swinging right at the end with a huge game, 27 points, nothing to laugh at. But neither is this consistency from PGG. They were far ahead of everyone else and still swinging at the punching bag in this last game.
Yeah, definitely. Starry Sky being able to scrape on through and get themselves that last place as well. In fact, let's check in with Starry Skies here from this last game on their team comms, because of course there were some very important moments here from Starry Skies to be able to secure themselves top 5.
Shack is leading.
Shack is leading, yeah.
Hold me, Mommy, I'm going
to be behind blue. Nice.
Shack. Nice.
This guy is also leaving yellow.
He's leaving from yellow, yeah.
One guy on the fucking marshals. Good shit.
One is here. What the fuck? One is exact here on the inside.
Knocked, two knocked.
I need infrared.
I'm gonna res. Just come.
Behind right.
Come, boys.
Let's go.
Inside in the toilet. Yellow, boys.
You knock. One on me, one last on me.
I'm resing.
Inside.
They're knocked on you. Yes, one more.
Oh, dead, white.
We need to kill left, right, kill left.
Try to kill the left.
Wait.
I think I'll categorize those comms as passionate from the Starry guys. Sorry, guys, from Starry Sky. Really impressive stuff here from them across the day, able to get themselves 19
Starry guys.
I do what I can, Blank. You know, it's got to be done.
The Starry guys is fantastic. I think we'll adopt that from now on, Mr. Kalaris.
But this push was instrumental, right? Yeah. Being able to dislodge Yo. As you said, Avenger, there was a world if Yo has this compound, they qualify, but Starry Skies destroyed them on it.
Yeah, they absolutely shut that down. And obviously, when them having that southern side rich, uncontested, Boars didn't look at the third party, and it was mainly Yo that took a lot of damage from that northern side. So many teams tried to, first of all, dislodge James, tried to get in so much, but you can hear the urgency in the comms as well. Even towards the late game, they were not sure that it was going to be enough. They knew they needed a banger of a game, and this was definitely it. It's great to see that they're able to perform like this, and obviously them getting double digits is massive here. 1,500 total damage for Silas is massive, but look at that. That blue zone on the backside of them to kind of force them further ahead here and to spread it out was just such a massive utility usage here for that. That's beautiful. I really liked it. But balls, man. Holy.
It wasn't expected for me, considering how much they were able to put in this last game. 27 points from a single game, pushing them all the way up into the top 5. Congratulations to them. However, we do have to talk to one of the very best teams here from today, as we are going to have Keta joining us from Ascend. So let's ask Keta a few questions. Hello, Keta. Congratulations. How are you feeling, fella?
Feeling good after today. It was, of course, a good day. A bit rough. My one in-ear broke, so I was playing half sound the whole day. But,
that's not good. All right, my first question for you, Keta, really is, unfortunately, Avenger told me your name is the nickname for Ketchup. Why did you name yourself after Ketchup?
That's actually a good story. I was very fan of the CS player called Cajun B. I was a big fan, so I called myself Ketchup B. But
oh my god!
Then everyone was calling me Keta, so I just changed that.
Okay, well, I'm glad I actually found out the full story. Thanks for setting that up, Martin, at the beginning of the day. Martin, do you have a question?
There's a beautiful conclusion to every story, right? And that's the big thing here. But good to see you here, buddy. It's I promised 10 kills from you today, but you only got 8. But now your in-ear broke, so it really set you up for success here. But that's how it goes. But yeah, a massive day. I want to ask a little bit, obviously. Tell us a little bit about the difference from yesterday to today, both for your team, but also your view on the lobby, because it changes so much when you rip out 8 really great teams and get in the new cup teams that are obviously not as good as some of the guys that were playing yesterday.
Yeah, of course, it's a lot different. Like the level significantly decreases. You're like able to take way more space, and it's way easier to punish teams around you than it is with good teams. So it's definitely just generally way easier to play. And yesterday we just had very scrappy games. It was not really working for us any other day. But today we showed up on another level, and we also got some better circles today. There was nothing to complain about.
That's great.
Like,
yeah, I think there's been quite a lot of teams today who sort of kind of pull back on the gas, right? They started playing a lot more for placements, but you guys never let up. When was the decision made just to keep going for those circles, keep going for center, keep going for all those kills? Because you guys just weren't stopping. There was a point where I think you were on 24 points. You could have slowed it down, but you just didn't.
Yeah, I don't know. Like when you get fed, you just take the circle and then you play for that. And then I think we just kept going, punish the teams we could punish, and then there's nothing more to that, really.
Not fair. I have a final question, and you might not be able to answer it, but maybe you can, so I'm going to give it a go anyway. Obviously, Chris and Kiliakai, they're so used to having comms in pro play in German only. Do you have any insight into how they've been able to adapt to English comms? Has it been a completely fluid transition for them? Do you know anything about this?
I mean, they naturally pretty good, I would say. There's definitely been some times where we've either had some Germans in the German in the comms, or people stumbling a lot over words. But it's generally just been great.
Okay, fair. All right, well, any final words, Keta, before we let you go? You're in through to the grand final, so congratulations. Any final words you want to say?
No, not really. Thank you. Thank you for today. It's been great.
Awesome. Well, thank you very much for joining us, Keta, and good luck in the final. We'll see you there, friend.
Thank you.
Perfect stuff from Keta there. Thank you very much for joining us from Ascend, as he was able to perfectly answer my curveball of a question at the beginning. And you know what? That's the story for today, alongside Code Red for Ketchup here, as you get yourself a scavenger hunt. Go over to social media, finish the code, and you could get yourself some G-Coin as well. So, Martin, we've tied a bow on that chapter here for PEC. That's good, isn't it?
It's always great when you have a red thread go throughout the whole day, and then we finish it with a bow. Yeah, that's great. I'll say this though, I'm really happy to see, obviously, that he acknowledges there is some circle, but there was a lot of proactivity today, and them being able to punish. By the way, all of them got 8 kills, and I think one of them got 9. So they had really consistent performance throughout the whole team. Yesterday it was a little bit scrappy, and that's really where it comes through. You're all benefiting. You're all contributing to that joint pool of total kills, and that impact. And they withstanded some crazy stuff, like you saw from Yo and Kapi. You saw some of the spots that they had. But their top consistency, I think their worst placement was 6th place with some kills. Like they had 1st place, 3rd, 2nd. They had really, really good performance throughout. And sure, it might be some circles coming their direction, but you also capitalize and be proactive about it. That's what I really like what they're able to do today compared to yesterday.
Yeah, definitely. Here are the 11 teams being able to try and, as Blank would say...
Qualified. They've qualified for day 3. Let's go. You've qualified for day 3.
I hate it. I hate it completely. But yes...
You got to put a nice spin on it, you see.
You're such a positive guy. That's why we've brought you in, Blank. But quickly to kind of wrap this up, of course, those teams are going to have a bit of a challenge on their hands. Redline, Vuptrox, we got Go Next, PBRU, as well as Everlong Blank coming in from the Cups. If you had to tell me one thing regarding those teams, who do you think is going to be able to shine with only one chance here for the first week?
It's a tough one. It is a tough one. Let's go with Redline. I don't think Redline is the best team out of these squads, but I do think that Redline has a really, really good work ethic. I think every time that they've made their way into those cups, they gave it their all, and there was always something that was improved on week to week. So maybe this is a balls situation where they come into this last chance and actually perform quite well. And even if they don't, I do think that Redline's had a nice run, because I think our big complaint about them at the start was their early rotations weren't great, and that got solved in like 2 weeks very, very succinctly. I've always been a big fan of Redline, no matter where they ended up in the cups.
Avenger, do you think Vitality and S2G are going to be able to survive the final day?
I mean, that's the crazy thing, right? Because we talked about the start of the day. I was like, I think there's 2 teams that comes in as today's teams and actually makes it. The reality is there's actually 3 teams that came in and only played today and grabbed 3 spots, right? PDG, Boris, and Starry Sky. Bushido and Ascent be the teams that played yesterday. So my big question is, now with this few teams left that have played all 3 days, do you like the chances of you playing all 3 days and not having figured it out or gotten your synergy together, and with the competitiveness of the lobby lowering just slightly with the new teams coming in, there should be such a big chance for, I would say, SG makes it tomorrow. There's no doubt in my mind. I think they're too good, but a team like Construction Workers should have made it, already at this point. Jogo Benito, last place today, like they need to step up. But for me, I think SOG makes this tomorrow. They figured it out. They kind of said, okay, we can frag. Let's focus on getting into the circle in some of the spots. Sure, they had really, really difficult circles today, guys. But they were fragging out 2 placement points only, but they got 22 kills. Like, that was insane.
Oh, well, yeah. What a day. What a day. Crazy circles, crazy games. And of course, we have still a day tomorrow here to be able to round things out. And also, there's PGC points on the line as well tomorrow here, Blank. So honestly, I think tomorrow's going to be pretty chaotic. I think that it is going to be, anybody could be taking that one. Of course, there's some big names in there, but these cup teams, man, they've proved that they can hang.
They're crazy. They're crazy. I think tomorrow's make or break day. I think you're right, Avengers. You got 2 days to figure things out, but there's plenty of tournaments where you get those 2 days, you go into day 3, and some teams, they don't figure it out on day 3. It is just still as bad as it was before, so I do worry.
It's a toughie. It's a toughie for sure. All right, well, gentlemen, thank you very much for joining me here today. Of course, later on, in a few hours time or whatever, we still have PAS that's going to be happening over at the Americas. And of course, congratulations to those 5 teams that have been able to qualify for the final for next weekend. Tomorrow, we are going to figure out which 3 more teams are going to be able to make it out of 16 teams alone. And of course, I'm going to end it off with a toast to ketchup. We'll see you tomorrow.
A city that don't belong to anyone, but everyone wants a piece. No laws, no oversight, just the jungle creeping back in, both the vines and the people. The mayor stepped in where the government couldn't. Said the city needed order, and they'd be the ones to bring it, keeping the peace on their terms. I walked away from it all, kept my hands in dirt instead of blood. But desire is a fickle mistress. The city won't let me go. It won't forget my name. I asked for nothing, and they still came and took everything. The mayors and anyone that stands in my way, every last one of them. They're gonna learn something real simple.